put the heart there. Yeah. Um,
Well,
no,
it's just
it's
good to
nice to
see
see
you
you.
all. It's just good. And Alan, it's so good to see you.
Good to
Good
see
morning,
you.
Brendon.
I'm gonna visit you in Desert Hot Springs
Oh my
sometime.
God, when? And I want to have you on my show.
Oh, definitely.
My
Well, well, let Neil go live and then or I can talk
Yeah,
to
we're
you.
live right now. So,
Okay.
hello, welcome everybody. Yes, we are going live a few minutes earlier, and just to have like a little discussion before we get into today. So, welcome officially to day 3 of the 4-day Portals Ascension Marathon, where we have amazing presenters and really just diving deep into so many topics. But beyond that, the theme is unity consciousness, and all of these topics are stemming from that experience. What unites us, whether it's ancient history, spirituality, the science, physics of ascension, really information that can empower us all. So I'm just going to hand it over to you guys. How do you guys feel about what we've experienced so far?
Well, yeah.
I'm going to start as the theme with the smile. You have put together an amazing group of presenters that have not only just dealt with the 3D, the technology, the science, but the heart and the spirituality. And I'm tingling. That's why I can't stop smiling. I'm radiant with such high vibration as a result of what we're hearing. That's me. Go, Alan.
No, go ahead. I just actually checking to see if I'm live. Oh yeah, we are live. Great. Thanks, Neil. I think yesterday's whole day culminating in the panel where we can consolidate what the meaning of all these discussions are. What are we doing this for? Really kind of connected with me. I mean, those are why are we doing this? And that panel kind of summed it up for me, why we are doing this. We're doing this because we want to present a record for humanity. I think, Brendon, you had some great comments on that panel yesterday. Do you want to just review them? Because for people who are tuning in.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, no, I think, again, I think what's happening right here, like this is us deciding what story we want to co-create together. So this is the creation of history, or her story, of our story right here in this moment. So, I mean, for all of us here, this is a great opportunity for us to really be able to reflect and think, like what story are we creating right now? And thus what history or what her story are we, leading throughout the journey. But again, the story in itself, it's time and time again, it's the story of the hero's journey, which is what for me is always so exciting, because we're at this point right now where we're kind of entering into the special world. We're entering into realms unknown, but within this, that's where we find our greatest treasures. So yeah, it's exciting just to be able to thank everyone for being here and to create the container. And again, for those of you tuned in, I'll be facilitating a big guided global meditation. We'll be starting that a little bit past the hour. So if you guys haven't yet, please feel free to invite more people. If you guys want to screenshot this, post it to Instagram, send it to your friends. Yeah, no, it's always exciting to be able to be here amongst such kind-hearted, open-minded people. So yeah, thank you again, Alan, and everyone.
And yeah, and Michelle, of course, was a great contributor on that panel, and Sharia and Omar. Anybody else have like a wrap up for yesterday, in case people missed it, and how to move into today a little bit? Anybody?
I think it was a wonderful day, and just a lot of key moments throughout the day. But what I found absolutely perfect yesterday was Kyoshi. In the beginning of the day, I mentioned that yesterday during the panel. During the day, Neil had it set up so that we were just getting download after download after download, and then Kyoshi came in, settled down the energy. Just totally changed it up. And then after that, we just carried on with more downloads. So I thought it was just like brilliant event making. And, just all the guests were fantastic. The panel last night was just just an awesome discussion. We talked about a lot of great things, touched on a lot of different things. So I think that's a really good carryover for today from what we talked about yesterday. So I really looking forward to today.
Yeah, I think today promises to kind of bring another level in. I mean, one of my favorite people is Kamar Jones and Maura Hoffman. Yes. Hi, Maura. I'm glad you're here.
We did the job of having the Portal to Ascension after party at my house, right? And, there was a moment last night. I was really, really feeling so uplifted and inspired by what everyone shared. I was blown away by some of the information, writing feverishly, notes and texting people, get on right now. This information is so important. Dan Winter blew my doors off. I had never heard him speak before. Bill River was amazing. Adam Apollo shared some information that blew my doors off as well, but also has me wanting to go further to delve into what he was sharing about going into trust law and stuff like that, making trust, helping us be sovereign. Mm-hmm. The panel was great. It was so rich with all of the sharings, the wisdom sharings. And I was like, wow, it's all men.
I know.
Neil's never done that before. It's always so balanced.
That's so interesting you said that, because yesterday's panel was the last thing I've scheduled, and I literally just said, who wants to be a part of it? So it's interesting that one time where I didn't actually intentionally, obviously intuitively, I think it comes together perfectly. But so because usually it's almost all women, in most of these panels.
We needed Michelle there to really ground the end, because men get so mental.
I had no intention. My computer has I've left it on when I've left, I've had to go to Pilates and go in and out of the conference. And as I said, we were going to have a speakeasy here, a party to anchor in, the joy that was in my heart from just being a part of it. And Maura, many of you might know Maura Hoffman as being the queen of MCs at Contact in the Desert and Consciousness Expo, and Mark Sims. Now I forget what he calls it.
Harmonic convergence. And making contact.
Yeah, Bhakti Fest, Shakti Fest. I mean, she's the person who got me into doing this, and she's one of my best friends. So.
And you look so good, Maura.
Thanks.
So here's the thing. When I saw all the men, I brought my computer into the bathroom and took my bath and just listened. And I was feeling so called to just jump on before I ran downstairs to join my party. And I just appreciated the opportunity to share. It just came through, organically. And that's what I think a lot of people are pointing to in their talks, is about this organic timeline. And we're anchoring that in with all of you being here, with every, I just so grateful to you, Neil, and to every single one of you. Everything that you share resonates, and I just feel so honored to be a part of this.
Yeah. Maura, do you have anything you want to share about the gatherings and gatherings in general and where we're going as a community?
Just gratitude for the people like you, Neil, and Mark Sims and Victoria and Quicksilver and all these amazing people, Kenneth Schwenker with One Love Fest, and so many that are holding the container for all of us to connect, for all of us to illuminate, for people to share, for all these incredible speakers, all these incredible leaders, and then all of us as well that are here listening and sharing and connecting with each other, whether it be on, Signal, Telegram, Messenger, texting, just to help people understand more of the truth of who we are and what we came here to do, and to inspire each other and to uplift one another.
Uplift. Wow. That's what has been happening. Just
yes.
And that's the platform here. And I love Dan Winters and Adam Apollo and Alan Steinfeld and Isir Shariah, everyone, that every single person has a gift to share. Each one of us is here for a purpose, and we chose to be here during these times.
Yes.
We are showing up, and now we are needed more than ever for events just like this, and so many, to continue to inspire and uplift and to keep us in gratitude, to remember what we're here for and who we are. Deeper on that.
Shariah,
so
yeah.
True.
Shariah.
I just wanted to chime in. I know we're got to start in a sec here. So great to see you, Maura. What fun. Thanks for popping in.
One Love. Yeah, you guys did One Love.
I was absolutely blown away by Dan Winter yesterday to the degree of massive processing, having to take a nap, putting pieces together from stuff I've been studying for decades and comprehending about our life, forever here. So I'm so grateful for that opportunity yesterday. And I agree with you, Michelle, everybody really, if you can go to that level, you might not understand all his words, but that's okay. Just let it sink in, because it'll all end up making sense. And maybe we could just start with a big breath and a love bomb this morning together with just everybody. I just want to invite you guys to just breathe into your heart center. Allow the mind to rest in the heart. Feel that love in your heart center pulsing out and connecting with all here and around the world, creating a beautiful bubble of love around the world. Welcoming all the presenters today, all the hosts, and knowing that all is well as all the information, ideas, notions, energetics, healings, insights, aha moments, epiphanies that need to happen today are going to happen in the most glorious ways for every single person involved, for the highest good of all, as we truly do the mighty work of owning our feelings, healing them, and lifting them up to the next level together. So be it, so it is. Thank you.
It is. Thank you, Shreya. All right, let's get on with the show, everybody. And I'm going to quote someone in the chat room, which I think is the perfect way to start it. Hello, let the uplifting commence. So let's do it.
Start your engines. Okay, yes.
All right, Joan, you want to take it away and introduce our first presenter?
Yes, I'm so excited to introduce our first presenter, Brendon Cullition, and he is a real-life superhero, helping shift consciousness and build a global team of shifters, conscious creators, and leaders since 2009. He has many names. He's known as Wolf Shield, Skull Babylon, Magical Elf, Druid, and Ninja. He's so spectacular. He's such a breath of fresh air. And as this younger generation comes up, as these rainbow children come up into the world, so very, very interesting. He's also known as Mystic Spider-Man. He is the director of Paradigm Shift Central, a media portal and a hub for a community of conscious creators. They've been creating these intentional sacred spaces for community, both physically and digitally, for over 10 or 11 years. Since 2009, they have 70,000 followers on TikTok, have made full-length consciousness shifting movies, and has led numerous guided meditations over the years. And you all have seen Brendon here as one of our hosts. Brendon, I'm so excited to, first of all, your consciousness is way beyond your age. I just have to say you must have come in born with this and connected to your other lifetimes. You look so connected to them. And I'm just happy to welcome you here.
Well, thank you, Joan. The honor and the privilege is mine to be amongst such amazing people such as yourself, and you humble me with your words. And at this point, it's really exciting because you say you from your perspective, you look to me as just kind of like this next generation, and yet from my perspective, I'm looking to the generation past me. So we're always passing the torch, and I'm at a very exciting point in my journey where I'm actually in the process of becoming a father myself. So there's a little starseed that's going to be coming soon in April, possibly on April 1st, which I think if it will be born on the day of the Cosmic Fool, that would just be absolutely perfect. So Joan, thank you so much for being here. And I know we'll get into meditation in a second, but please, by all means, I'm loving to chit chat too. So.
Well, we need your meditation, but I will say this. First of all, to your starseed who is here right now with us, the energy she's going to be bringing in and this whole completion. And I will say this other thing. When I looked at you for a moment, I had such a past life memory of you. Past life of going through ancient times. You've been a druid for sure. And you're just such a mystic teacher that you're bringing this wisdom to us. And that's all I want to say. I want everyone to hear this, and I'm so happy. I'll come on after. Take it away.
Thank you, Joan. And just confirming with Neil. Neil, what time do you want me to wrap up at, just so we're keeping with the schedule? I know we were originally going.
I think we had 30, right? So let's do 25 minutes. let's see
25.
here.
So
let me
so
just
wrap,
confirm it really quick. Brandon, 30. Yeah, let's do 25 minutes.
so wrap up at 30 minutes past the hour, or do you want me to wrap up
At 25 minutes will be at 24 past the hour. I mean, 34 past the hour.
Okay, so wrap up before 30 minutes past the hour then.
Yeah.
So, and then we'll get it over to Michael Tellinger, which will be our next presenter, which will be wonderful. So yeah, with that said, we'll get started on this. And for everybody here, so what we're going to be doing, a very special guided meditation. I've actually done versions of this meditation many different times. And this is a meditation, which even within my heart, it was kind of one of those things where, looking back on it, I'm pretty sure like Merlin gave me the template for this meditation. He was like, do this many times, do this in a way that will help activate people's inner light guardian. And so we've actually done a version of this meditation in the previous years that we've done Portal to Ascension, but I know there's obviously many of you who have not been here before. So what we'll do, we'll set things up, and I just invite everybody to get themselves nice and comfortable right now. We'll go through kind of this I could make this meditation like an hour, but for this one we'll make it about 20 minutes. And just inviting everyone to get nice and comfortable. If you guys want to grab any crystals or anything like that, please by all means go ahead and do so. Grab some cushions, get some water nearby. If you want to even just put on a little hoodie or something like that, you can do that and kind of wear it over your eyes. That's always a little tip there as well. And just before I get into that, so we're not rushing at the end, again, for anybody tuned in right now, this is also an invitation. If you guys feel called to be able to connect with me further, Mystic Spider-Man on Instagram, paradigmshiftcentral.com kind of links into everything. It's a community of conscious creators. I also make some beautiful light guardian crystals, which you'll see me meditating with today. These are available through my item shop, and these are kind of little tools to be able to help activate the inner wizard inside of you. So all of that's available for you guys. And again, just super honored to be able to be here. And with that said, we'll get nice and comfortable. And the way how this meditation is going to work, I'll give you a little bit of a template. We'll be just dropping into our body and just kind of helping ourselves relax. And then from there, what we're going to be doing, we're going to be visiting our own sacred temple. Within the sacred temple, we'll be connecting with our ancestors, with our guides, whoever it is that you intuitively connect with within that moment. And then from there, we will be swiftly activating our inner light guardian. And that will be explained in the moment. And then from there, we'll basically take a moment to kind of gather around what is known as the guardian tree. And we'll be collectively putting our intentions into this tree, which connects to all realms of the dream. And with that, we'll be sending out this beautiful wave that will help awaken the magic within the heart of others. So this meditation is designed to be able to help activate the inner light guardian within you, to be able to help activate the inner wizard within you. So if you guys are ready for this, drop an 1111 in the chat and let's get right into this. And thank you again so much. You guys will see my comments on YouTube as Skull Babylon. So yeah. I love everyone, and thank you again for being here. So let's get nice and comfortable. And I do have the energy of the crystal skull with us here today, one of the many. So allow me to just get myself ready here. I'm actually going to put on a little bit of music in the background. And Neil, do I have the ability to share audio? And if not, that's not a big deal. I'm not sure if I do. Do I have that ability? Screen share, advance.
Yep.
Computer audio. Okay. All right. Neil just confirmed for me that the audio on this is decent for my voice volume. So I'll have the volume at about that. Is that too low or need a bit higher, Neil?
I think a little higher.
A little higher? We'll just adjust that a bit.
That's nice.
That's nice. Okay. All right. And if you guys got headphones, feel free to put them on. Okay. So thank you again, everyone, for being here. Get ourselves nice and comfortable. Go ahead, wiggle your body if you need to. And when you're ready, go ahead and gently close your eyes. And as you close your eyes here, just allow yourself to begin connecting with your breath. Soft, gentle inhales. Soft, gentle exhales through the nose or the mouth. As you breathe here with each exhale, just allowing your body to relax, feeling the moment of the inhale meeting the exhale meeting the inhale. And as we breathe here, we'll just gently scan our body. So just imagine this beautiful light emanating from your heart space. As this light moves through your body, it'll just help your body relax. So you feel this beautiful energy moving through your chest, through your arms, through your forearms, right down to your hands, allowing those parts of the body to relax. Feeling this beautiful light moving down through your torso, through your ribs, your hips, your groin, all the way down through your legs, right down to your feet, allowing your body to relax. Just filling yourself up with this beautiful love. Feeling this energy moving up through the back, through the spine, through the shoulders, up through the neck, through the face, right to the top of the crown, and just surrounding your body with this beautiful luminous aura. This light is here to serve you, to guide you. You are safe, you are protected, you are loved. So as we breathe here, at this point, just inviting you to be able to imagine arriving inside of a forest, a beautiful, magnificent forest, something that's familiar to your soul, perhaps drawing upon the energy of your inner elf, your inner magical fairy kin, whatever you connect with. And allow yourself to just imagine and connect with the senses in this moment, touching the leaves, feeling the dirt underneath your feet, feeling the sun on your face. Flex your imagination, make it as real as possible. Can you smell the air? Can you feel the dirt underneath your toes? And so as you walk through this forest, imagine as you do, you feel a calling within your heart. And this calling guides you to your sacred temple. And this temple can look however you choose to imagine it to look. It can look incredibly pristine, ancient, simple, and perhaps even just a cave in the side of a hill, whatever the case may be. Not focused so much on the details, more just on the symbolism. And so in this moment, imagine yourself walking into the sacred temple. And with it, you instantly feel this wave of energy moving through you. And your heart calls you deeper into the sacred temple. Inside of this temple, you see the sacred pool of water, a little shallow pool of water. Gently walking up to this pool of water, you lean down before it. And as you do, you lean over and you see your reflection looking back at you in the surface of this water. As you look at your reflection in this moment, we'll call in and connect with our guides and ancestors, whoever it is that you feel either called to connect with in your heart, or whoever you just, perhaps maybe you'll be surprised as to who you connect with. And so putting out that intention to be able to connect with any benevolent, loving beings that are here to support you on your journey, be they ancestors, guides, and guardians. And so in this moment, as you look into the water and you see your reflection, use the mantra, "Be with me," and repeat that a few times within your heart and even out loud with your words and with your soul. Be with me. Be with me. Be with me. And so in this moment, as you feel an opening within your heart, allow yourself to imagine standing up. And as you do, you feel a presence on your shoulder and you gently turn around. And before you, in this moment, you see who you are connecting with. And it may be an individual, it may be a small group, it may be your starseed family, it may be grandparents, and perhaps even those who have yet to be incarnated within this timeline currently. And so in this moment, allow yourself to be able to share however you wish to be able to interact with them. Perhaps it's a loving embrace of a beautiful hug, and you feel this energy and this love wrapping around you. Just this beautiful warmth just moving through your body as you just express gratitude for them in this space. And right now, since time is of the essence, just take an opportunity to be able to share with them the exciting things that you've been up to. Tell them about the conference we are at. Tell them about the shift in consciousness. And as you do this, allow yourself to just be able to receive any love and any blessings they have for you as well. I'll stop talking here just for a short moment, but within this space, speak from your heart, feel their presence, feel their touch on your skin, see their eyes looking back on you, feel that connection within your heart that you've already known. What do you wish to say to them in this moment? And at the same time, open your heart. What do they wish to say to you? Continue here for the next few moments. Gently breathing here. We'll move into the next part of the meditation momentarily, but just take another moment here. There's something very particular that they want to be able to say to you, them as a group, them as an individual, whoever you're connecting with right now. Listen closely within your heart. Don't overthink it, just feel it. They want to say something to you in the form of just 1 or 2 sentences. Listen right now. What do they have to say to you to nurture your spirit and soul? And as you connect with them here, there's one more thing that they have to give to you. In this moment, they invite you to hold out your hand. And they place their hand over top of yours, and they give you the gift of a small trinket, some sort of talisman, some sort of item, a physical object, perhaps one that you can find in real life beyond this moment. Without overthinking it, just feel it. And in this moment, imagine as they pull back their hand and you open your palm and allow yourself to receive the symbolism of this gift they have given you. What have they given you in this moment? So whatever they give to you, maybe you just hold it up to your lips, hold it up to your brow, you kiss it, you bless it, you thank them. And every time you see this object again, you will remind yourself of this connection. And it will strengthen you with their power, with their love, with their gratitude, with their blessing. The blessing's already in your heart. And so in this moment, thanking them again, and go ahead and give them a nice big hug and remind yourself you can connect with them at any moment. This is a space within your own heart that you can connect to with a single breath. So you say to them, thank you so much. I'll see you guys again. I love you guys. And they're like, go get them, champ. We love you too. It's like, you got this. Woohoo. So at this point, with this gentle smile on your face and a loving warmth in your heart, from here, we move up to the second floor in our sacred temple. Yes, there are many rooms in the sacred temple for you to discover beyond this meditation. On the second floor of the sacred temple, you see before you this beautiful mirror. And this mirror reflects back to you the vision of your activated light guardian self, your higher self, the superhero within you, the badass cosmic wizard, the king, the queen, the prince, the princess, the version of yourself that if you were going to an amazing party, maybe it would be the outfit you're wearing. So you walk up to this mirror and you see this reflection looking back at you. And you gaze into your eyes and you see this beautiful glistening light within your eyes. And you gently bring your hands up to this beautiful mirror. And it's a very magical mirror. And when you touch the surface of the mirror, it's almost more like a plasma, like a liquid. And so as you look within this mirror, you feel the strength and the connection between yourself and your higher self, knowing that the seed of this inner light guardian within you. And what is the light guardian? Those of us who carry with us a calling, a service, to be there for others, to be here for the shift in consciousness, the reason we came here, the reason we've been here before, and to know that the strength and the courage and the power, wisdom is already inside of you. So you look at this version of yourself in the mirror and you're just like, damn, what a badass. Looks so cool, so elegant, so beautiful, so magical. And so in this moment, we'll count down from 3. And then what you're going to do is you're going to step through the sacred mirror. And as you arrive out the other side, you will arrive as the form of your activated light guardian. And so together here, connecting with your breath. 3, gently breathing, feeling this deep calmness move through your body. 2, allowing yourself to reflect on the love and the support of your guides and ancestors who are here with you. 1, feeling the loving support of this beautiful collective of light guardians that you are here with, this deep calling within your heart, this remembrance. And with 0, a nice gentle inhale. And on the exhale, when you're ready, imagine yourself slowly stepping through this mirror, and go ahead and do that now. And as you do, you feel this wave of energy moving through your body, through your heart. And you arrive out the other side, and you look down at your hands and your body, and you see yourself in this beautiful version of who you have always been. And you turn around and you look at the mirror and you see yourself, and you're just like, whoa, like, this is me. This is who I am. This is who I've always been. The seed of the light guardian inside of you, that which we nurture each and every single day, carrying with you this infinite wisdom, this infinite strength, this infinite resilience. And so as you look into your eyes in the mirror, briefly in this moment, just allow yourself to be able to receive any wisdom from your higher self in this moment. Eye gazing with yourself. What do you say to yourself in this moment from the wisdom of your higher self? Listen within your heart. Take a moment here. 1 or 2 sentences. What do you hear? Beautiful. And so in this moment now, feeling this activation within inside of your heart, feeling like you're ready to just go out there and change the world, and you are ready. It's nothing less than being your authentic self. You are a carrier of this energy, and with it, you will help activate in the heart of others. So very swiftly here, we're getting close to the conclusion of our meditation. With the magic of the wizard energy inside of you, imagine creating a portal with your mind in the room that you are in. And this portal will take us to the guardian tree. And this portal is something you can step through as simple as you would step through a door. So don't overthink it. Go ahead and create a portal within your mind. Use your hands if you wish. And when you're ready, go ahead and step through that portal now. And so here you arrive at this beautiful tree, this magnificent tree, this tree that connects to the heart of Gaia. And you look to your left and your right, and you see these other portals opening as the other light guardians here within this meditation arrive into this exact space, this plane, this space that exists within the astral dimensions, this guardian tree, a tree older than time itself. And so you walk up to this tree, and all of us here together, and with time of the essence, we will take this opportunity to connect our heart to the tree and allow ourselves to collectively envision and send out beautiful blessings to all beings across all realms. And so imagine all of us standing around the tree in our activated light guardian forms, like a scene out of an epic movie, straightening your spine, opening up your chest, maybe a gentle smile on your face. And together we'll do 3 ohms here. And with the ohm, imagine this beautiful green energy coming from our heart, connecting to the tree. And then from the tree, it sends it out like a beautiful wave, like a ripple in all directions that moves through us, and activates the heart of all beings, primes the grid. So as we do 3 ohms here together, our ohms will carry our intentions, carry our love, carry our compassion. So hold the vision of the world we wish to create here together. May all beings be, ... Fill in your own blank there. Loved, inspired, supported. So in this moment here, we'll take a deep, gentle inhale, exhale, and then we'll move into 3 ohms together. Soft, gentle inhale. Soft, gentle exhale. Inhale here together. Follow my lead. Om. Inhale. Om. Continuing here into the next one is beautiful color green. Inhale. Once more, inhale. take this moment and just feel this energy, feel this silence, feel this blessing. You look around and you see the smiles of your fellow light guardians. You feel the love of the tree connected to the heart of Gaia itself. And this tree continues to ripple out this beacon, this wave of energy. So throughout, even though this meditation ends, hold that idea in the back of your heart that this tree is constantly sending out this pulse, this beautiful wave of energy. And we come back here and we charge it, we prime it on the regular. Now, the last thing here, everybody walk up to the tree. Feel free to connect with it in your own way. Maybe give it a hug. Everybody just kind of casually celebrating, smiling, some people talking to each other. But right now, for you, in this moment alone, I want you to put a message into this tree. As you put your hands on the tree, put a message into this tree that will be a message for the heart of all beings. You send it into the tree and the tree will send it out to the heart of all beings. Take a moment here. What message do you want to put into this tree? And you can share this in the chat afterwards. That will nurture and inspire the spirit of all beings. Take a moment here. Beautiful. And one last thing here, the tree has one message for you. The Mother Gaia itself, Mother Goddess energy speaking through the wisdom of the tree. As you feel its love moving through you, listen with your heart. It has one message for you right now. What does it say? Take this opportunity to listen. Beautiful. Concluding this meditation here, straightening up your spine, opening up your chest, feeling a little bit stronger, a little bit wiser, a little bit braver. May you move through the days with an ongoing sense of awareness. May you be blessed with synchronicities. May you move through this world with an open heart and an open mind. And as you do, may this day be a little bit brighter for you. You'll look at the nature, you'll look at the faces, and you'll see yourself in them. Things will be a little bit more vibrant. Activating the light guardian within inside of you is something we do each and every single day, and it is inspired and nurtured by us being in the space of the fellow guardians here with us right now. So take this last opportunity to look at this tree. Everybody's just kind of hanging around here, and this is a place of communion and gathering, and you can return back here at any moment in your dreams and your meditation and your breath. And so just thanking the tree, thanking the space, thanking our guides and guardians who have been with us, thanking the community, and thanking yourself as you gently place your hand on your heart. One last breath here. Nice soft exhale, bit of a sigh. Continuing to find a gentle rhythm with your breath. When you're ready, gently bring your awareness back to your physical body as you slowly wiggle your toes, wiggle your fingers, and gently open your eyes and return your awareness to the space around you. Just take your time here. Welcome back, everyone. For those of us who are here, we'll transition things in the next few moments, but just take another opportunity here. For those of you who are tuned in on the chat, if you would like to share any of the messages that came through, the messages you put into the tree, the messages you received, even in one word, how is everybody feeling right now? So that's a very intentional meditation. And I hope in doing that, you guys felt it just kind of like connect you with that inner superhero, that inner light guardian, that inner Jedi within inside of you. So the wizard and the Jedi within me sees and honors the wizard and the Jedi and the light guardian within you. So many blessings and thank you, everyone. So cool.
Whoa.
Thank you, Joan.
Thank you.
Thank you. And if anybody, like I sometimes when I do that, I get like the sacred waters, the tears. If anybody cried during that, please feel free. If anybody cried, drop a 777 in the chat and like honoring that, like that's a celebrated thing. So yeah.
I'm going to listen to it later again on YouTube. It's that powerful.
Thank you. Thank you, Joan. Yeah.
All right.
Thank you for setting the energy for today, brother.
Happy to do so, dude. Thank you, everyone, for making it what it was. I felt you guys with us at the tree. Got a beautiful image of that in my mind now. So yeah.
Incredible.
Let everyone know really quick again where they can find you.
Yes, please. So for everybody here, paradigmshiftcentral.com is kind of the main portal that connects to our Discord server, my Instagram, instagram.com/Mystic Spider-Man, Skull Babylon on YouTube. Again, I have a Patreon membership for our community of conscious creators. If you guys want to connect there, even for those of you who, if you guys were like, whoa, I really like the crystals, I'll put in a link for that in the chat if anybody wants to grab those as well. And again, those are like little items gifted to me by Merlin that I pass on to you guys. So yeah, that's basically it. I'll post the links into the chat, and feel free to reach out to me anytime, especially if you guys really enjoyed this meditation. Reach out to me. I do a lot more of these. I have a lot more of these online, and you can check out a podcast, Paradigm Shift Radio. So I'll put it all in the chat. But yeah, thank you again, Neil. This is awesome. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, brother. Appreciate you.
Cool.
All right, let's get into the next guest. So I have asked Michelle to join me to introduce our next guest, Michael Tellinger, because I thought that he deserves at least 2 introductions, really to encompass just a little bit of what he does here. And I'll go first, Michelle, and then you can bring him on. So I have worked with around 1,200 plus speakers, but the one individual that I've done the most events with would be Michael Tellinger. We're in the hundreds at this point. We went on, I think at least, I haven't lost count, 3 different tours of the US and also in Canada, presenting a lot of information. And then at one point we were doing monthly webinars for a few years. I've been working with him for 7 years, but beyond all the information that he shares, which is so full circle, everything from ancient history to actually what we can do to make practical change and empower ourselves now and restructure society, right? Beyond that, we've really cultivated, I feel like, a great friendship over the years. And I just have this huge reverence for Michael and all of the work he does. And I'm just so glad and happy that he's going to be here with us today. And I feel like Michael maybe hasn't presented in the last year and a half, except for maybe the Ubuntu workshop we did. So even if he has, it hasn't been as often as before the world situation. So we're going to be in store for quite a treat to get some updates from Michael here. So I'm excited to introduce you to him, or if you haven't heard of him before, and if you have, we're going to be hearing some new information of what he's been going through over the last year and a half and what kind of information he's acquired. So Michelle, I'll hand it over to you. Do you want to go ahead and introduce him as well?
Well, first off, we haven't seen each other for a while, Michael, and your yearly trek to come stay at our home. I feel the loss of you not being here for the last 2 years now, huh? But what I just love you and Emma so much, and we had a speakeasy last night, a party. You know how we like to get together and have people play music, so our hearts open, and we just send that out to all life in every realm and dimension. And Maura spent the night, and it just seemed so appropriate. Nothing's by accident anymore. I can just feel how everything's flowing. And I had the good fortune to meet Michael at Contact in the Desert, the very first one, when Queen MC Maura introduced him. And I remember sitting in the front row of your presentation, Michael, and when I was next to Nilia, and when you spoke about Adam's calendar, my whole body started shaking and the tears would not stop. And Nilia was like, what the heck is going on with you? So that was my introduction to you and a small piece of your work. And over the years, getting to know you and your heart and what you've done with, starting with the Ubuntu contributionism movement and then moving into the one small town movement, everything's making sense to me now of why it was so important for you to plant those seeds in so many people's hearts and minds, because now it's coming to fruition right now. And I know that you're on the precipice of many mayors wanting to adopt the one small town principle. So I'm really excited that you're here and you're doing this work for all of us. You have been tireless in the work that you're doing, not just for people for people all over the world to come into sovereignty and to come into unity. And I'm so glad you're here. I can't wait to hear your presentation, and I want Maura to share more about what she knows and her experience with you.
Yay. Well, what an honor to be welcomed on and to get to help introduce Michael Tellinger. Michael, you touch so many hearts. Your enthusiasm, your power, your light is such an inspiration. And I remember the first time I saw you at Contact in the Desert, I was like, yes, yay. And then you are such a yes. I remember we said, hey, come to Santa Monica. Let's do a big talk and let's come to my friend Michelle Anderson's. And you were always yes, yes, because your passion and purpose and your mission to share all of this with the world about Adam's calendar, about the donuts. And I even remember
The donuts.
you know,
right.
your amazing cones and what. All right, for everyone out there in the world, you have to go to Michael Tellinger's Facebook page. You're going to hear an amazing story of he and Nassim Haramein and what happened with TSA getting set off. You also want to go to his website and look at everything he does on YouTube and get on his newsletter, because Michael Tellinger is changing the world. He is here to help uplift all of us, and he has been for such a long time. And I want to give all this precious time to Michael. So on that note, we love you, Michael and Emma. We love all you're doing with Ubuntu, with Adam's calendar, with all your books, with all your teachings. And thank you for being here. And thank you, Neil. Thank you, everyone.
Welcome, brother.
Namaste.
Yes.
Thank you so much. I trust you can hear me.
Yes.
First of all, Neil, thank you for setting this up and thank you for inviting me. It's great. As you said, we've worked together many, many times over the years and got to know each other. You're my brother in the USA. And so thank you for inviting me to speak here. I'm not at home. I had to do a quick makeshift setup here. I'm visiting my aging mother in the old age home, far away from my home. So this is a quick makeshift with a desk lamp shining in my face. I just want to say to Mara and Michelle, I love you girls. You're awesome. You're part of our family. You made us so welcome in the USA. For 10 years, we've become your family. You've become our family in the USA. So we really honor and respect and are deeply grateful for all the doors that you've opened for me and for Emma over the years. And we wouldn't be here today if you weren't there for us. So thank you very much. Now, unfortunately, you sort of anticipated what I was going to talk about. And now I'm sort of wondering what I should be talking about and what I shouldn't be talking about. I did prepare a little PowerPoint presentation to show slides and so forth, but I'm just wondering if I should, before I go into that, and that deals mostly, my presentation tonight, or it's my nighttime, would have been about ancient civilizations, a bit about Adam's calendar, the gold mining, the Anunnaki, the physical evidence of the presence of Anunnaki, the ancient gold mines, which, by the way, is just every week we find more and more information, more and more evidence of Anunnaki presence here, and more ancient gold mining activities that blow my mind. 10 years ago, I thought I saw it, I knew it all. I thought I had a grip on what was going on here. And today I'm just realizing that we literally are just scratching the surface. The ancient gold mining activity that took place here in South Africa is beyond anybody's possible comprehension. And the most exciting thing about this is that we're finding the physical evidence. We really are able to connect the dots between what's written in some of the translations of Sumerian texts and what is available, what we're finding, physical evidence and anecdotes from archaeologists and geologists that have found certain things that we can now link and connect to events and Sumerian translations, which blows my mind. So I think maybe I'm gonna get into that, but since I've only have an hour, I'd like to just bring people up to speed with what's happening with the Ubuntu movement and especially the One Small Town activity, because that is something that is right now, for me, that is by far the most important thing we should be doing and should be looking at. But I'm not going to talk about that. I'm just going to draw your attention to the incredible success that we've had. Since lockdown happened, I do believe that it did spark an awakening and a hunger for millions of people around the world to go looking and searching for answers, realizing that the world we find ourselves in is not the perfect world, is filled with flaws, is fatally flawed in the socioeconomic structure that we find ourselves in. And that has caused millions and millions of people to go looking and searching for new answers. So many more people are finding the Ubuntu movement and our One Small Town philosophy and the implementation plan. And I'd like to draw your attention and please go to onesmalltown.org. That's the website. And read, and also onesmalltown.news. That's our new news page. We now have 13 ambassadors, 13 One Small Town ambassadors that I've appointed around the world. The USA is one of them. I'm about to appoint an ambassador in Canada. It's just, so we have ambassadors in South Africa, UK, Germany, France, Holland, Italy, Australia, Brazil, Namibia, my God, I forget, obviously USA, and 13 countries, but there are at least 5 or 6 other ambassadors that want to sign up, that want to get involved and represent the One Small Town movement in their country. What has happened with the One Small Town evolution is that we now have a watertight, rigid, very simple, bullet point, step-by-step implementation plan so that we really can't screw it up. We now also have our first small town mayors that have signed up. They've signed the letter of engagement. So this is a huge achievement. Understand how big this is. This is a journey of 16 years that has now finally realized itself in the first mayors ever officially to sign the letter of engagement that they are going to implement the One Small Town plan or One Small Town strategy. And those mayors are in Lebanon, believe it or not, the country of Lebanon. So, which is really, really exciting. We have a beautiful, picturesque fairy tale town in Lebanon that we're now working on making the first One Small Town as an example in the world. So we've pretty much put everything else on hold while the ambassadors in the different countries are continue to share the information, do the publicity, respond to people, but put everything on hold while we put all our effort and all our energy with all our ambassadors and the resources that we have to make the One Small Town Lebanon a great success. What we're doing now is literally just implementing the bullet point steps. So we have the mayor that has signed up. Now what we're doing, we're developing an app. The app is critical because what the One Small Town participation is all about is that people need to contribute 3 hours a week towards some of the businesses that we're going to be launching and the community projects in their town. To do that, we need an app that can get the people to sign up, put their details in, put their skills sets in, what their qualification is, what level skills they have, et cetera, et cetera. It is a very, very complex app. This needs to be matched to the businesses that we are launching, the existing businesses and the future businesses that we plan to launch when we launch the One Small Town. So the businesses, we need to know which businesses we're going to be launching as well and offering to the investors. So there's a very important, and it's a huge integration process that we're going through. And our Lebanese ambassador, Fayez, who happens to live in London, very, very switched on guy, he's taken on this responsibility. He's got a very good grasp of IT and very good contacts in that field. So we have some world-class people in London that are developing the app for us for the One Small Town. At the same time, in the little small town in Lebanon that we're going with, I'm not going to mention the name of the town for strategic reasons, because keep in mind that there are always people that are instigators, infiltrators that try and undermine what we're doing. And we want to prevent anyone from going and causing unnecessary damage to this precious project that we're launching. So we'll keep the name of the town a secret until literally 30 days before the launch. We trust that our groundwork that we're doing now is going to take between 3 and 6 months. So hopefully by 6 months from now, we'll be able to launch the One Small Town Lebanon. And so what we're doing now, we've got people on the ground that have already identified a lot of the business opportunities, the empty warehouses, empty factories, empty farms that are just lying idle, that are potential opportunities to reactivate and reinitiate as businesses that are owned by the community, co-owned by the people of the community and investors. We are also identifying all possible businesses that we can set up in that small town based on its climate, its topography, and so forth. And they are incredibly exciting businesses, from pharmaceutics to a hospital, to a health and wellness center, to a new school, primary school and university. So education, keep in mind that all these things that I'm mentioning are huge businesses. They make huge amounts of money. It's just people never think of it like that. But when a hospital is owned by a community, that means that community is making the money that's normally made by a big corporation. So we took in pharmaceutical companies, pharmaceutical labs, we're talking engineering, education, building materials, huge building materials industry businesses that we planning to set up. And I'm just giving you a quick example of the businesses that we're looking at. We're looking at about 100 business plans that we're working on. So in fact, while I'm talking to you and telling you what we're doing, we are looking for people to contribute their existing business plans. So if you have a business, a successful business that you started from a business plan, and you're prepared to share that business with us, it will help us a great deal. Please email me your business plan. You can take out the name, you can take out all the sensitive materials and details, but we just need the business plan so we can use it as a template for the businesses that we will want to start in future as a community-owned business. So we don't have to start from scratch. We have a template. We have fantastic accountants, very well experienced accountants in London, in Toronto, and in various other countries that are working with me, and Fayez, the Lebanese ambassador, to put together the business plans for about 100 different businesses. And obviously farming and agriculture is the #1 area that we're focusing on. We need to grow as much food as we possibly can. Everything that we can possibly grow in this little town will be grown and will be put down as a business plan that will then be offered to investors. So this is a lot of activity going on behind the scenes here. It's an incredibly arduous task that I'm involved in. And on this note, I must say, we need all the help we can get. And the help we need is financial help, because we need money to run the office, and money so we can manage the office and manage this. So please go to onesmalltown.org, go to our website and become a patron of the One Small Town. Make a small donation every month from $6 to several $100s, whatever you can afford. We need as much funding for the Ubuntu international head office so we can pay for all the stuff that's going on. People need to be paid. Things need to be paid all the time. Now, keep in mind, I've been managing this myself for many, many years, 16 years. I've been the principal funder of this movement. So every cent I've ever earned has gone into this. So now I need the help of those people that do want to be part of creating a better world. The best thing you could possibly do is learn as much as you can, go to the website, watch the videos, read the Ubuntu book, and then become a patron. Tell everybody about the One Small Town initiative. So become a seat of consciousness, share the knowledge. And then the next thing, if you can afford a few dollars or a few $100s a month, all depends on how successful you are and how big your heart is, please make a donation. And this way, you know that you're actively participating in making this a reality. That's possibly the best thing you can do for the Ubuntu movement and the One Small Town strategy right now. So we're now working with people on the ground in Lebanon, in this little town. We've identifying the businesses, and we're starting to put the business plans together. This is a very exciting phase of preparing this One Small Town launch. Only when everything is in place, when all the businesses, business plans, business models are in place, when we've got the interviews with the mayor and the people and got beautiful footage and videos of the town, only then will we go live with this. We'll then launch the website and make this launch of the website the official launch of One Small Town. That still, I'm not giving everything away right now because there's a surprise that we've got planned for the actual launch. So we don't give everything away. But the launch will be a very exciting event. It's like we're launching a new brand. We're launching a new event and a new brand that's going to go on creating success, prosperity, and abundance for thousands and thousands of people, and becoming the catalyst and the first domino effect of domino to fall of a global quantum domino effect that I believe will spread across countries, across borders very, very quickly. Let me tell you what has happened since the first mayor has signed up with us. You see, now this One Small Town has already hijacked my presentation. So I don't even think we're going to get to the ancient civilizations, because this, unfortunately, for me, we can discover the most amazing thing about ancient civilizations. But if our future is going to be screwed up by what's going on in the world today, if we're all going to become a totalitarian world with a one world government and a new world order that have destroyed our countries, destroyed our lives, there's going to be absolutely no value in knowing what the ancient civilizations did.
That's fine, Michael. Take it wherever you want to take it.
Yeah, thanks, Neil. There's going to be absolutely no need or worry about what the ancient civilizations did, how advanced they were, how much technology they had, figuring out what the Taurus stones did, how they used the cone-shaped tools, how they could levitate stuff. All that stuff is available to us. We have this knowledge and information. But if in the next 6 to 12 months, our world is going to be destroyed by totalitarian dictatorial governments and puppet masters and sociopathic, psychopathic global leaders, then none of that ancient past knowledge and information is going to help us. So I believe that we got to get One Small Town launched first, because the moment we launch a first One Small Town, it is an antidote for the problems that we have with this so-called virus and the pandemic and the scourge of the vaccine that's been imposed on us. It is absolutely important that we launch One Small Town, because it is a solution for the problem that we face.
Michael, I want to ask you a question, because we had Foster Gamble on, with the Thrive movement, and are you collaborating with Foster and Kimberly and the whole Thrive 2 movement? Because he's
Yes.
leading us in the same direction as well. And I think what you're talking about requires a group effort, conscious collaboration without competition, open source information, all of us sharing. Unity consciousness is right here before us if we reach up and grab it. And you've been preaching this for a long time, but I feel that hearts are opening to this idea. And so, I'm glad that you're talking about this. I wanted this presentation, so I hope our audience is feeling the same, being inspired by what you're doing. So thank you.
Michelle, thanks for bringing that up. Yes, I know Foster very well. We've developed a very good relationship. In fact, I spoke to Foster 3 weeks ago. We spoke twice over the course of the last month or so. And he has pledged all the support that he can give us, whether it's technology, whether it's healthcare, etc. Obviously, Thrive is doing its own thing. They're informing, educating, waking people up. They're doing what they do. One Small Town is doing what we're doing in One Small Town. So what Foster can do is he can certainly contribute whatever technology, healthcare, that he has been able to accumulate and bring into the Thrive movement. And he has offered that to me personally for the One Small Town initiative. So yes, that will happen. And Thrive and One Small Town is running parallel, side by side, doing what we can to bring prosperity and abundance for the world.
I'm so happy to hear that.
Yeah, it's just a matter of time now. So look, we are so close now. It's nothing can stop it now. Really nothing can stop it. We're doing the business plans. When the business plans are ready and we've got a beautiful website developed, then there's a whole plan how this is going to get launched. And that for me is the most exciting part. That's the catalyst. That's the thing that'll get all the investors around the world hot under the collar, hot and excited about this new investment opportunity. Because what One Small Town does, it presents the most exciting, new, fresh, and unique investment opportunity that has never happened before. In the entire history of investment, this is going to present a brand new investment opportunity to investors that is more safe, more secure than any other investment opportunity available to investors around the world today. So we have changed the whole One Small Town approach completely. And that's really what happened during the lockdown phase now, because until recently, as you know, we've always been supported by a lot of bleeding heart, bunny hugging, tree hugging, beautiful spiritual people that sing kumbaya and hold hands and think that we're going to save the world. Yes, we will. We will save the world. We're going to bring love and energy into the world, but it's going to take hardcore action that many of these bunny hugging, tree hugging people can't do. They're too soft. They can't operate in the harsh environment of Wall Street capitalism. It destroys their soul.
That's right. We feel that we all have a piece in the puzzle. Each one of us brings our piece to it. And, as I wanted to tell you, my husband, Brian, says hello to his brother, Michael. He was just here. But as Brian has quoted, I think it's a Thomas Edison quote, vision without execution is hallucination. And so we can be visionaries, and many of us are visionaries who don't know how to execute. So I'm just grateful that you're bringing that piece to this.
I'm grateful that I've been able to navigate the spiritual side of things and, you know, meditate and hold hands and sing kumbaya and hug trees and bunnies and all that stuff. I love that. I love dowsing. Doing dowsing courses. I'm not a great dowser, and talking to channelers and all the spiritual people and psychics and so forth. I love that. But I'm also able, because of my background in pharmaceutics and advertising and all that, I'm also able to navigate in the hardcore business environment, and bring the two together. So this is really, really important. The fact that now we have, let me say this, the mayor of this first one small town in Lebanon is a millionaire. He's a very successful individual. He signed the engagement letter, not because he's a bleeding heart liberal or bunny hugger or anything like that, right? He signed the engagement letter because when he saw the plan, he realized this is a very sound economic strategy for his town, an economic strategy that he has never seen before. And this is why it's so important. So what the One Small Town model does, I believe, is going to create a whole new investment stampede for investors around the world. It is going to become the new norm and the new model by which investors invest into the future, because now investors are going to be part of a community. They're going to be partners in their business with the community. Is going to be their partners. That means that no one can ever undermine your business. No one can ever come into your town and become a competitor to your business, because the community are your partners. And so it becomes an incredibly safe investment, a very profitable investment, because when people see the business plans, when they see the business models, the business plans, and the numbers, when they drill down through the spreadsheets and they see the profits that come out of the one small town approach as opposed to a capitalist business plan approach, there are fewer costs and much higher profits. And then all the protection and the security that you get as an investor into this one small town investment. So I predict the following, as I've predicted. I predicted that we don't need to develop a proof. We don't need to deliver a proof of concept. We need to deliver an acceptance of concept. We have now delivered that. The first mayor has accepted the concept and signed the engagement letter. We're now implementing, we're putting the nuts and bolts into place for us to be able to launch it. The moment we launch this and the first 20 or 30 investors go to our website and they sign up to fund the various business opportunities that we present, we have succeeded. We have delivered proof of concept. What we do know from our little experiment in North Frontenac in 2017, you may be aware of that with Mayor Ron Higgins, that was a very low level before we knew how to actually engage, what to actually do. We just had a rough idea and we're going with it. Well, the idea was reasonably sound, but it wasn't implemented the way it was supposed to be implemented. But even at the low level of implementation in Canada, in North Frontenac, Ron Higgins got numerous phone calls from investors wanting to invest into his small town. So what we learned then already is that this model definitely attracts investors because of how it works. So I believe we're going to create a whole new way that investors are going to invest. And what's going to happen then is all small towns are going to become targets for investors, the conscious investors, and there are millions of them around the world. Small towns are going to become targets, and they're going to go find a small town that they can go and grab for themselves to become the investors before somebody else grabs it. And we're going to create this huge new evolution of the rejuvenation of small towns around the world. That's what's going to happen. So it's literally, I believe we're about 6 months away from our launch now. So please go online, go to onesmalltown.org, make a pledge, become a patron of One Small Town. We need all the financial support we can get.
Let me ask you a question that's in the chat, Michael. Yesterday we had Adam Apollo on, and he talked about templates and letters that have to do with a bulletproof trust course to create trust through he talked about the Private Wealth Academy, but our question in the chat asked about if this goes hand in hand with that. If you're doing anything that where does it say? Anything Adam was talking about with the trust to make us how I'm trying to remember how he presented it to where we
sovereign.
It helps with our sovereignty, right? It helps with our sovereignty.
It was an irrevocable private trust, but I don't think that's what Michael is saying at all.
No.
This is a question. Yeah, this is a question in the chat asking if that goes, if you're doing anything with that aspect, I guess.
No, but he's making people sovereign through these towns.
Right. So you're not using that formula at all. That's what I just wanted to clarify. Thanks.
No, let me be very clear here. I'm not getting into sovereignty movements. I'm not getting into, signing things and trying to fight the system. None of that. We're not engaging on.
You're creating a new system
whatsoever. We are using the tools of enslavement as tools of liberation. We're using all the existing tools out there without fighting them, without opposing them, without resisting them. We're using money, number one tool. We're using the corporate structure of business. We're using investment opportunity to attract the investors. And then we're using cooperatives or nonprofit companies as a structure for the community to structure themselves. So that we're using all the tools of enslavement that are currently used to screw us over and to destroy us. We're now using it for the benefit of the community, benefit of the investors, to work together for the benefit of the whole community.
I'm so glad you clarified that. And I wanted you to talk a little bit more about that, because I've heard you talk about that in the past, how you use the tools of enslavement as tools for liberation. That's a key right there.
Yeah, that's very important. So please don't get confused about, with what we're doing is anything to do with the sovereignty movement. It's none of that. Trust me, I've been down that road for many years in South Africa and with people all over the world. And it's a very noble path. But much of what I know and much of what I'm implementing now is what I learned from walking that path, taking the banks in South Africa to the Supreme Court, then eventually ending up in the Constitutional Court, only having it thrown out, I'm being told by the Constitutional Court that I have no prospect of success before any hearings were done or anything like that. So I've walked the talk for many years. I've stood up in the highest courts in South Africa, defending myself against the highest paid lawyers and advocates. So I understand that game of opposition, of fighting. It gets you nowhere. All it does is tie you up for years and years, use up all your money and spit you out dry and broke on the side of the road. And then nobody is there to help you. So
I am so glad you made that distinction. And I really feel like you sharing your stories and what you've done up to this point is really helping people understand what options are out there. You're presenting an option for many of us that are going, what are the solutions? Rather than the problems, we want to look for solutions. And you're doing a great job of explaining how it works.
And Michael, you were way ahead. So you've already blazed this trail for us so we can all learn from you. Thank you.
Well, if people are new to me, if people don't know who I am, I started this in 2004. This is not something I started last year or 10 years ago. This started in 2004. It's been a 16-year-long journey for me to get to this point. And a few times we've come very close with mayors showing interest and then they fall off the wagon, or they get threatened, or they lose, or they get scared, or something like that. So it's been a process of evolution, and it's a maturity of consciousness, and it's an evolution of spirit, and it's an evolution of awakening of millions of people around the world. And mayors are people too. So mayors and community leaders, and so forth. These are people too. They're waking up and realizing that the way we're going about it, and the resistance and the opposition and the protests, that's not a solution. That's just going to get you knocked on the head and draw blood and lose an eye, or get smoked or gun whipped or whatever, get thrown in jail. It's not a solution. This is the solution. One Small Town is a very simple solution that has evolved out of the struggle movement, out of opposing the system and realizing that it doesn't work. So if opposition doesn't work, what does work? And this is what I said earlier, is using the tools of enslavement as tools of liberation. Let this just sink in for you. So we are taking everything they're throwing at us. We're not resisting it. We're taking it like feng shui and tai chi and whatever martial arts you practice, and we're bending it around, and we're making that energy come around and actually serve us instead of destroy us.
I love what Joan wrote in the chat. This is a path of empowerment for our towns. Wow.
Yeah.
Now, you haven't talked about how many people a small town, I know you have a certain number that you're looking for. I don't think you've mentioned that, have you? Towns of what size?
Look, I'm going to mention briefly, but I just also want to say, please, everybody go to our website. All the videos are there. Watch the most recent videos. Please don't make a mistake of watching a video from 2016 and think that that's what we're doing. But I don't want to remove the old videos from the website, because that shows the pedigree. It shows the path of evolution. So people can see where we've been, what we've done, what were we thinking in 2014 when I ran for president in South Africa with the Ubuntu Party. We were in politics in South Africa, in Australia, in the UK, in the USA, in Canada. We ran in the political arena, learning the hard way, trying to inject a seed of consciousness into the political beast, only to realize that you cannot make the political beast conscious, because the political beast is controlled from much higher powers. I mean, anyone in the USA should know by now that the outcome of an election is controlled. It's not who you vote for. They determine who's going to win the election. We don't determine who's going to win the election. It's controlled. So I learned the hard way in South Africa, pretty much what happened in the USA with a stolen election. If you don't agree with that, it's just too bad. I had my election stolen from me in South Africa as well. We had 1 million members, 1 million supporters. We ended up with 5,500 votes. That shows you how the elections are rigged. Okay, so that was a huge baptism by fire for me, but that took many years of walking the talk, blood, sweat, and tears. It's not easy to start a political party. It's not easy to run in 3 elections, 2012, 2014, 2016. So if you don't know who I am, what I've done, I leave the videos of the past on the website so people can see and follow the progression. But please watch the most recent videos so that you know where we are today. Don't make the mistake of watching old videos. The most recent videos are the crash course. The One Small Town implementation crash course is the most recent video. It's a 12-minute video that clearly shows you how we implement this thing. It is so simple and so easy. So what we're now doing, the moment the first mayor in Lebanon signed up, it was like a catalyst. It was like we reached the 100 monkey and the critical mass after 16 years of enlightening people and sharing this with the people of the world. Suddenly, when the first mayor signed, it created that energetic breakthrough through that wall of resistance. And suddenly 3 mayors wanted to sign up in Lebanon. And then suddenly 4 mayors wanted to sign up in Namibia, our neighboring country in South Africa. And then mayors in Croatia, new mayors in the UK, mayors and small towns in the USA and Canada are suddenly showing interest. So it's literally, and now in South Africa, we not only have a few mayors that are interested, but we also have the first tribal chief. We have about 200 tribal chiefs in South Africa with loads of tribal land. They don't know what to do with their land. Most of the tribal lands are very impoverished, just lying idle. People don't know what to do, because it's a similar with most tribal lands. I trust, like in Canada and the USA, a lot of the tribal lands are just decimated and destroyed and abused. Abused is actually the right word. So suddenly we now have tribal leaders and tribal chiefs that are showing interest in this. In fact, tomorrow afternoon, I'm meeting with the first tribal chief in South Africa that has 42 villages, huge amounts of land. He doesn't know what to do with it. And he's now looking to me to bring him a solution so that they can bring prosperity and abundance to their tribal lands. So the One Small Town model is very simple. We deal with existing towns. We don't build new towns. We're not finding a piece of land and building homes and growing food from scratch. No, we use existing towns, existing infrastructure with everything in place. We just change the way people think, change the way people work, change the way people start new businesses as a collective, as opposed instead of individually fighting and competing against each other, so that we start working together as a community, like we used to for thousands of years, working for the greater benefit of the entire community, not for the benefit of corporations that employ us individually as their slaves. So that needs to change. And the moment we do that, everything changes.
Do you feel that consciousness is at that level where people can work together?
It's definitely getting there, and people are being forced into that kind of thinking because of their circumstance.
Right.
That's why the COVID pandemic has definitely helped a lot with people opening up and finding the one small town plan.
I feel like, I think Maura and I have seen this from our perspective here in California, and among our friends, among a lot of the people that we know. We're seeing that, we've all talked about being the microcosm of the macrocosm. So we see all the problems in the world, but if we don't start within ourselves and start working on those little places that keep coming up and going like this. I mean, I haven't seen you in a couple of years because I definitely have been going through, I joke with people being in the blender, it feels like, man, I've been in it personally. Not just with all of what's going on globally, but personally, really tending to my own garden first, so that we can look at all the areas that we've been suppressing, maybe, childhood wounds that we didn't even know we were carrying around and coming out in our relationships. And with the one small town concept, one of the things that I've been just observing and witnessing is, when there's so much division between people, personality wise, and, being stuck, maybe we could say their need to be right, or our need to be right is greater than our need for harmony, but we like to flip that script. It's time to flip the script. And I feel like One Small Town maybe didn't launch sooner because we all kind of needed to tend to our own gardens first before we could learn how to live harmoniously. It doesn't, we're not talking about a complete utopic society. You're really giving us tools for empowerment, but we all have to take responsibility as individuals to step into the unity consciousness movement. So how do you feel about that and where we're at consciousness wise?
Totally, Michelle, you nailed it. You hit the nail on the head. And that's what's happening. The consciousness is rising all the time, and people are reaching these levels of thought, and exactly as you expressed yourself. And that's why they're finding that they find us. I get hundreds of emails, if not thousands, every week and every month. People finding us, finding the One Small Town movement, and suddenly feeling such a relief, excitement that there is such a plan, such a well-developed, well-evolved plan that has got everything in it. So it is a solution for every problem we face in the world today. One small town solution woven into its structure, not because I know the solution, because the solutions will come from the people in their community.
Right. And it feels like anybody who is clinging to an old way of being, thinking, I can get through this with the I can get through this, I think is going to have a real big knock on the shoulder, knock on the head, slap in the face. With the way through this is we have to utilize all of the things that make us individual. And I like what you were talking about, this app that you're creating, so people can write in, where are their skill sets? We're all different. But if we think we're going to get through this time in history as a single soldier, foot soldier, whatever, I don't think that's reasonable, because we've been moving towards this idea of going back to the village. On Awakening Code Radio, I'm going to do a show called Returning to the Village. We can think globally, but we have to act locally. And, it looks different for each one of us. There's, regenerative farming practices that I think are important. I like that you talked about farming and agriculture as the number one priority. And when people can come together to co-create that, it's, I don't know, I just feel like you're planting all these seeds, and now it's time for everybody to kind of look at it and water those seeds so this garden can grow, and that's the way through.
Look, the what you said there, Michelle, you made a number of very important points. So the one small town thing is going to present an escape route for millions of people that are trapped in the cities, that are trapped in the slums of the cities, that went looking for a better life and a better world, and they found themselves living in worse conditions, trapped in the cities. That now they can't escape, they can't go back home. There's nothing to go back to in their small town, and this will provide a solution for millions and billions of people, possibly, to be able to go back to their town and actually be part of a thriving community that is everything it needs. The other important thing is the whole One Small Town plan it's a deeply integrated plan. Please understand this. This is not just a haphazard, oh, we're going to start a few businesses and grow some food. No. This is a very hardcore capitalist, if you want to use that word, return driven application, implementation. So when we look at the land around the town, we are currently looking at what part of the land can we use for what kind of food growing or agriculture or sheep or wool or whatever it is. So we're looking at everything and then developing a business plan for each one of those agricultural activities. But now, for example, in our area where we can grow 200 hectares of corn. So we're going to grow 200 hectares of corn. First of all, what are we going to do with the corn? Now we need to talk to people that know how to sell the corn. What is the international market for corn? We need to make sure that we have an outlet for that. So we're talking about potentially creating a retail warehouses for the One Small Town produce and products that can be sold, that immediately become an competition to places like Walmart. Now you can imagine if we have 1,000 small towns around the USA or around any country, each one being stocked with One Small Town products and produce, suddenly all made locally and provided locally and shared from one small town to another. This is just an indication of where this is going. But to start off with, when we grow 200 hectares of corn, what are we going to do with that corn? Okay, we're not just going to sell it in bulk. That's the stupidest thing we can do. So now we need a mill to make corn flour. So now the mill itself becomes another business and a business plan and a business model. Then we're going to take some of the corn, we're going to can it. So we got canned corn. So we need to put together a canning factory. That becomes another business. So the corn farming feeds many businesses that all belong to the community. So it's a one umbrella business that feeds many businesses that fall underneath that. That same thing goes for wheat and bakeries. The same thing goes for dairies and milk and cheese and cream and butter and everything else that comes out of a bloody dairy. So it is a deeply integrated plan. It's not just a haphazard, we're gonna start some businesses. And this is why it's so exciting at this stage to be putting these business plans together.
I can see your vision and I feel your passion. We totally feel you. It's coming. I knew getting you to talk about One Small Town. I didn't know that you had a plan to talk what your presentation was going to be on. I was hoping it would be about this because the time we're ready. I mean, this is something I think people could benefit from hearing. We have another few minutes. So I think Neil wanted us to wrap up in about 3 or 4 minutes. So can you get us through with some closing thoughts on your beautiful vision and anything that you left out?
First of all, thank you very much for inviting me. Thanks for giving me this platform to share this. And thank you for being there, Mara and Michelle and Neil. I love you all, sisters and brothers in the USA and all the people around the world that are watching this. Thank you very much. Look, One Small Town is a solution for the problems we face on every possible level. Go to the website, watch the videos, read as much as you can, really fill yourself with the foundational knowledge and information. Read the Ubuntu book, get the Ubuntu book from Amazon. I hate saying Amazon, but unfortunately it's the easiest way for me to sell the book internationally. I can't ship it from South Africa. So we'll have to use those crooks to distribute the stuff, but we use the tools of enslavement as tools of liberation. So you buy a book about liberation from Amazon, that's ultimately going to undermine their global success because their success is no longer going to be required when One Small Town launches. So learn as much as you can. Watch the most recent videos, specifically the crash course, the One Small Town implementation crash course, and then tell everybody. Literally, just tell everyone about this. Share the video. It's easy. You can share it on Telegram, on WhatsApp, on any medium. It's small enough to do that. And then please become a One Small Town patron. We need all the support we can get because we are now running into serious daily costs of managing this beast that's growing bigger and bigger. Keep in mind that it's coming. It's no longer an idea. It is now an implementation plan. We are launching the first One Small Town. So we're now gone 16 years of ideology, of theory, of planning. Now we're doing it. And as we get ready to release more information about this first One Small Town in Lebanon, we will be putting it out on our news page, onesmalltown.news. The website is onesmalltown.org. And we'll be putting out this information. And I trust that by the time we launch, it will create that domino effect that will make every small town a target for the conscious millionaires and the conscious investors around the world.
We'll get you.
Okay. We were on mute.
Perfect.
Go ahead, I can hear you.
Okay, we will get you, you said.
Michael, we will also get you. All listeners, stay tuned because we'd still love to hear what you have to say about ancient civilizations, ancient technologies, because I know that's what led to all of this. It's all one big full circle. So we've got more.
That's exactly. I'm really glad you brought that up, Mara, because people say to me, well, you should stop talking about this One Small Town stuff or stop talking about the ancient civilizations. They don't know who I am, where I come from. They sort of find me talking about ancient civilizations and technology and aliens and Anunnaki. And now suddenly I'm talking about One Small Town and banking and all that. They go, how do you cross the two? I say, well, everything is connected. Everything is connected.
It's all interrelated. And we can't thank you enough for your tireless efforts, Michael. We love you. We love you so much. Thank you for joining with us. Our love to your mother, to Emma, Alan, and Omar are ready to take it away. So we just feel our love, Michael. We're giving you so much love and support. And we hope our audience will do everything, according to what you shared. Go to the website, become a patron. We appreciate you. Thank you so much.
It's great to see you, Michael. I think what you're doing is a natural outgrowth of all the other stuff you studied, and now it's an application. That's the thing.
Yeah, thank you, Alan. It's great to see your face. Good to hear your voice as always. Thank you, everybody. It's great to see you. Great to see those people that have popped on my screen here. Yeah. I look forward to seeing you in person, real live person with no masks. None of that happens around. Yeah. Great.
Thank you, Michael. One of the champions of our cause. Yes. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael. That was wonderful. That was great information. Really appreciate it.
We should do a forum with Michael and Foster Gamble and get their kind of
Michael, you down for that?
Foster?
Yeah, we should actually. Let's arrange that within the next few months.
Mix. Yeah.
I'm always happy to talk to Foster. I actually left him a message just the other day. I'm waiting for him to get back to me.
Right.
All right, brother. Take care, Michael. Talk soon.
Ciao for now. So it is my great privilege and honor to introduce our next guest, Kamora Jones. You guys have seen her here on Portal to Ascension a few times. So let me just quickly read Kamora's bio, and then Alan will take it over from there. So Kamora Laroyce Jones, Art Soldier 77, was born in Las Vegas, Nevada, November 3rd, 1977, and has been creating art since the age of 3. Kamora still lives and works in Vegas. Most of her youth was spent learning to draw from life and imagination and visualizing Christian mysticism and spirituality. In 2017, Kamora and her wife had a few significant metaphysical experiences. Previously, she started remembering a vision from her childhood, which led her to begin studying concepts in reincarnation and consciousness. From a very young age, Kamora was always exposed to concepts in higher consciousness, although lucid transcendent dreaming and astral projection. After having the experience in 2017, she was able to open up to the energy that brought her to where she is today. The Art of Transmigration series is directly inspired by those experiences in Akashic reading, other spiritual experience meditations, channeling, and trances that help her understand the importance of the soul's journey. She prefers sketching her concepts with graphite on paper or digitally with her Wacom Syntec in Clip Studio Paint, Adobe Photoshop, Corel Painter, or Procreate. Graphite sketches are always digitized, edited, colored, and manipulated to create the final piece. Quite often, Kamora will draw and paint digitally to keep the lines and values of each composition harmonious and refined. Kamora works with many analog and digital visual art mediums, including 3D modeling, sculpting, and motion graphic tools like Adobe After Effects. During the week, Kamora also works as a senior graphic artist for an international gaming manufacturer. Kamora has always been inspired by metaphysicals, new age spiritual art, psychedelic visual artists, and the pre-Raphaelite William Blake, and many other classical and modern visual storytellers working on various mediums. You can view Kamora's transmigration art on Instagram or Facebook at ArtSoldier77. You can view art from a few of Kamora's other art projects on her website, artsoldier77.com. Thank you very much for being here, Kamora. Really appreciate it. And Alan, I will toss this over to you.
Well, just a brief, because we want to get to the art and Kamar. Are you doing a presentation, Kamar, or is it a conversation?
Yeah, it's a presentation, and then I'm leaving about 15 minutes for a conversation afterwards, if you'd like.
Great. So I just have to say, when I found Kamara's art, it was on some thumbnail somewhere I saw, it just hit me. It hit me in the third eye. It's like, who is this? What is this saying? And because it was downloading so much information from these drawings. So it was like, people talk in light language, but this was a visual expression of light frequencies. And I felt as if it went right into me. So I said, I have to find out who this is. Who is Art Soldier 77? And it was great to meet you in Las Vegas. And I just think this is the next level of art, and she has so much to say about creativity. She was one of the stars of our hybrid program, our show that we did, Portal to Ascension. She's coming up in the Starseed program. So this is art and creativity that is initiatory. For me, it takes you to another level of cognitive reality, and that's why I'm so happy you're with us today. Okay, Kamara. Thanks. It's all yours.
Thanks so much. I'm going to go ahead and share my screen, and I still have an hour, right?
Yeah.
Right?
Yes.
Okay, cool. Let me really quick here. One moment. Let's do like this, and let's do like this right here.
I know it takes a lot to prepare, and we appreciate this because it's worth it.
All right. So can you see my screen?
Yep.
Perfect. So thanks so much for joining in. I have my presentation timed out pretty well. I'm Kamora Jones. I'm going to share a few things with you. I'd like you to feel free to disagree with everything I have to say. But if you're down for a creative journey and learning a little bit about yourself and about your creative potential and the options you have as a soul, as a creative soul, please come on the journey with me. When I started on my spiritual journey, I was very young, and I was heavily in religion. And the cool thing about me is that I was blessed enough for my artistic development to evolve alongside my spiritual development. So I'm going to share a little bit about how I used my creative expression to evolve myself, to evolve my soul, and to learn a lot about who I am and how I fit into consciousness and how I fit into the world. So I was steeped in Christian religion. I was born into it. My family all came from the South, very Baptist. When I got into the Christian church, it was, 2000, I think I was 12 years old or something like that. And I was fascinated with this idea of the blood of Christ and how we're born into sin and all these different things. And I didn't exactly vibe with it. I thought it was a very sort of constrained system. I had an extremely hard time with it. And but what I was able to do as a creative individual, as a creative child, is I was able to draw it. A lot of these drawings I'm going to show were done like in my 20s. But I did a lot of stuff before that too to kind of lead up to this as well. So everyone always asks me where I came from and how I got to where I am. Well, here we are. So I was fascinated with this idea. The Apostle Paul in the book of Ephesians talks about the Christian faith in accordance with pieces of armor. And so I was fascinated with this idea of these forces of darkness, these heavenly realms, these different battles that are going on between over the soul of individuals, the battles over whether or not you're going to be a slave to sin or a slave to righteousness. And so I sought out to try to illustrate some of these to help myself understand it, because I found that to be the only thing really interesting about the Christian faith in general. Now, I bought into it from an emotional standpoint because I felt like I had no other options. And so this was kind of where I took it. I took it into this space of sort of trying to visualize the battle. I would oftentimes ask God to show me what that looks like, how to visualize it. And what I often got subconsciously is that I should try to draw it. I should try to visualize it myself. And that there's nothing wrong with that. And that there was understanding in writing it out, in drawing it out, in speaking it out, and in understanding your connection with it. So it was creativity from the very beginning that inspired me to continue to move forward and to try to understand who I am, not just who I am in reference to religion or predefined doctrine, but who I am within myself. So I sought out to continue to draw. Some of these are pretty dark. This is what I got out of it. A lot of young people nowadays don't necessarily vibe too much with traditional religion. There are a lot of reasons why. I believe that one of those reasons why is because it doesn't provide enough space for evolution, for individuated evolution, in my opinion. Now, this isn't to say that I think Christianity or any religion is bad. Everything is useful if you connect with it, if you resonate with it. But for me, I saw a world of darkness, and I saw this potential for individuals to completely lose everything if they weren't willing to align with the doctrine. This idea that we must accept the blood of Christ and become like the bride of Christ, I thought was a very beautiful concept. I still think it's a very beautiful concept. But I also find it interesting that the emphasis is put on something outside of us when we ourselves have a fundamental connection with source, with higher consciousness. And so I played around with this dichotomy between light and dark, between being a slave to sin and a slave to righteousness. And it fascinated me. Now, 2005, I was also exploring other things, right? I was exploring ideas about different dimensions. I was fascinated with it. Of course, being exposed to different media and different ideas, different stories, different individuals, this idea of dimensions and different spaces that one could dwell in was forever fascinating to me. Also, at the time, I was getting kind of interested in ancient cultures and what, this idea of, I wonder what Christianity might have taken from ancient cultures and how the fact that ancient cultures in general all shared amongst themselves ideas, religious concepts, technology, and whatever else you can think of. I was trying to understand how I thought about the world. Yet, on the other hand, I had religion saying that I needed to continue to focus a specific way, a certain way that was very sort of linear and limiting to me. That being said, my soul, higher consciousness, my guides were guiding me to use that, to understand how I could use those concepts in conjunction with that was coming out from inside me. When we talk about light language, what was fascinating to me and what's still fascinating to me is the idea of speaking in tongues. In Pentecost, the disciples were given the ability to speak in different tongues. And when I hear people speaking light language, it just makes me think of my days in the church and how speaking in tongues was sort of a sign that the Holy Spirit was inside of you. So this was an illustration I actually did for a church that I worked at for about 7 years. And I would actually do weekly illustrations. Pastor was a really cool guy. And I would do weekly illustrations, and they would put them on the overhead, and not on the overhead, they had a big screen at this church. And they would be printed on the bulletin. So people would actually collect the bulletins as, these art pieces that could be collected. There's also the idea of the Holy Spirit through doctrine. This idea that the written word, or the word of God as it's been dictated to men, is of divine origin. But we must also understand that what is given to men is basically under the will of men in how they want to sort of share that with the public. And so even if something is inspired, it doesn't matter how clear the channel was. It doesn't matter how seamless the information was delivered to an individual, regardless of whether it's New Age doctrine or whether it's religious doctrine or any sort of other dogma or anything like that. We must understand that it's going through human hands, and human hands are going to put their ideas on whatever it is they're trying to transmit to others and to themselves. I did this piece, Spiritual Mapping, back in 2009, and it's a pretty big piece. It's actually a canvas, and it has these different people at different points. The elevated portion of the cross that you see here, if you can kind of see my cursor here, those are people that are basically in the church, and they're looking down on those who aren't in the church. A little judgmental, right? So if you look over here, you can kind of see people kind of falling off the edge, but you see people up here who are robed, right? Robed in the blood of Christ. And they have the ability to help those people down here, but oftentimes for those who have been in the church, or for those who are still in the church who are listening to me right now, you'll understand that there's politics within the church, and there's sort of a pride in being in that. There's sort of a looking down on people who aren't in the church, the people who aren't in the fold. The result of my obsession of dwelling in the land of the righteousness and the wicked, trying to find the proper equation to soul perfection through my own mind and heart, embattled within the dichotomy of accepting my authentic identity and being fit for heaven, I felt broken, tired, angry, confused, and hopeless. Was I fighting the right battle? So I came to this place of trying to figure out if this is even my battle to face in the first place. I mean, what are the mechanics of the spiritual realm? I was fascinated with this idea of the spiritual realm, this idea of darkness and light, this idea of how we are able to continue to, in God's grace, if we can sort of align with Him and sort of get rid of ourselves. And so I found that the focus was not about the betterment of the self, but the sort of, letting go and being one with Christ. And that kind of got in the way of my personal development. So this is where life got interesting. I started realizing that I could define my own ideas about spirituality, looking within to find truth through the composite ideas of my experiences. So I started developing boundaries and stopped treating myself like a dog who was always looking for a master. This is advice I would give to anyone. And what that entailed was I had to realize this is my journey, that as a human being, I can hurt people, I can help people, and that I have to be willing to be better. And I had quite a few people in my life at the time who helped me understand this. And I kind of felt like I'd been led astray. I felt like there had been a lot of people who had manipulated me, but at the end of the day, I couldn't blame anyone but myself. I couldn't blame the devil any longer. My hope is that people will stop blaming the devil and start looking at themselves as being the greatest enemy to society and to each other. One moment. So I started looking at these battles that I had learned about within the scripture, and I started thinking, well, maybe these aren't my battles. Maybe indeed these are battles that were around long before me. And maybe I should consider them to be something that I can use from a metaphorical standpoint. But I shouldn't assume that these shadowy battles, these shadowy religious battles, these battles between doctrine, between religious aristocrats, that they have anything to do with me at all or my mission on Earth. You know, the soul has the ability to dwell wherever it wants to dwell. And I think it's important to understand that you are what you want to be. And I don't think this is just like a frou-frou kind of idea that, you know, one could just sort of believe in. I think it's a reality. If you want to be under the thumb of a religious God, you know, a religious God or a tyrant of any kind, or someone who tells you that you're not enough, then you won't be enough. And you'll dwell in those spaces. You'll dwell in these sort of ghettos of fear. But I had to realize that, and it took some people to really kind of shake me up. One of those people was a atheist friend of mine who really doesn't believe in anything other than himself. But it was really great that he kind of took me under his wing and helped me to see a little clearer that things are my decision. The soul needs that space to develop, needs that space to understand its position and what it can potentially work with. You can choose to come out of darkness and into all your creative opportunities. You can choose to come into the light of that. You can choose to accept the fact that maybe a particular doctrine or idea or style of thinking just isn't for you. You can accept the fact that you may not be the right person for that book, for that channel, for that philosophical doctrine. So where this took me is, this basically took me to this place of trying to understand how humans could get to a point of evolution. Obviously, a lot of people in this conference have been talking about this sort of utopian ideals, or, you know, making humanity better, trying to find a better system for ourselves. And so once my wife and I left the church, which we left the church about 9 years ago, I think it was. We've been married for 12 years, so we left the church I think it was about 9 years ago. Something sort of started speaking to me, this idea of, why can't we be better? Why can't we do better? Why can't we do more? Why is our technology so, why is it so limited? Why is medical science, why does it break people? This isn't to say all medical science is bad. It's just that, you go to the hospital and you get a bill, and the bill can break you. It's like if the fall didn't break you, the medical bill will, right? So I started thinking about this idea of humanity and this sort of utopian idea of Earth, and I started sort of visualizing it and what the architecture and technology could be like. And very sci-fi, very sort of sci-fi fantasy, and just sort of thinking, really big sky, what we call in graphic art and in entertainment, we call it big sky ideas. And so just kind of thinking about it, it made me think, wow, I wonder why we're not more evolved. And this doesn't mean that it has to be like any of these things I'm drawing here, or anything anyone has ever imagined, so to speak. For the most part, we're probably going to have to work with what we have, which is a good thing. But the question remained, how do we get to this point? How do we get to this place where we create these sustainable environments that are not just sustainable for humans, but sustainable for all creatures on the planet? And I started thinking, and something came to me concerning the spirit and the soul, and why we have such a hard time. And I kind of came to the impression and understanding that maybe we have such a hard time because we don't understand who we are. And when I say we don't understand who we are, it's this idea of, we don't understand what the soul is. We don't understand that. And so around 2016, I started remembering things from my past. I had this vision, this sort of, I don't know, I didn't know if it was a pre-birth vision or if it was a vision from my youth, but these ideas in 2016 started coming to me, these spiritual ideas about reincarnation, ideas about the soul, ideas about the soul's journey. Around the time I'd read Dr. Michael Newton's book, Journey of Souls, and that really spoke to me as well. In 2017, things really opened up, and I started sort of exploring this idea of the mechanics of the soul and consciousness. And I always thought it was fascinating in the church how so many people didn't really have an understanding of how the soul actually works, and just weren't even creative enough to really speculate on it. And so I draw all these images and stuff, and people would be like, well, why are you drawing that? Why are you so fixated on that? Why are you so hyper-focused on that? And it sort of disappointed me, because I'm like, well, we're spiritual people. Aren't you supposed to be more creative? You're talking about how spiritual you are and how you connected with God you are. You're talking about this creative idea of this God that exists in another dimension, that has the power over all creation, and you're not creative enough to visualize what that is. And so I think these ideas about what the soul is and the composition of the soul and how it connects with the body started really coming to me. And I felt them seeping into my soul. And I felt like this stuff was being channeled into my mind and focused into my mind. And so I started drawing it out, understanding the idea that the ego is a part of the human construct. So if you're talking about the soul coming into the body, the ego is, kind of a part of the human persona, not necessarily the personality. I think of the soul as the personality, as the core personality. But the ego is a part of that as well, and it's something that we use to have human experiences and to interact with each other. So I also started studying this idea of these metaphysical spaces, or hyperspace, if you will, and this sort of field of vision. When you talk about like the light spectrum and how our vision is kind of limited, this idea of what those spaces may look like, these spaces where we share energy. And what those sort of streams of energy and those streams of consciousness, those seamless streams, may actually look like. This is how the Transmigration series started. These are some of the first few images that came out. I was very fascinated with this idea of a system of consciousness, in the sense of like a programmatic system, trying to figure out what the data structures probably look like, what the programming language of the soul would look like, the information that's being transmitted from source back to the soul. And so I was just very interested in trying to visualize this for myself, and it seemed like a lot of people started connecting with it. I actually drew this image very shortly after my first, after what I call my first real ego death, bona fide metaphysical experience. And you can see back in 2017, I'm already starting to put light language sigils into my work. Now, of course, I'd seen people doing this online on Instagram and such, but yeah, it all made sense to me. That experience that I had was very transcendent. And I felt like some of the information was being embedded in symbols that were also being embedded in my light body. If you look here, even back in 2017, this idea of these higher dimensional beings who were communicating with humans, trying to get humans to evolve, was right there. It was there the whole time. I'm going to flip through a couple of these a little bit, because I do have quite a few I want to share. I want to share some of the new work as well. This idea of the soul being faceted, being multidimensional, that the soul isn't just this thing that's going to go to heaven or hell, that there are components, there are mechanisms, there are connections that can facilitate the ability or inability for us to evolve, and to conversely, evolve humanity. It isn't so much a collective thing as it is an individual thing. It's behavioral, right? So you can't just assume that we're going to evolve and that we're like all evolving. Of course, we're raising vibration, purely from an informational standpoint, because information is shared more than ever. But we have to understand that this is behavioral. And if you want people to change, everybody has to be willing to change. But they have to be willing to do it on their own terms. So this idea that you have different levels of soul development really resonated with me as well. This idea that you have baby souls that are born, that come into human bodies, and you also have very old souls who come into human bodies, and that we're sort of all mixing it up here. in this earth dimension that we're in right now, and dimension is actually a bad word, but in this current reality frame that we're in, we're all kind of mixing it up, right? And at any given time within our timeline, we are, kind of trying to find our way. And so you got these new souls coming in. These new souls have ideas and philosophies. The old souls have ideas and philosophies. Every once in a while, people talk about how the young people they're gonna like change us, but you have like young people who are actually old souls who come in with old ideas as well. And so I'd like to just put that out there that, not all the young people coming in are going to save us. Some of them are just trying to hold on to old ideas. So there was this idea of mastery and what that means and what sort of doorways and portals each individual in their individuated experiences would need to go through in order to evolve to this place where they either stop incarnating or they're able to actually add something to the human experience, or shall we say, leave something behind. So when it comes to artistic development, this is kind of what it's all about. Once again, I was also in the space of, kind of looking at angels again, and trying to figure out, okay, well, what are these beings, what would these beings who could share information with us about how we can evolve our society, how we can evolve ourselves? What would they be like? Are they angels, in the very traditional sense of the word? Are they energy beings? Are they higher dimensional beings? Are they throne beings? Are they seraphim? Are they cherubim? For those of you who know about Ezekiel's vision or Isaiah's vision, or any of the visions in the book of Revelation, or in any of the other spiritual texts. The idea of angels in spiritual texts are very different from what was actually developed visually during the Renaissance period and during other art movements as well. So this one on the left here, universal language, I was indeed, trying to look at this idea of what the language of consciousness is. What does it mean? What is it? How do we communicate? How does consciousness and source communicate with us? How do our guides communicate with us? And once again, what is the construct? What does it mean? What does it all mean? Does it matter if we evolve? Does it not matter if we evolve? This piece right here, Shadow of Your Wings, was kind of fascinating to me because it's very much like a Christ-like construct. This idea of, power, confidence, compassion, protection, love, fear, hate, disappointment, anger, sadness, passion, vision, peace, war, identity, immoral, blasphemous, adulterous, murderous, abusive, manipulative, psychopathic, joyful, peaceful, patient, kind, good, gentle, faithful, controlled, brave, visionary, adventurous, attractive, sexy, intelligent, popular, independent, victim, sellout, failure, winner, leader. Look in the mirror. Who are you? This to me, as I was on this path of enlightened learning through this sort of higher dimensional connection I had with these guides who were guiding me, I felt like they were sort of evolving my understanding that I had developed through Christian learning as well. This idea that Christ wasn't necessarily talking about this idea of heaven and hell, but talking about this idea of how we could evolve ourselves, first by looking in the mirror and then becoming the sacrifice unto ourselves so that we can be our best selves. So coming here to Earth to do work, not just coming here to Earth to consume, to use, to manipulate each other. I'm going to share a few of these here. Feel free to look on. Once again, you can go to my Instagram page, and you can actually go all the way back to the beginning of the series on Instagram. My Facebook page, unfortunately, does not go all the way back to the beginning of the series, because I started my Facebook page a little bit later. Also on my website, artsoldier77.com, I'm going to be turning that into a transmigration page. So I'll have everything on there as well. If you look here, you have this idea of this blaming universe on the right here. This idea that the universe is looking back at you. You are looking into the void and the universe is looking back at you. And this is a symbiotic relationship that we have, where the universe is asking us, will you accept your mission? Will you take on your archetype? Will you do the work that you agreed to do? Now, some believe that you're going to do the work no matter what. It's embedded in you, it's programmed into you. I believe that is that it's a choice. Some people don't really follow through. Some people get here and it's really hard, right? You get into a body, that body belongs to a culture, that culture belongs to a family. You may find that family is a really hard place for you to evolve in any respect. You may find later on that you get married to someone who isn't as supportive. You may find that this is so difficult that you don't want to deal with it anymore. But might I put forth the idea that you have a chance to figure out who you are just by looking at what you like, what you love, what you've always been passionate about. And you can start from there and you can move forward. And maybe you can develop something that helps you. It isn't just about helping everyone else. If individuals don't change within themselves, then we don't have anything. And so 2018, these ideas, these hyperdimensional, higher dimensional beings, these intelligent beings who developed a very sustainable culture, this idea started coming to me. I started drawing it out. These were the first two that kind of came out, and everybody really connected with these. And something said to me, well, you need to kind of keep doing these. You need to keep doing these alien, higher dimensional beings who are most likely angels, who are most likely, something else. You need to keep drawing these. You need to keep kind of sharing these with people. They're speaking to people. This control mechanisms, this piece was, this was actually a piece I did for my first giveaway. One of the people who won the giveaway, and anybody who knows what giveaways, I actually give mini prizes away. They had this idea, they wanted to do something with a higher dimensional being and a human, and sacred geometry symbols or connective symbols. And this was sort of like how this came out. This just came out of me. It was a very easy image to produce. It's not a very complex image for those who can draw, they'll know what I mean. But it worked really, really well from an energetic standpoint and from a compositional standpoint. And so this, I think, was sort of the beginning of my current paradigm of understanding. And once again, you can sort of look at these beings. What they're trying to do is they're basically trying to help humans evolve. And they're trying to do it through their technology, which actually the technology uses some metaphysical concepts, kind of mixed with sort of this next level technology as well. I'm not going to talk about it too much. I'm actually making a comic book right now, a graphic novel, and so I'll talk about it a little more in that. But what I'd like to put forth to you is, for you to go ahead and read some of the writings that I've also channeled to go along with the images. They are on Instagram and on Facebook. Read some of the writings, you'll get an idea of how the story actually works. This idea of this being who's becoming a transmigrator, trying to figure out how to put information into humans, how to put positive ideas into humans so that, within our time frame, we can actually, those ideas can take root and help us to create better technology and to create a better way of living. A sort of covert methodology. I'll put forth the idea and I'll just give you a little hint. In the story, it doesn't end up working up like that. So this is another one. If you look at this data stream on the right here, this kind of came out of one of my other experiences that I had. This idea that we're always being fed information from higher consciousness. Their technique is called projectionosis. This is sort of a map of how it works, how to think about it from a philosophical standpoint. So yeah, I'd like you to think about how you fit into this human experience. And one of the ways to do that is through art, is through drawing it, writing it, speaking it, thinking about it, thinking about this space you find yourself in, this earth space that you find yourself in, thinking about what you have to offer. I still work a day job. So in conjunction with that, and of course my day job is an art production job. So I'm an artist, I make symbols and characters and stuff like that. But I still have to make time for this work. I think this work is very important. As you saw from my Christian art, I've been dabbling in these ideas ever since I was a kid. And so this is how I know this is my work. And you'll know your work because it's always been with you. It's always been there. It's like a wart on your skin. It's just always there. It speaks to you through the ages of your development, through your paradigm shifts. It talks to you. It lets you know that you need to speak up. You need to not only speak up to others, but you need to speak up to yourself. That things aren't going to change unless you do your part. And so, as many are doing, I'm just doing my part. And I'd like to encourage everyone to think about these ideas like the Akashic records, think about ideas like reincarnation, think about ideas of, what we really need to do from a societal standpoint. What do we need to do to move forward? How can we become more compassionate? How can we use the energy that we share amongst ourselves, these energy constructs, these light language sigils? How can we use all this to endow each other with greater energy, to inspire each other? How can you encourage someone who's close to you to pick up the gauntlet, to pick up their weapon of peace, the weapon of peace, and to use their gifts and to put them out into the world? How can you encourage someone to be better, to do better, to learn, to go train, to use their voice, to use their hands, to help others? The more we understand about the soul, the more we understand about who we are individually and collectively, the more we understand that the soul is limitless and that we are having these life experiences over and over again, the more we understand that the soul is this intelligent being that is not limited by space or time. It isn't limited by political ideas. It isn't limited by the color of your skin. It isn't limited by where you come from, where you've been. It isn't limited by your disabilities. It is only limited by your inability or ability to believe in your potential. So yeah, so go check out my work, be inspired. What I'd like you to do, a little bit of homework, is to draw or paint something and share it with me. And if you can do that, that would be fantastic. And let me see if I can actually stop sharing my screen here.
Oh, thank you. Oh, let me just get back in. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I mean, this is a deeper journey that you've taken us on than you did last time, which kind of speaks to the deepening of your art. I mean, where it really comes from. So what's your vision now? I mean, well, so much to talk about here and some great comments in the chat about how much people love your work. But so this is, for me, it's so strong because they're sort of, you're drawing these beings that are almost tangible, that I can sense, but now you've given them form. So how do these beings come to you? I mean, through your art, are you a window, or do they appear before you do, or sense them before you do the images? And
the idea is that, as you can, as I took you through the process, the idea is that this all kind of came to me over time. The way that I access the information now is that I have a sort of trance technique that I use, that's sort of trance meditation kind of, where because I have a seamless connection post, my experiences in 2017, I basically just close my eyes, I look into the void, I send an intention out, and what I get back sometimes is I get the words to the piece, or I get a shadowy image, more of a silhouette or a construct of what the composition could actually look like. The beings themselves, as you can see, I kind of sketched around with them for a little while back in 2018, kind of before I got to where, 2017, 2018, before I got to where I wanted. And it kind of landed on that sort of archetypal, sort of image with the big eyes and stuff. I mean, it really resonated with me, but with the difference of showing the connectivity of the energy and the network going on within the body of each being, almost as sort of a guide for how humans should think about our energy bodies and how humans should think about how we process information and share information amongst ourselves. So all of it to me has always been very educational in understanding the fact that what you say, what you do, how you manipulate others, how you help others is all a part of this large network being shared. So even the images themselves are educational pieces and activated sort of energy pieces, so all of it's kind of very purposeful, actually.
Yeah, they are activating, just looking at them and feeling the encoding in one's body. The other great thing, and we'll come back to all this, is the idea of creativity, because you had some really deep understandings of the creative process, not just about your art, but everyone's creative process is a deepening of their soul connection. Can you talk about that a little bit?
Yeah, it's really important to see yourselves. Of course, okay, so everyone talks about this idea of collective consciousness and how we're all connected and how we're all one. But remember, you are an individuated unit of consciousness having an experience in a human body. Your soul comes into your body and it fuses with your body. It connects with the networks of your brain and you become a part of it. But you're not just becoming a part of it just so you're like another body on Earth. There's plenty of bodies on Earth. Okay, you have something to explore. You have something you're trying to find out about yourself and about your fundamental connection with Source. If you think about Source or God, whatever you want to call it, as being this sort of creative machine, this sort of potential, this machine of potential. A machine is a really bad word, but a being of potential who creates potential for individuals to explore themselves within the mind of Source, then you start to realize that you have a lot of work to do. And that work isn't supposed to be this hard, work and this stuff that's supposed to, just kind of make you grind your teeth. It's supposed to be natural. And so if you can just look at what you love playing the piano, you like singing, you like dancing, you like martial arts, you like administrative arts, right? You really have to be willing and brave enough to look at that and to move forward in that, get some training, go to college, whatever you need to do an apprenticeship, so that you can leave something behind for other humans who are coming behind you. And so we all have skin in the game. You can't just assume that someone else is going to save the earth. Please don't assume these beings, even if they are downloading information, remotely, or they're here downloading information, or they have a hyper connection, with you. You still have to be willing to do the work. It doesn't matter. Nobody's going to come and save your butt. You know what I'm saying? You need to do the work yourself. So, yeah.
Your process is like a dialogue in a sense. I mean, it's coming to you and yeah, you're conversing in a sense, it feels like, with the creative downloads. It's like talking to you and you're creating it, and then it's a back and talk about that dialogue of creative exchange.
So, okay, so first part of this is skill, right? So you gotta do the work, learn the skills so that you can seamlessly integrate your brain with your hand, right? And if you look at this here, you can see on my hand, I have a 77 on my hand. See, I was born with that. And I was born in 77, see? So interestingly enough, the mind, you do these drawing exercises when you're a young artist, and you're in school, you're in classes, whatever. You do these drawing exercises where you're drawing and you're not looking at the paper, okay? And what that does is it connects the mind with the hand. And so the first part of initiation is doing the work so that your body becomes a tool. And then the next part is connecting yourself, or doing this in conjunction with the fundamentals. You connecting yourself with your guides, whoever is there to guide you, whoever is your sort of, as Sheila said, your oversoul or your guide. I loved Sheila's presentation the other day. You got to connect with your guides. You got to connect with whoever it is that's guiding you, whoever it is that's feeding you information. And in that way, you'll become sort of like this filtering, mechanism, and this sort of channel for new ideas. It isn't just about perpetuating old ideas, in my opinion, but you got to have the skills, and then you got to learn how to connect with the guides that are guiding you. And then you can seamlessly bring new ideas into the world.
Well, just read a comment here. Your drawings, they awaken the resonance of lost vibration of our way of living, from feeling, connecting to Source, using our precious body, mind, soul. That's one. You got a lot of great comments. But what do you learn, as you do this and you're connecting? What's the kind of downloads coming into your brain besides the actual, manifestation of the art? What are you learning about existence, in a sense? Yeah.
I'm learning that I need to be open to new experiences, that I need to be open to new personalities, that I need to be open to the fact that I may not do this forever. I need to be open to the fact that I have work to do within Transmigration series. I got to get the Oracle deck done. I got to get the comic book done. I got to get things done. But I'm also open to the fact where I have blocks. That's what's kind of revealed to me a lot of times is where I'm blocked. I'm blocking myself energetically. I'm open to the fact that I can be a little more compassionate with some of the people around me. But also I'm open to the fact that, wow, there's a lot of like battling and competition in this world. And so as I'm getting these downloads, understand I'm drawing, which takes a lot of time and a lot of work. Creating a piece of art takes a lot of time and work. It isn't just, I'm not just zoned out when I'm doing this. But yeah, it just requires me to, just wake up and do more. Yeah.
But no, I was asking outside the human realm, what are you getting from the images as far as technologies or bio or sacred, that kind of message? What's coming to you?
Oh, okay. Well, so if you think about the last image that I shared, which was sort of like the image of the soul connection, I think it's the idea that we have this seamless connection between us and source, or us and our guides, or us and other higher dimensional beings that we have an individuated and collective connection with. And so if we're trying to evolve humanity, one of the things that I get is that we need to understand that what we want to happen can happen. And that doesn't mean that you yourself can go build, a machine that creates, energy that isn't polluting the environment. It means that you may be able to create an idea for it and someone else may be able to create that. And it's this idea that, we don't necessarily need money like currency and the way we've been using it. We can create a society of connectivity, of energetic connectivity, where we develop value through creative endeavors. And that's how we pay each other. That's how we compensate each other. And so the energy connections that I draw and that I share are literally all about that. They're literally all about the fact that you can grab something in metaphysical space, you can bring it into your heart, and you can create something with it. And depending on who you are and your skill set, you can do that. And you can bring people together to do that. But I think we oftentimes think too much about money, and we think too much about the limitations we have because of funding and such. I think you should do what you can within your power, but
can you read some of this? Because you went by a little fast. Can you read some of what you've written in the transmigration series? If you don't mind, because I wanted to absorb, because I think your writing is kind of goes with the drawings say it all, but your writings add another dimension, like the instructor. I just kind of highlighted some of those ones here, like the instructor series, or whatever you feel to read, because I think that's such a key element to this whole thing you're transmitting.
Yeah, I can actually, if you want, what I could do, I think I have a couple more minutes. I can share something with you really quick here. Mm-hmm. Let's see here.
Because I think your writing is as deep in a way as your drawings. So yeah, share whatever you.
Oh yeah, and I actually shared this with someone lately. I think it's important. Oh, I'm not even actually sharing this.
Oh, there.
Right.
Oh yeah. Can you read this in a way? Because it's
in that space of my highest vibrational aspect, I feel them meaning the beings. Okay. The being who connected with me since the earliest moments of my life. I call to them, hoping to break through the amnesic walls, partitioning me off from my soul memories. So we have amnesia. So when you come into a body, there's an amnesia. You're not supposed to remember everything you did. Some people can. Some people can do past life regression and remember things, but you need to get focused in on what you're doing with this life, right? Still misunderstanding the nature of my relationship to them, they speak into me, not impeded by my experiential fog. There is no distance between connections. Conscious entanglements only require the alignment of light frequencies. Remember, we are the same. So what this is essentially saying, this particular being that is this individual's guide. If you look here, the individual light body here in the center that's sort of dancing, that's basically like a human, that's like a human soul, basically. This other being is some sort of guide. Maybe it's one of my alien guides that I draw, or maybe it's something else completely. This idea that your connection with your guides is fundamental to your experience. And I've heard that guides change per lifetime. I've heard that some guides stay with you for many lifetimes, whatever. Doesn't really matter. The idea is that if you can align with these energies or these individuals who do remember what you're supposed to do,
Right.
You probably have a better idea of kind of getting going early on, and going and doing what it is you came here to do.
Well, this particular one really speaks to me because I do feel like, oh, there is something I'm supposed to remember. There is this, connection, and it's right there, but somehow I'm grasping at it. But so these pictures connect me to that parts of myself, the guides and the ET realities that we're all a part of. Do you have one more? And then maybe some other people want to ask questions. Maybe Joan, who's an artist, and
Yeah. So this one right here is kind of interesting. Ideation mechanics is kind of interesting. A singular idea is accessible to many, but one must locate the idea's frequency to tune into it. Talking about the idea that when you're trying to get ideas, there are many ideas here and there and everywhere. So in my sort of visual representation of metaphysical space and all these energies that are being shared and connected between us, you can grab something. You can just grab it and tune into it, and you can use it. It doesn't matter what it is. Okay. Many groups chase after the same idea, but only the visionary can inject new energy into the old idea. So in order to do something with an idea, you need to have an intimate connection with it. That could be, if you're a visual artist, that could be literally sketching pages and pages of that idea and trying to figure out where you want to go with it. It could be playing with different tones. If you're a sound artist, sound music, you could play with different tones. You could play with different keys. You could play with different combinations. It isn't enough to exploit an idea for profitability. One must intimately understand the idea's intricacies to create a paradigm shift. So with that, what we see in Hollywood, in corporate film production, we see a lot of the same things being done over and over and over again, trying to sort of recycle old ideas and recycle old brands. It's like, you got to create some new stuff, but you can't create new things if the focus is just profitability. There has to be room for the current paradigm to sort of speak to what needs to be said in our current world that has its current issues. And so the artist has to have room to not be so confined to it needs to be done this way or it needs to be done that way.
Right. And you're bringing actually the idea of what you're talking about. The idea is actually what you're bringing into form. Hey, yeah. Joan is a great painter too. You have a question or comment for Kamar?
Well, I just want to say something first of all, Kamora. I channel my guides and angels when I paint too, but I had them in these earthly kind of bodies. In fact, if I get off of the screen share, we could see them, I think. No, that's not the right thing. Okay, never mind about that right now. But when I listened to you last time on the last conference, I found myself picking up my sketchbook and wanting to, because you do it in symbols. Okay, so I get that you're bringing in your guides and you're doing it in symbols. Your language is incredible. I really feel that language within your work.
Thank you so much. Yeah, it's just the language, the symbols are merely just encompassing different energetic ideas. It's just another way to do it, just like, how a lot of the Renaissance painters did it by encapsulating things into angels, and they also had their different symbols as well. Leonardo and some of the others had their different ideas as well. So
yeah. I want to take lessons from you. I think that there's something very special. Oh, you can't see that one. See, so I have a completely different style. But the little one was when I said, wait a minute, it's about the energy. It's about the energy. So I understand like that, but you're using both digital and you're doing a lot of multimedia in your work, so I find it really fascinating, and I would study with you in a heartbeat.
Well, I'm actually going to try to get my YouTube page started. Yeah, I'm going to get my YouTube account started really soon, and I'll actually have tutorials on there as well as sort of like art sort of channel sessions as well. And so I think that'll be kind of a good space for other creatives like me. Like you've been doing this for a long time too. I'm just one of many. It'll be a really great space for us to talk more, and maybe I could even do some interviews and have you on there and talk about, metaphysical art and talk about the mechanisms of how to share energy through the visuals as well. I'm really working on that. I think that's really kind of important. I've had a bunch of other people say, hey, you need to do this. You need to speak more. You need to get your YouTube started. You need to talk more about process. So yeah.
Sweet. And I can have you on my show also. Great work, Kamora. And just your awakening process has been so profound. Thank you
so
for
much.
sharing it with us.
Thank you.
You know, it is so important because, you know, Marshall McLuhan with Observe Media said, it's the artist that is always looking to the future. Most people are looking to the past. The artist is looking to the future. And of course, one of my favorite writers, Terence McKenna, said, if the artist can't find the way cannot be found. So you are showing us the way to this multidimensional reality that we know we're a part of, but here it is visualized. Here you're mapping it for us. This is the roadmap to accessing these realms. Yes.
Right.
I'd like to say really quick too. McKenna had so much to say about art and the role of art in society. I think it's really important to understand that artists, we don't have to adhere to scientific models. You know, our job is to break the boundaries, to move forward, to give artists ideas, you know, to give scientists ideas, to give analytical minds ideas. You know, there are artistic processes that are very analytical and logical as well. It's not that, you know, there's all kinds of ways to go about creating something, but it's important to understand that we don't have to answer to, you know, scientific methodology at all. What we're trying to do is we're trying to bring ideas forward. And when we sort of funnel ourselves into these sort of linear constructs that, you know, your art's got to, this thing you're designing has to look a certain way, like it has to work. It's like, it doesn't have to work. It has to bring the idea forward. It's not just about making your money for your corporation. Okay. It's about giving you an idea so that maybe you can raise your vibration. That's what art is about. Art's always been about that. It's just that in different periods and different time periods, artists have had to, you know, pay the bills in different ways. So that's part of it as well. You know.
Well, you're a true artist because that. What were you going to say, Joan? Sorry. What was...
I was just going to say something. Your beings, the extraterrestrials you're drawing are so loving. The energy that is portrayed from them makes me want to approach them. Makes me say, "Well, come in here and sit with me also." And that too is very miraculous about your work. It's taking some of the fear of this contact and making it so beautiful that I want to get in there right there with you. And that is so inviting in your art.
Right. Well, the thing too, real quick, I know you got to go. The thing too, I want to share with you as well, Joan, is that, you know, what I feel like these beings have revealed to me in the work that they've tried to do through me and that just working with them is that they've kind of gone through everything that we've already gone through, societally speaking. And so they're just trying to impart some wisdom, you know, some ideas. And yeah, they're doing it kind of covertly and through like high technology and stuff. And we're sort of like too stupid to realize it, right? But the thing is that, you know, we can use that. We can be inspired. And even if it's just inspiration in general, it's a way forward. It's a really intelligent, creativity is an intelligent way forward because, you know, creativity when done right, it doesn't kill swaths of people. It doesn't manipulate the masses when done in a loving way. So that's just all I have to say about that.
I just want to say thank you. And that you are true embodiment of an artist because this is your passion. It's not like something you're just doing. You embody it. And I also want to say you're going to be one of the stars of the upcoming Starseed 2-day summit. Do you want to talk about what your presentation might be there that will be different from what we saw today? If you plan.
Well, I was talking to Sheila about this quite some time ago, and I'm thinking about doing something about the blueprint of the individual. So the blueprint of the soul, basically. And so I'll be talking more about the individuated experience and how, you know, maybe more of the mechanics of how one can use who they are and the signs that are there in your life already for you to bring something new and to help people evolve. And so I'm going to try to have some new art. I may entertain the idea of maybe drawing something during my session. I don't know. We'll see.
Oh, that would be great to download something right there at the Starseed Summit. Yes. So everyone watching, sign up for the Starseed 2-day online, first of its kind. I don't think there's been a Starseed Summit hosted by me and Neil Gar and Sheila Seppi and these incredible not just artists, but these beings that have stepped into their multi-dimensional understanding and feel their origins are to bridge these dimensions from wherever we've all come from. So it's really going to be exciting. I'm really happy you're there, and you're going to plan something brand new for all of us. And if it's not too much work, because I know you're busy, and thank you.
I appreciate it. Yeah, it's going to be good. It's going to be great. So let's keep doing
Yes,
it, keep learning. Yeah.
I'm so glad I brought you into this community, because these are people who really get what you're saying.
Thank you so much, Al. You know, I appreciate you and I love you very much, and you're amazing. Thank you so much. Yeah.
We'll be in touch. I'll talk to you soon.
Sounds great.
Thanks so much. Kamora Jones, that is an original right here. That's like, there's no one, don't you think so, Sharia? I mean, were you like, how'd you feel?
Really intriguing artwork. The very crisp, and I like, you know, the clean lines and sorry, I'm just getting my video sorted here. Yeah, just I didn't get a chance to look at it for too long. I was kind of mesmerized by the light language she's got going on there, and found it very intriguing.
Well, I'm excited about the next speaker today. So
absolutely, Miss Radhaa from Rada and Krishna. Here she is in the flesh, the goddess.
Yes, thank you.
Coming in. Thanks, Alan, so much. And welcome, Rada. This is Rada Nilia, everyone. I'm delighted to be able to introduce her today for Portal to Ascension Conference. And she is a former model as well as an indie filmmaker. And she's embodying her namesake, as I was just making a little funny there, Rada and Krishna. Rada is here in the flesh with us. She's the founder of Goddess Code Academy, and this is a mystical school for the divine feminine. She's also an author and a coach. And her most popular book series is the Awakening Starseed series. We're definitely going to talk a little bit more about that and the latest episode of that book that's out. And she's also the author of Kuan Yin Goddess Activation's Healing Workbook and Memoirs of a Galactic Goddess, plus Visions for a Transformed World. And I don't know about you guys, but all of those sound super fascinating to me. And I would look forward to reading that, especially the Memoirs of a Galactic Goddess, because let's just say I got a few memoirs myself. We might have to compare notes. And her main superpower is empowerment, having gone through so much in her own life and career as a powerful feminine being. You can imagine in Hollywood, I mean, the stories that she has, quite something. She's here to empower people to become the confident super beings that they're meant to be. And she means it from the heart. We had a wonderful conversation the other day. I know that she is really doing her best to show up and shine and help everybody through this gauntlet that we're in right now, and to really get their codes and to get activated into your highest self. She's also going to share a Starseed prayer for protection to help Starseeds take their power back today. And so without further ado, Rada Nilia, thank you and welcome. And can you take your mic off? Yeah.
There we go.
There we are. Yes. Welcome, welcome.
Thank you so much. It's an honor to be on here. Thank you.
Absolutely, absolutely. And so as the namesake of the goddess Radhaa, what has that done for you in your life to help you tune in with the goddess energies?
You know, a lot. At first I resisted that name because, you know, Radha Krishna has all those gopis.
No, Krishna.
Like, But, you know, really what it means is like devotion to the divine. And, you know, I really tried to escape my name and my path. I rebelled from it, and I went to Hollywood and I tried, you know, but I realized that is the path. And so I went back on it and I was like, okay, I give all myself to the divine. I'll, you know, like I'm here to be of service in any way I can. And yes, I will live up to my name.
That's really interesting. So you actually had the download and the awakening to the higher consciousness, and then you took a little, would you call it a detour or a necessary step on the path, even though it was a little sketchy? Or how would you define that Hollywood episode?
You know, it's just like I feel like my soul is I feel like I must have, we were talking about contracts, and I feel like I must have signed a lot of contracts to have a lot of experiences that were both very spiritual, very divine, and then also to awaken and to see what's really going on. And so I'm grateful because both the duality of that both has really helped me to alchemize and to realize, okay, like I really get what matters, and that's coming back onto the path of the divine and to helping to invite people to remember their own divine self, you know, because at the end of the day, that's what really matters. And I'm grateful. I've had the full spectrum of duality, and then I went whoop right back. You know what I mean? And that just, I think it's a beautiful thing. It's not a bad thing. I'm grateful I had an experience in Hollywood. It taught me so much, and it gave me a lot more compassion and a deeper, richer understanding of what's going on behind the scenes. And I hope in the future I will be sharing more about that at the right time. We talked about that too, you know, so everything is in divine timing. And for me, I've been so excited to be back on the path, because I'm like, no, this feels so good. It feels so good, you know, and nothing else matters to me. And I feel like now is the time to bring forward other people's voices too. And I love what Neil is doing. You know, Portal to Ascension is incredible because he's allowing all these voices to come forward. And in many ways, that's what I do as well in my book series, Awakening Starseeds. So.
Yes, talk to us a little bit about. I just put the link to this absolutely gorgeous website, and you get to see. This girl is definitely from Hollywood. She's dressed to the hilt. These are the most gorgeous costumes and settings. You've just done such a brilliant job. It's like a beautiful experience just to be in your website. So I encourage people to go look at that and soak in that beauty. And yeah, tell us about the inspiration for the Awakening Starseeds book. And I think you have 3 or 4 of them out now. Tell us, share the codes. What's going on with this series?
Absolutely. So when I left LA, and that was very hard for me to do because I was very attached to that lifestyle. You know, it was fun. I loved it. I love to dress up. That's like my inner child that loves to dress up and be part of that. But I also love producing, and that's my background, is in producing and creating. And my dream was to bring forward films that brought light and brought messages and brought, you know, inspiration. And at some point I realized that's not going to happen no matter what at this time. And I realized that I just got this download. I got this really intense download that I needed to leave, and I had to go to the Appalachian Mountains. And I was like, wow, I have to leave. I've spent all these years working here, you know, in this industry, working really hard, collecting contacts and all of this stuff. And then at some point I was like, I have to go. So I did. I like got rid of everything. I let everything go. I let all my clothes, all my jewelry, I gave everything away. I said, okay, enough. I have to give everything away. That's a download that I got. I was like, I don't know if I want to. but you know, I was like, okay. I cried. I was like, okay, I'll do this. And I did. I let everything go. I started at square one. And from there, I was kind of like a clean slate. I was like, okay, I'm here. Just give it to me. Whatever it is, I'll take it. And I got the download that I'm supposed to do 11 Awakening Starseed books. I was like, 11? Wait a minute. I don't even know how to do what. And so I just, you know, it's like when you tune into spirit and you're with the message of spirit, you start to get these messages. You start to get direction in your life in a way that you couldn't if you're like, I'm going to do this and I'm going to do that. And all of, you know, if you have all your plans set up, but you have no room for spirit, you're not going to get the download. But I cleaned my slate. And then when I did that, I did get all of this information. And I was like, okay, well, I'm free. I'll do it. And so we started Awakening Starseeds Volume 1. And it was like, it's time for Starseeds to really step into their light. It's time for them to step into their voice, into their power, into their gifts. There's no more time. Now is the time. It's time, it's time, it's time.
And what year was that when that one first came out?
I think it was 2019.
Wow, so recently.
Yeah. So, and then we have Awakening Starseeds Volume 2, and now we're doing Volume 3. But it's just been this amazing process of both surrendering, but also being in action, because you have to surrender to the downloads, but then you have to also work for it. You know, it's not like it just happens, you know, magically. You also have to just make it happen. But people have been coming out of the woodworks all over the world. And I'm like, wow, the community that we're creating is amazing. And I really love having diversity. That's one thing I really stand for. So we've been getting authors from all over the world, and yeah, we're doing Volume 3 now. So
fantastic. Yeah, if Volume 3 is out and available, or it's getting ready to come out, or
well, we're in the very beginning stages of it, so we're just starting to get the authors together. That's like a 6-month process.
Oh, so this is the Awakening Starseed series is a multi-author.
Yeah, it's a collaborative book, and yeah.
Beautiful. And people can find out more about that and your multi-author collaborative book process on your website as well.
Absolutely, yes.
And so from the volumes 1 and 2, what were some of your favorite messages that came through in those 2 books?
What really came to me from doing 1 and 2 is how fast people can accelerate now. That's what I've learned, is that if you step onto the path, you're going to accelerate so much faster than you could have in the past. And it's just the time that we live in. Like, whatever you commit to, you're going to accelerate to. And so I've seen people who are just starting to be like, I think I'm a healer, I'm stepping into being a healer. And then boom, Volume 2, they're like, I'm a healer and I'm doing group sessions around the world. And I'm like, yes, this is incredible. I've just seen people blossom. So I really feel like whatever we're committing to right now is accelerating. So it's very important to commit to things that you really believe in, because whatever that is, it's going to exponentiate on that.
And yeah, and what I'm hearing and seeing is that for some Starseeds, light workers, beings, awakening people out there, it may feel a little scary to do that, kind of like when you had to let go of Hollywood to go into your next phase. So what advice or insight or empowerment would you offer to people to really to make any changes that they need to do in order to step in fully to that new path?
I would say follow your soul path. Like follow the voice of your soul. The voice of your soul is going to lead you in the right direction. And that is what I say to the authors too. They're like, well, I want to do this, but I'm not sure what I should write about. I say, tap in to the voice of your soul. Your soul has so much information and wisdom. It's so important that you honor and respect the voice of your soul and know that it's going to lead you in the right direction. But you have to sometimes you have to let go of things, and that can feel very uncomfortable, very scary even, because it's taking a huge risk. And I can tell you as someone that's let go of everything, that it was the best decision of my life. It's wonderful. It's so much freedom. And then guess what? You just get download after download, and you're guided. You never feel alone. You never feel, that I feel more connected now more than ever, and I hardly see anybody because I'm in the middle of the Appalachian Mountains now, but I feel so connected. I have all these starseeds that I'm talking to all over the world. And I feel connected to Source and to my Starseed family. And it's really the time. Like, I think so many of us have been trying to fit in. Like, Starseeds are always trying to fit in because they never fit in, right? And for me, I was a child that went to many schools. I mean, I went to like 11 schools, before middle school or something like that. Everyone was moving around. And the whole thing about being a Starseed is knowing that you weren't meant to fit in. You're here to co-create the new world. You're here to co-create something magnificent. and you have the codes for it. You were born for this. You're here at this particular time to co-create New Earth. So you have to know that, and know that as you let things go, there are other things that are going to fill your cup. Like, you will not be left empty. Your cup is going to be full. You're going to be supported. And that's a scary thing, because we're like, we have to stay and do this mainstream thing. But when you step out of the matrix and into a different kind of reality, it's scary. It really is at first. But then you're like, wait a minute, this is awesome. I have all the free reign. I can do what I want. And you are guided. So I just want to let anybody know that's going through like a really stressful time with transition, that you are guided no matter what's going on in your life. If you follow your heart, if you follow the voice of your soul, you are so divinely guided. There's no way you could be left out. So please don't ever think you're losing something. Sometimes you have to let go so that you can open up to more of what really is meant for you.
That's awesome. I just was recalling one time my guides spoke to me clearly, and they're like, do you really think we'd send you down here without everything you need? Like, you really think we'd leave you in the lurch like that? Like, come on, remember.
Right?
They're not going to. And there's always, because it's our feelings, right? We have to trust that, and the guidance comes through a lot of times, at least for me, as feelings and knowings, and it doesn't necessarily go with the logic of the brain or what mom and dad thought would be a good idea for our life path. Even though sometimes, hey, that elder wisdom can be really great for being grounded in the world, it certainly can. Sometimes we just have that little thing inside of us that's got to bust forward and just be us.
It's so beautiful, because you start to relax into who you are, and just like, oh, okay, you know what, this is okay. Like, you know, in many cultures and society, we try to blend in and try. No more. Stop the trying. You're not going to fit in. If you're a starseed, you're not going to fit in. You're just perfectly imperfect the way you are. And you're really here to plant new seeds. That's your purpose. That's why you're here, because we need this new earth energy to be activated. We have to have it activated. That is how we're going to co-create, you know, the golden age. And I know it's dark out there. I know, I feel it. I know it. I see it. And still, I know that on the other side of that is the light, you know. And that's why Awakening Starseeds Volume 3 is called Dreaming into the Future. Dreaming into the future, because it is the starseeds, it is the visionaries, innovators, you know, the co-creators, the oracles that are going to dream into that future. How else can we do it? We have to see beyond what's in front of us. We have to see beyond the illusion, and that's the only way we're going to get through it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so leveraging the contrast without wallowing in it. Maybe it's going to trigger us, all of those things, but let it trigger us into the determination to dream in the new world. I love that.
And so I wanted to also share a few tips for starseeds, because I know starseeds they can be very empathic, very psychic, to the point where they feel everybody's feelings, and it kind of like blends and meshes. And they're like, wait a minute, what's going on? I'm a triple Pisces starseed, so I feel everything to the deepest core of my being. I feel like every ripple and wave going on. I'm like, woo. So there are tools that I've learned about how to pull back your power, how to pull back your energy, so that you're not a victim to whatever is going on. You can just pull back your energy in essence. You don't have to wait for permission, you know?
Absolutely. So so what would you suggest for people who are experiencing, are you going to lead us in the prayer?
I will lead you into a prayer, but first I just want to show you a demonstration.
Okay, wonderful.
So, okay, say that, you give me an example of something that somebody did to somebody that we could just pull back our energy and essence from.
Right. There's so many to choose from. So yeah, so let's say there was a queen in the 1700s who, you know, the male energies were trying to usurp her power. What would you tell her to do?
Okay, so that's interesting because I do a lot of like past life sessions, and I'll just put a little insert here. I learned about energy healing because I was like, I need to learn some ways to protect myself while I was in Hollywood. So I was like, I became an energy healing expert when I was there. And so past lives are a big part, and people are like, don't look in the past. The past doesn't matter. And I'm going, wait a minute. It actually does matter. First of all, number one, history will be rewritten. That's a fact because it hasn't been correct and it's got to be corrected. And number two, we're the ones who are going to rewrite it. And so to anyone that went through that experience who had this feeling of power taken over, so I would go, when we're in that process, I would say, okay, so imagine the people in front of you, the perpetrators, right? Whoever that is, and this can be in any situation, whether it be somebody that you were in love with that cheated on you or whatever. It's like, you got to first of all put them in front of you. And I always go to the heart of the creator. I always find that's a great place to go, right? So any of you out there watching can just join me, and whatever the situation is, it doesn't matter, but put the person in front of you, put the people in front of you, and whatever they've taken. So you were saying that it was like a queen who had, could you explain that?
She was in her power, but then these people around her in her court and her siblings were trying to usurp her throne.
Right, exactly. So, so then I have to say, I am laughing because I'm going, okay, those are probably key players in your life right now. They're probably still trying to do the same thing. And the only reason why they're here is to serve you, to show you you can take back your power right now. There's no need to wait. So line them all up in front of you right now. Whoever that is, whatever the reason. So they were trying to take the power. So it's very simple. All I have to do is say, okay, you tried to take my personal power. That's part of my soul. That's never going to leave. So I'm just going to go and take that back. And I always go to creator and I wash and cleanse it, and then I bring it back to me. So there's no, you don't even need a middleman. You can just do this on your own, right? You don't need a middleman. You can do it on your own. Yes. Whatever it is, if they tried to take your dignity, if they tried to take your power, if they tried to take your essence, whatever that is, you just go, oh, no, that's mine. You just take it back, send it to creator to wash and cleanse, purify that, and bring it back straight to you. And then you just take a deep breath in. And you can even tap on your thymus just to ground it in. I just imagine whatever it is to be fully cleansed and cleared, so that when I bring it back, it doesn't have that old energy. You know what I mean? And that's how simple it is. It's just, it is simple. And I think at this point in our life, for all of us watching, we're done. We're done with people stealing our power, siphoning our energy, using, abusing, blah, blah. That whole cycle, it's like a washing machine and dryer, like, okay, get me out of here. I'm done. I'm really done. Like, it's time to step on my soul purpose. It's time for me to serve. And I can't serve with that. So goodbye. You just take it back. You just literally have to put them in front of you, visualize them, if it's a group of people or if it's one person. And then whatever it is, I now take back my personal power. And if it belongs to you, it belongs to you, right? So you take it back to source, you cleanse it, and then you download it back into you, and you just receive that energy, because everything is energy. And so it is.
So it is. Yes. Yes, yes. So all the multi-dimensional levels of energy draining and energy battles and narcissism and all the kinds of different things that we've been dealing with that got imprinted culturally, let's say, from certain beings that came here and monkeyed around with human beings, and then that narcissistic pattern stayed. Really, you know, when we're done, and that we can stand in our I am power and just say, I am a sovereign being, and I choose for me, period. And that's actually universal law, as I think Alan and others were saying yesterday, that, you know, it really is just that simple, isn't it, Rada?
You know, it is, and it's so funny because it took a lot of training and figuring out to realize that. But it's like, it is that simple. You have the right to proclaim your power, and so it is, and so it is. It is your divine right. You don't need to be siphoned on anymore. You don't need to be fed on. I'm so over all these entities and beings. I'm like, enough. I am so tired. And we were talking about that sometimes even in our lineage, somebody, maybe even 22 generations ago, made a contract, and that contract compromised the whole lineage and the whole entire family, including you. And you're like, why do I feel like I'm being siphoned from? Why is this happening to me? Why do I feel this? And you have to really go back and look. And I've done a lot of looking because I'm like, what is going on? I do feel like many starseeds are the volunteers for their family. They are the ones who are doing the work. They're the ones that are stepping into these healings, stepping into this contract clearing and saying, no more. It stops right here. It stops. Enough.
And then we have to do the spiritual detective work to go back and be like, that contract. So those beings still believe that contract is in place, even though I never agreed to that contract. So therefore it's actually null and void, but I'm going to claim it being null and void and say that is now unwritten and dissolved for me and my ancestors and relatives, because I have that right to do that for my DNA. And we're done. We're done.
Exactly. And so I commend all starseeds, all beings here that are listening that have been brave enough to put the brakes on to those soul contracts, because it's not a one-off thing. I think many families and many lineages have been hijacked. And I know for my lineage, I've been hijacked. And so it's taken many years. It's not like just it wasn't a one-off experience. It's like something that we have to, like you said, do the detective work and then go to the root and keep going. And sometimes we have to do it over and over again. And then we have to find those little sneaky places where they, sneaky contracts and be like, N to the O, no. N to the O, no.
That little device you put in there, that little etheric metal, that very strange, like, no, we're going to just bleeping that out. We don't choose to have that in our being anymore. Thank you very much.
Exactly. And there's so many different like levels and layers. So we have to go past, present, future, parallel lifetime, all lifetimes into infinity. And then go into your lineages, because we've had so many lifetimes, we don't even know if that passed on from another lifetime. And these beings are ruthless, and they don't care if it was a past lifetime or 22 generations. They're like, well, I'm sorry, but as far as it says here, we own your lineage. I'm like, no, you don't.
Actually, that's against the rules.
Yeah, exactly.
Codex.
Yes, but you have to be like a little bit loving, a little bit hardcore about it, because there's a part of you that has to be an absolute 100% no. And then know that your no is okay, that it's safe for you to be like, no, and I mean it. No, it's not okay. And I've had a lot of experiences where they come in so close and they're just like, and I'm just like, no, no, I'm like, you have to just really proclaim your space, your energy,
Yes.
everything. This belongs to me. This belongs to me. I belong to source. I belong to the light. No, and to the O.
I belong to me.
I belong to me.
And the whole parasitic lifestyle, I guess, listening to Dan Winter yesterday, it's like there's a lot of reasons why that parasitic lifestyle got put in place from people who were so ancient that they started becoming unensouled and then needed to parasite off others in order to survive. Or maybe that's a very basic nutshell, but it's like, could we say no to the parasitic lifestyle? Like, in any way that our culture has become parasitic and taught humanity to be parasitic on each other and the earth, it's like, do you feel like we're cleaning all of that now as well?
I do. I actually feel like all the dark is coming right up to the light. It's to the point, it's extreme. It's extreme. We can feel it, we can see it, we can smell it. Anyone that has an intuition knows that that's happening. And even, I know it sounds really weird, but even ancient, like dormant contracts are activating. Why? Because now is the time to rescind them. It's time to rescind them. So everything that has been dormant, and I mean, even entities, like it's like a circus right now, you guys, energetically, that, you feel that. But that being said, if you find your center, if you find your source, you're fine. You can't be, taken by this. You can't be, if you say no, if you know your truth, and that's what I had to do in LA, is be like, no, I won't go that far. Like, I have to, my soul is the most important thing in my life. And that to me is so important. And I would say to anybody, many families have been compromised, because it doesn't matter. Even if you said no, your ancestors might have said yes, right? Down the road. So we just have to just start to dissolve it now. Clear it now. It's time. There's no more waiting. You're the one you've been waiting for. If you've been waiting for someone to save you, guess what? You're the person. You're the chosen one.
That's awesome. Love that. We got about 5 minutes left here.
Okay.
Let's maybe, if you're ready for the prayer, or what?
Absolutely.
Okay, great.
So it's a little bit, so yeah, this will take 5 minutes. So, okay, take a deep breath, everyone. And if you align to this, then you just say yes, because if you say yes, this is happening for you too. Okay, it may sound a little intense, but that's okay. It's all for the highest and best. So I close all windows, portals, and doorways, allowing another to observe or manipulate my energies as far as they extend, and transmute all energies connected to this experience into divine expressions of creative love. I choose to be well, whole, and perfect in mind, body, and soul. I call forth all controlling energies experienced throughout the journey of my soul and all those connected to these energies. I call forth all aspects of their being, all aspects of my being, and the nucleus of the soul on all levels of consciousness to be present and accept this healing. I call forth all soul expressions, elementals, thought forms, patterns, and programs to stand before me as I stand before you in love. I ask you to forgive and honor me. I forgive and honor you. I embrace you in love. I thank you for the lessons we have shared. I embrace all bonds between us in unconditional love and transmute all interfering energies into the divine expression of creative love. I call forth all laws I own, all beliefs I have, all vows I hold, all invocations I have made and received, all contracts and agreements which exist creating distortion, illusion, images, holograms, symbols, and psychic messages causing unrest within my being. I transmute into the divine expression of creative love. I transmute you into the divine expression of creative love and return you to the creator source to be used only as a positive, productive energy. I call forth all energy forms creating a response in my being out of alignment with the essence of my soul and divine truth, and transmute into the divine expression of creative love and return you to your creator source to be used as a positive, productive energy. Whatever thought forms or energies I own, encouraging or causing harm to my being, I return to their creator source. All residues I hold within my being, I transmute into the divine expression of creative love to become a powerful, positive, productive energy. I command any energy or programming administered to me with or without my permission, altering or limiting my ability to freely connect to my mind, body, or soul, and experience my wholeness, be reversed in divine perfection. I proclaim sovereignty. I proclaim dominion over my skills. I claim dominion over my mind, my body, my soul. I have grown. I am empowered. I stand in my truth. I call forth and integrate my true identity expressing itself as, and then you, whoever's watching, state your name. I acknowledge all those who shared this experience. I offer you this healing. I embrace you in unconditional love and transmute all interfering energies into the divine expression of creative love. I proclaim peace of mind and peace of mind for all humanity. And so it is, and so be it.
So be it. So it is. Yay! Yes, go team.
Exactly. Woohoo!
Yes, yes. Beautiful. Well, everyone, Radha's link to her book, Awakening Starseeds, is in the chat, and that also contains her main website. I encourage you to go and check it out and see all the beautiful things she's up to and just bask in the beauty and the love. Thank you so much, Radha. And thank you so much for being a part of the Portal to Ascension Summit 2021. Much love. Many blessings. I'll talk to you soon. Bye. Now William is coming on. Wonderful.
Now William is coming on, and Michelle might be coming on too. We are here to introduce an icon, someone who is who's made a huge difference. William Henry has. When I go through my own transformations, something happens, and because I'm channeling angels and painting, and something happens, and my YouTube, when I turn on, goes direct to a William Henry a video all about what is going on for me in my ascension, and how the angels, how the humans would ascend during other times and become angels. And so you've had a profound effect on my art and on my work. And so I just wanted to welcome you, Michelle. I know you have a lot to say.
You know what, Joan, I'm so glad that you jumped in and said that. I thought, William, you were coming on Monday. It was on my calendar that I was supposed to introduce you on Monday. I thought, oh, I'm off until 3, and I went and had a little bite to eat with Mora. And I just happened to come back to the space, and then I'm like, William Henry's, I was gonna text Neil just now. Anyway, thank you for jumping in, Joan, and same with me, William. Everything Joan said, you have had such a profound impact on so many people's lives with the way that you portray what's happening in the world today and who we are and where we're going on this ascension path. And I'm just so grateful that you're a part of Portal to Ascension and doing these conferences and doing your series. And I really want to dig in. What's your topic today? I don't have it in front of me because I wasn't prepared, but
my topic My topic is what angel human hybrids wear.
Ah, oh my God, I love it. Well, I have your bio. I'd like to read some of it for some of you who don't know William. He's
Thank
an
you.
author, investigative mythologist, regular guest presenter on Ancient Aliens, and star of oh my God, getting tongue twisted, Akanum TV. William Henry is your guide into the transformative power of art and symbols of human ascension. He's been documenting humanity's awakening to its spiritual magnificence for over 20 years. Inspired by the great accomplishments of antiquity, William brings the evidence of our divinity. By bringing to life the stories of ascension, through art he teaches the secrets of soul transfiguration or metamorphosis and connects people to one another across cultures, time, and space. You are the author of 16 books and numerous DVD programs on ancient mythology and neo-archaeology with a Stargate twist. And by applying the latest theories in science and consciousness to ancient myths of the gates of the illumined gods, including Sumerian, Egyptian, and Holy Grail gateway myths, he hopes to uncover the secrets of the guarded by such groups as the Illuminati. His latest book, Oracle of the Illuminati, states that we are on the verge of rediscovering the sacred science of creating peace on Earth. Peace on Earth. Wow. Very profound. You have done so much, William. We are excited to hear your presentation.
So aligned with this work. I'm so glad I came back up. And thank you, Joan. You are an angel. As you see, she is an angel. And William, I just feel so blessed that I'm going to sit here and listen to every word and soak it all in. So thank you, and take it away. I've missed you. And Claire.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
All right. Yes, take it away.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, everybody. This is a very special day, always to be on Portal to Ascension, a very powerful day for me. A very personally powerful day. I have a dear, dear friend, Dr. Mark Gray, who's fighting for his life right now with COVID. He's been in the hospital for 2 weeks. He's a remarkable healer and truly a special, special person. And I'm asking at the beginning here if all of you would send us prayers, just send him breath. He can't breathe. And it's where literally the rubber meets the road, as they say. This is not an easy conversation to have. It's one that I know many of you might have had with friends and loved ones. And the choices that we're making, we're all in a spiritual battle right now. That's how I see it. There is a dark force on this planet that is taking too many beautiful souls far too early. And I'm asking you to send all the highest love and light and prayers you have to Dr. Mark Gray at this time, and feed his light body, feed his spirit. He is such a strong person, and the last person that you would think, as a person who heals so many, you would think he would be the last person that would succumb to this terrible, terrible scourge that's on our planet right now. But I'm in contact with him right now by text, and I'm doing everything I can. My wife Claire is in constant prayer for him, as are all his loved ones. And I'm asking you once again to join me in sending prayers to Dr. Mark Gray. So thank you for that indulgence. And now I'm going to begin my presentation, and I hope you enjoy it. Thank you very much for being here. So I'm going to share the screen, find my talk. And okay, there we are. So, threads of truth and light. What angel human hybrids wear. This is an article that I wrote several years ago that I've updated for this presentation today, because it's material, if you will, that I don't ordinarily get a chance to talk about, but I wanted to take this opportunity to walk through it with you today. We're looking at this image here of God the Creator, God the Grand Architect, if you will, wearing an illuminated cloak enfolded in radiant angelic light with a halo bursting from the top of the head. But what is most intriguing about this image is the way God the Architect, the Grand Architect, is holding the compass in his hand. And that is the key symbol that we're going to be exploring and tracking through our presentation. What is the meaning of this compass symbolism, and how does it relate to our light body, our ascension body? There are very, very important keys that are enfolded within this image, as I hope you will see here as we continue. And I'm, again, hoping that these are going to be useful tools for you and awareness as you continue on your own path of ascension. Here in the detail, we see the compass, we see the illuminated cloak that the Grand Architect is wearing, and we wonder, what is the meaning of this? Well, in my search, I refer back to other, even more ancient individuals, including Ptah, the ancient Egyptian god of technology. According to the ancient Egyptians, Ptah was the architect of heaven and earth, the Grand Architect. Long before we had the concept of the Grand Architect in Judaism or Christianity, the Egyptians had offered Ptah as the Grand Architect. Architect of heaven and earth, master craftsman in working metals, sculptor, designer, fashioner of the bodies of men. That's the key. Because when we look at Ptah's hieroglyph, as we are looking here at the top left, we clearly see a double helix in his hieroglyph. Now, Egyptologists that I've pointed this out to, one, have never seen a double helix in his hieroglyph before, because to them, the ancient Egyptians knew nothing about DNA. Yet, I rebut, here is the god being who came from Sirius, arguably an extraterrestrial, who the ancient Egyptians said fashioned the human body. So, of course, this being knows something about DNA. And what the ancient Egyptians are saying is that Ptah didn't create the human body, he fashioned it. And the way I interpret that is that he perhaps, to use our term, tweaked our DNA. He edited it somehow. For what purpose? In my studies, I realized that Ptah's mission in tweaking or fashioning the human body was to make it a more conducive vehicle for our ascension. That is borne out in the pyramid texts, which are entirely devoted to Ptah. He is the Egyptian god of technology, if you will, but also more importantly, he's the god of ascension. The step pyramid at Saqqara is devoted to Ptah. And there are numerous sons of Ptah who are all referred to as healers, as the therapeutae, the physicians of the soul. And not only do we have a double helix in Ptah's hieroglyph, but we also have a square and we have a half circle. You can only make a half circle or a circle if you have a compass. So the compass symbolism that we looked at a moment ago in the hand of the Grand Architect is inferred in Ptah's hieroglyph. We have a half circle, semicircle, and we have a square. So we have a double helix, we have a square, and we have a circle, with the inference being that a compass is involved. So what does all this symbolism mean? Well, let's look at the Shabaka stone, which talks about Ptah and his accomplishments. This Shabaka stone tells of the world's creation by Ptah and how this how this text was copied from another text discovered at the temple of Ptah. And here's a beautiful statue that was discovered in King Tutankhamun's tomb of Ptah wearing his feathered garment. It's feathered because he flies. He is the god of ascension. And that's the reason why anyone is wearing feathers, including angels in Judeo-Christian art. Ptah is the Egyptian creator god who existed before all other things, and by his will thought the world into existence. He thought the world into existence. He conceives the world by the thought of his heart in particular, and gives life through the magic of his word. this sounds like a modern day motivational seminar. We are to envision what we want in our heart, put our emotional energy to that vision, and then speak it into existence with our word, affirm that it is here now. So what we're actually talking about is Radhaa is a forerunner for these modern day meditation techniques. Again, where there's something that we want to visualize, we want to manifest in our life, be it right health, right livelihood, right action. We infuse that visualization with the energy of the heart, and then we speak it into existence with the word, followed up by our actions. So very important messages coming through Radhaa as regard to manifestation, which applies to anything and everything from, as I say, wanting to change our circumstances in our earthly life, and also ultimately change our experiences in the afterlife, especially towards manifesting our light body. As the god of craftsmen, Radhaa represented the craftsman's ability to envision a finished product and shape raw materials to create that product. So here's that very valuable tool that if there's something we want to manifest, we are to visualize it fully manifested, and then feel in our heart the emotion of that fully manifested concept, idea, wish, whatever term you want to apply to it. And so, again, incredibly valuable tool that we have the ability programmed within us, I believe by Radhaa, to manifest anything that we can conceive. As the grand architect, he is the God who fashioned our DNA to make our body a more conducive vehicle for our ascension. And assuredly, it makes sense that he would also provide the software for us to be able to do this. He tweaks the hardware, our DNA, and also provides us a mental visualization technique to manifest that which we most desire in our life. I had an opportunity in February 2020 to visit the King Tutankhamun exhibit when it was in London, and got to, for the first time in a number of years, spend some face-to-face time with this beautiful statue of Radhaa. So I just thought I'd throw that photo of me in there. So Radhaa could be the oldest representation of an ascended being holding or representing the compass and the square. George Washington, as a Freemason, is another example, however, of an ascended being. Yes, an ascended being. George Washington did ascend, as we will discuss here momentarily. And when we look at this beautiful image of George Washington, we see that he has the compass and square on his apron. Now, some people don't like Freemasonic imagery. They have this idea that the Freemasons are somehow a dark force, or they're a negative force on the planet, that they have all these secrets. I defer to my old friend, Sir Lawrence Gardner, who said that the great secret about the Freemasons is they don't know what their secrets are. Modern day Freemasons, in other words, aren't really running the world. They're not trying to run the world into the ground, as some people think. They really don't know what their secrets are. But George Washington did know what their secrets are. And in part, the clue is not only the compass and square on his apron, but look above his left shoulder. See the ladder extending from his shoulder? See the letters F, H, and C, faith, hope, and charity? See the ladder extend into a rip in the fabric of space-time. The heavens are opening. There's a burst of rainbow-colored light that is welcoming George Washington once he scales or ascends this ladder. This is a wonderful representation of Washington in the process, actually, of ascending, in my view. And here in the detail, you see this rip in the fabric of space-time, or this opening of this hole in heaven, and Washington, having ascended through the ladder, now has gone through that rip in the fabric of space-time, and now, as we're going to see in a moment, is in the ascended realms. And so looking forward now, we see yet another image of God, the grand architect. In this case, it's now Jesus, who holds the compass in his hand, and he also holds the world in his hand, and he is in the act of creating the world with this vital tool, with the compass. And this is aligned with the statement in Genesis. God created mankind in his own image. The image of God, he created them, male and female, he created them. What this means to me is that we are icons or images, emanations of an artistic parent, be it Ptah in the Egyptian tradition, or Yahweh in the Old Testament, or even Christ. We have been created in the image of God. Now, this doesn't mean that we're created in the image of a Jewish God with dark hair and a beard, as we see in this image here. It means something else. The image of God is a reference to something that's internal within us, a far more profound idea. And as I'm going to demonstrate, especially following the trail of this image here, the image of God refers to our light body. So follow me on this path here just for a moment. This is a 13th century French image of Christ now as the grand architect. You don't often see images of Christ holding tools, especially a compass. Sometimes you'll see him with a magic wand or a staff in his hand, a resurrection staff. But in this instance, he has got a compass, once again, in his hand, this tool of creation. And he is making the world. Now, when we look at the image of the world, we can see that this is not an ordinary type of world that is being created. It's symbolic of our world. And we have to figure out, what is this symbolic world that he's creating? It will help for us to know that the compass and square are the symbol of man, you and me. More specifically, it symbolizes both our outside self and our internal self. But what exactly does this mean, our outside and our internal self? What it means is that every human being is made up of two parts. There's the part we see when we look in the mirror, the external flesh and blood self, and then there is the light body self, the internal self that we don't see when we look in the mirror. It's ever present, it's always there. And what the ancient mystery schools tell us is that it is actually that divine light body within us that manifests the physical body. Our physical body is made in the image of this light body. And that's the part that we don't see. The part you see is your physical body, but the part you don't see is your soul, which is your light body. The square in the compass and square symbolism represents your body. That's the part you see. The square in all sacred geometry traditions represents the earth. It symbolizes the four elements that our body is made of: earth, air, fire, and water. It also symbolizes the four winds, or the four directions of earth. Today, there is a group of, in my opinion, very dark souls on this planet that seek to tell us that we're actually now want to make a replacement body for ourselves that is made of four elements, not earth, air, fire, and water. Rather, they want us to make a new body made of bits, atoms, neurons, and genes, or AI, neuroscience, nanotechnology, and genetic technology. I'm not going to go into detail about that. I've done lengthy presentations about this elsewhere, including here on Portal to Ascension, which you can seek out on my talks about transhumanism. But the fact is that they are trying to create a mock version, a fake version of our body, utilizing these man-made technologies of bits, atoms, neurons, and genes. We have to then look to our soul, and that's the importance of following the symbolism of the compass, because the compass symbolizes the soul, the part you don't see when you look in the mirror. You see your soul in your daily actions. If you want to know the state of your soul, look at your daily actions, and that's how you know where your soul is at. If your actions are righteous and true, your soul's in good shape. If your actions aren't aligned with righteousness and truth, those are areas you want to put light into. You want to begin this process of aligning your soul with your highest spiritual potentials of righteousness, truth, and highest love possible. When placed together, the compass and the square is designed to teach us that we're more than just the body, the part we see. And most of us are aware of that. If you're listening to this presentation, you know there is more to you than just your body. Deep down underneath it all, you know you are an eternal soul temporarily inhabiting this realm, and that your body is a manifestation of the soul, and you manifested this body to be an agent of our Creator, to be an agent of love and light, and to assist others on this path. What we're actually looking at in this image, what I have identified it as anyway, is a fractal. A fractal that's specifically referred to as the Mandelbrot set. A fractal is a natural phenomena or a mathematical set that exhibits a repeating pattern that displays the same details at every scale. And the message here is that we are a fractal of our Creator. We are made in the image of God, which means we are fractals of God. We have the God force within us, and God sent us here on God's behalf. Many of you I know have seen the Mandelbrot set, this very famous fractal that we're looking at here, that was first discovered in the 1970s by Benoit Mandelbrot, who is a mathematician working with the newly invented personal computer. And he puts in this mathematical code, and out comes this astounding graphic referred to as the Mandelbrot set. And at every level of magnification, the Mandelbrot set shows exactly the same repeating pattern. And it's just one of the great synchronicities in all of sacred art that I've ever seen, that the image that Christ is creating with the compass matches precisely the Mandelbrot set. How could that be possible? This is a 13th century French image, and the Mandelbrot set wasn't discovered until the invention of the personal computer in the 1980s. But yet here it is. It's very clear that that's what's going on here. Well, as this story continues, and here you see the A to B or side-by-side comparison of the fractal that Christ is fashioning with his compass and the Mandelbrot set. What mathematicians did once they saw this Mandelbrot set for the first time, and it was really quite a mind-blowing experience for them, is that one clever mathematician noticed that the Mandelbrot set bears a striking resemblance to a meditating Buddha. So knowing that if a programmer looks at the Mandelbrot set and wants to change some tiny detail, maybe make some of the bumps go away, they can't do it without going back to the original equation and changing it. This is the fallacy of transhumanism and AI. The big tech swingers in Silicon Valley and the people they work for in Beijing or wherever their bosses are think that they can augment the human body. They can inject it with things. They can augment it with chips. They can replace all our organs. And they think that somehow they're creating a better version of humanity. Not according to the Mandelbrot set philosophy. In order to transform the human body, we have to go back all the way to the beginning, to the original equation, and start anew. If they do that, they change everything. We have to tear down the universe and build another one from scratch. We can't just start adding new appendages to the body. Like, for example, they think, what would a human be like with 3 arms or 3 physical biological eyes? Or what would it be like if, as Elon Musk wants to do, sprinkle the neocortex with his nanochips so that you can have an IQ of 10,000. What's that going to do for you? I mean, really, come on. We have to respect that we are created by God for a specific purpose. And these big tech swingers, of course, are godless atheists, so they don't really agree with me in my contention that we have to leave the human body the way it is and utilize its natural organic capabilities. If we want to augment the body, we can do so by tapping the inexhaustible capabilities of the light body, not by imposing or forcing from without the will of tiny-minded men, okay? Within the Mandelbrot set, we see the richness of our unity and also the richness of our individuality. We are baby Mandelbrot sets, if you will. We are fractals of our creator. As I said a moment ago, one of the clever mathematicians who was working with Benoit Mandelbrot noticed that the Mandelbrot set, and I'll go back one slide, resembled to them a meditating Buddha. And so what they did is they went back and altered the original mathematical equation that produced the Mandelbrot set, and they came up with what they call the Buddha-brot. So here I'm going to show you a Mandelbrot set superimposed over a meditating white Tara, who we're looking at here. So here we go, now putting the Mandelbrot set on top of it, and it's a perfect match once again. And this, again, is what inspired these mathematicians to alter the equation, and they came up with what is called the Buddha-brot. And here is the Buddha-brot, which is a fractal rendering technique related to the Mandelbrot set that reflects, in its name, the Buddha-brot reflects its uncanny resemblance to classical depictions of the meditating Buddha. Now, here's the thing. When I looked at this Buddha-brot, I thought, wait a minute, this looks strikingly similar, perhaps even identical to Tibetan images of the rainbow light body, which is what we see here side by side now with the Buddha-brot. The image on the left is of Padmasambhava, who is a high celestial being who materialized on Earth in order to teach the rainbow light body to the Tibetans and also people around the world in various traditions. We can see that it's a humanoid form that is in a rainbow light body that, again, perfectly matches the rainbow coloration of the Buddha-brot and also the shape of the meditating Buddha. And this got me really excited when I made this connection, because once again, this is a visual representation of our true self. You want to know what your soul looks like? You're looking at it. Our true self is the rainbow light body, and it's covered over by false perceptions. It's covered over by literally by our flesh and blood body. The rainbow light body, our true self, isn't something that we go out and manifest. It's something that we reveal. It's our true divine nature. It is, in my view, the building block of our physical body. It's what manifests the physical body. And the physical body has the ability to phase back into its original divine nature through pure thought, through will, just like Ptah taught. So with this, we're provided a visualization of our true self. We are looking at images of Padmasambhava, but we're actually looking at a representation of our soul and who we are as spiritual beings. And the object of our spiritual quest is to align ourselves with the divine nature of the rainbow light body. One way we do that, according to Tibetan Buddhism, is through contemplation, meditation, reflection on the images of Padmasambhava in his light body. Because he's an avatar being, he has the ability to transmit the frequency or vibration of the rainbow light body through the image that we are seeing here. So right now you're making eye-to-eye, soul-to-soul contact with Padmasambhava in his rainbow light body, and it is activating your own rainbow light body. Something I noticed is that the way the Tibetans portray Padmasambhava matches the way the ancient Egyptians portrayed Ptah. The stairway behind him is called the Jed pillar, the power pillar, a resurrection pillar. It's rainbow colored. He wears a rainbow ring around his neck. The symbolism matches because they are in the same state of being. The name Ptah and Padma are phonetically interchangeable. Some even believe that Padmasambhava and Ptah are the same reincarnating figure. And I would agree with that possibility. Of course, the rainbow light body is the same as the resurrection body in Christianity. This is why you see in Christianity, images of the enthroned Christ, resurrected, sitting on a throne, holding his resurrection stick with the rainbow rings around his body. It's because he's in his rainbow light body. And in fact, Jesus taught this symmetrical idea, the fractal ideal, that we are fractals or holograms of our Creator when he said, believe me when I say that I am in the Father and the Father is in me. Or at least believe on the evidence of the works themselves. Verily, very truly, I tell you, Jesus said, whoever believes in me will do the works I have been doing, and they will do even greater things than these, because I am going to the Father. What this means is that we are fractals of our Creator. We have the same capabilities, the same physical body that Jesus had. We can do the same things that Jesus could do in terms of performing miracles, because the Father, that ability is within us. As I said a moment ago, I believe that it was Ptah who fashioned our human body to be able to manifest this light body and also to perform these superhuman feats of healing and manifestation. So here we're seeing the correspondence between the resurrected Christ on the rainbow and Padmasambhava. For Christians, our physical body is a step towards the perfect body and a perfect soul. This is important because the Tibetan rainbow light body tradition is also referred to as the great perfection, with the word perfection meaning to become more whole, more holy, more complete. Paul told us that our physical body is a step towards that perfect body. The Tibetans tell us that it's already within us. So the steps that we're taking towards the light body are steps towards our true self. It's not that we're going out here and looking for something. Our title of our talk is What Angel Human Hybrids Wear, Threads of Truth and Light. Those threads are within us. It's a revealing process that we're all undergoing. Every moment of our lives is a choice point to reflect our true self, to acknowledge our true self, and to live from the perspective that we are these illuminated Christ-like beings. Paul says there's a physical body and a different spiritual body in which we will be resurrected. And I can go along with that, so long as we know that that resurrected body is already within us. And as Paul says, for you were once in darkness, but now light in the Lord. Walk as children of light, says Paul in Ephesians. What we need to do is connect to our future angelic self, our original self, as we walk in light. And as we do that, we will be wearing the cloak of or garment of light that Christ is portrayed here wearing, that Padmasambhava is portrayed wearing, and also all the other spiritual masters wear. It is our true self. In the Gospel of Philip, this is affirmed, where said about Jesus that the Lord rose from the dead. He became as he was, but now his body was perfect, meaning whole, holy, and complete. He possessed flesh, but this was true flesh. Our flesh isn't true. Ours is only an image of the true. It's a fractal of the true. Our true self, the true you, the true me, is this divine light being that inhabits and animates our physical body. It's within awaiting that revealing, and we reveal it by walking in love, light, and truth. Because humans are made in the perfect image of God, because we are fractals of God, we have the spiritual capacity to participate in or mirror Jesus's divine glory as image bearers and reactivate or reveal our light bodies. Once again, the Bible is specific. As was the man of dust or DNA, carbon, our physical bodies, so also are those of the dust. And as is the man of heaven, so also are those who are of heaven. Just as we have borne the image of the man of dust, our flesh and blood bodies, we shall also bear the image of the man of heaven. And the reason why this is a spiritual truth is because that image of the man of heaven or woman is already within us. It is already there. We've covered it up with false perceptions, negative perceptions, and we have to reveal it. for ourselves. One way that we reveal it is by mirroring what we see in these images. Many of you will be familiar with my work on the sacred art of ascension and documenting the neuroscience of sacred art. That says that as you are looking at this image of Christ bursting into light, your mirror neurons in your neocortex are firing as if you are bursting into radiant rainbow colored light. But we have an editor that says, chill out, William. You got to get through this presentation. You don't just burst into light at this moment. Maybe wait till after dinner. Ha ha, just being facetious. But literally, there's an editor that says, oh, hold on. Don't kickstart the automatic process, the spontaneous process within our DNA, put there by Ptah, according to the ancient Egyptians, that enables us to unfold or reveal our true spiritual self. So sacred art is that key that can awaken it. One good example of that art is in the dome of the US Capitol. And I included this in honor of Dr. Mark Gray, my friend mentioned earlier. He and I were the first to decode the ascension symbolism in the dome of the US Capitol. For several years, we were running back and forth into the Capitol and looking at this symbolism. It started with a conversation. I was giving a presentation that Mark attended. And I said, look at this image. We're looking up into the dome of the US Capitol, which so many fucking assholes think is some kind of a horrible place. And excuse my language, but I'm really upset by what has happened to our government in these past few months and the way they are treating the souls of this planet as if we are just garbage, okay? The keys to our ascension are in that dome, and it was off limits to every single American for months because we have a political force on this planet that is so dark and so demonic that they want to control every facet of your life. They want to mandate what is possible for you, and they want to force you to see and do things the way their dark and demonic rulers want things to be done on this planet. And it's up to us, if we ever want to see freedom on this planet, to once again take control of this dome and the powerful symbolism that is encoded within. And what do we see within? We see George Washington, the founding father of this country, who is not some racist contrivance like you see these, whoever these people are. I don't even know what to call these people that want to argue that America is some kind of racist institution or some bullshit like that. It's just complete nonsense. What America is a physical space and a psychological space where souls were and still are free to attain their ultimate ascension. And George Washington is presented as the exemplar of this, leading the way. The reason he's on a rainbow is because he is an ascended being, and he is equal to, in this mindset, all the ascended beings, including Christ, who have attained their rainbow light body. Because we're made in the perfect image of God, we have the spiritual capacity to participate in or mirror Jesus' divine glory as image bearers. And we must uphold this spiritual truth and the truth of America, that is still possible for all of us while there is still time. We have to shut down these dark and demonic forces that seek to take God out of this country, out of your vocabulary, out of your soul, and replace it with some, who knows what kind of force. I mean, it's getting so bizarre, the way these people are coming across and the freedoms they're trying to take away from us and what they're trying to force on us. And the only way through this nightmare scenario that they are creating, in my opinion, is to activate the image of God from within and to begin to live from this perspective and awaken people to that power that we have within. And this is the crux of it. It's because these political forces seek to take that power away. They know how important this moment in time is, and that if they can begin to force and mandate technologies on the human body, that it will forever cripple our ability to ultimately attain this light body. That is what is at stake right now. And each of us are compelled at this moment to decide which side for eternity do we want to be on. The dark and demonic side that wants to force, mandate this technology on the human body in order to subjugate the soul and eliminate the soul. I'm talking about you, Facebook. I'm talking about Google. I'm talking about all the big tech swingers that seek to control the human spirit because they don't even believe in the soul. They don't believe in God. They don't believe in human spiritual potential. All they want to do is mandate. All they want to do is force. All they want to do is censor anything that has to do with true spiritual freedom. You and I are the wall. We are what stands in between free humans from now on or enslaved humans. And again, what we are discussing at this very moment is the key to our freedom. In order to more fully understand this, I want to take you back into ancient history, because as we look into the ancient world, we find out that the symbolism of the compass and the square did not originate perhaps in Egypt. It's certainly not Freemasonic, and it's ultimately far more ancient than many of us realize, and is likely coming from a source even beyond the earth. We're looking here at Chinese paintings of Nuwa and Fuxi, a brother and sister creator gods who hold in their hands the tools of creation. The miraculous creation of humanity from clay or DNA is a theme that appears in numerous religious traditions, including the ancient Chinese. And the key to it is this symbol of the compass and the square. These two figures are always depicted holding these same symbols in their hands, which have been described by many scholars as the tools of creation and divine order. So if we want to know how to bring divine order back into our world, these tools, the compass and the square, actually inform us how to do this. Since antiquity, the square has represented, as I said, the physical body. The circle, on the other hand, has always represented the soul. And it is the unity of the soul and the body working in harmony together that symbolizes man's state as an eternal soul manifesting in a temporary body. We have the forces of light and dark. A moment ago, I'm railing against these dark forces because I'm really upset at what they have unleashed on this planet. But deep down, I recognize that we must harmonize them. We may not be able to destroy them, and we shouldn't seek to destroy them. Nancy Pelosi, all these other people, we don't want to destroy them. What we want to do is illuminate them, harmonize them with the light. That is the only way forward. We have to be able to find it in our hearts to express love to these dark forces that seek to subjugate, to control, to mandate, to force, to ultimately control. Those are horrible words. We have to replace that with words like illumination, transcendence, and that is the great battle of our times. And that battle is going on within each of us. It's going on within me. It's going on within you. And the image of the yin-yang symbol is a representation of that harmony. There's always a third force that's involved, and that's what we've also got to begin to tap into as well. These symbols, the compass and the square, represent the original perfect teaching of the celestial beings. I know many of us are trying to call in higher celestial beings at this time, our higher forces, our higher angels that can transmute our present situation. We recognize that thinking like a human at this time is going to only get more human results. We have got to raise our ascension intelligence. I have long maintained that the antidote to artificial intelligence and these artificial manipulations, this augmentation that is taking place, is to tap into our ascension intelligence. We have to think like the angels. And this is the key to it here, because the compass and the square represents the creation tools of the angels. They symbolize the craft of the gods who use them in the formations of our bodies and our reality. They represent the cosmos and the means to harmonize with it. They represent the yin-yang, male-female duality within us. the dark light and forces playing out in our world today. The compass makes the circle and is feminine. The square, of course, then is masculine. And when we harmonize these two twisting serpents or currents within us, we achieve at-one-ment or atonement with all that is. Every form can be reduced to its permanent constituents, which are just straight lines and circles. And this is why we see the angels and we see the ascended beings carrying or bringing the compass and square to our awareness. I want to take you to Ravenna, Italy, to the Basilica of San Vitale. We're looking here at an image of the resurrected Christ on the blue orb. Up above on the ceiling, we see a provocative scene in which we see 4 angels on blue orbs as well, surrounding a lamb in a circle filled with stars, or perhaps a stargate. Why am I showing this to you? Well, the reason is because when we come into the detail here, we see that the angels are all wearing linen garments, white linen garments, symbolizing purity. The linen garments also symbolizing the light body garments that they wear. And on those garments, we see a symbol. We see the symbol of the square. We see the symbol of the square, the L-shaped symbol. What does that ultimately mean? What is the hidden meaning? Why are these angels portrayed with the L or the square on their garment? When I first saw this, I thought, well, this is a pun, because these beings are called the L's, or shining ones. So put an L on their garment, and it represents that they are the L's, the Elohim, the shining ones. And here we see in the detail the Lamb of God in the circle of stars, or what I would call the Stargate. But there's more to this than just the pun. And that's the journey we're taking at this moment into this symbolism. As we continue looking at the imagery that we see in San Vitale, we see once again Christ on the blue orb. We see the angels on either side, and we see that these angels once again have the L shape, the L symbol on their cloak or their garment. They are the L's, the shining ones. The angels of the Lord is another term for these beings. These are the angels of the Lord dressed in white garments that appeared in the tomb on Easter morning, along with Mary Magdalene. She saw these beings, she encountered them, she interacted with these beings, the angels of the Lord. And they possess the ultimate secrets that we seek today to be able to transmute or transfigure our world. So once again, we see the angels in the detail with the L on their garment. What does it represent? Where is this leading us? We know it represents the square, and we know that this is one of the tools of creation, but there's even more to it than that. And that's where we're headed in this investigation. And in order to fully reveal the ultimate meaning of the symbolism, we go to St. Apollinare Nuovo, which is also in Ravenna, Italy. This is another basilica built at the same time as San Vitale, around 400, 500 AD, which means it's very close to original Christianity, to pure Christianity. Today's Christianity bears very little resemblance to the original Christianity practiced by the first Christians. Excuse me, the first Christians, who were largely Jewish Buddhist mystics known as the Essenes. But here we see a very interesting scene now where we've got the 3 magi approaching the Christ child on the bottom, and up above we have the apostles all holding scripts or books of knowledge, the book of love perhaps, with L's on their garments, the same L's that we saw the angels wearing. So what this means is that these first apostles, who once again are the Jewish Buddhist mystics, the Essenes, know the innermost meaning of the L, or the symbolism. And so here in the detail, we see the apostle with the L. He's standing above the 3 magi. the Zoroastrian or Persian magi who also know the ultimate secrets of illumination. They're coming to greet the Christ child, who is a magi even greater than them, the high celestial being that the Essenes had called in. And we see him now as we go forward on the lap of the Virgin Mary, who is enthroned on her jeweled throne. The angels of the Lord are on either side of this jeweled throne. Christ is on her lap. The angels and Christ all have the L on their garment, telling us that they are aligned with this teaching. They are all part of the angels of the Lord, the shining ones, the magi who know the innermost secrets of the celestial beings who are represented in these beautiful mosaics. So it's very important that they keep repeating this L imagery in these scenes. And it suggests to me that this represents the innermost secret of original Christianity. Now here we see also at Apollo Nuevo, Christ is now enthroned. He's no longer a child. He's a fully adult male. His face matches that we see on the Shroud of Turin. And we see again the L's, the illuminated beings, the celestial beings on either side, some of them giving us the blessing mudras, but all of them have the L symbolism on their garment. So what does it mean? We're coming very close now to the what I believe is the ultimate answer for this symbolism. We started out asking, what do angel human hybrids wear? Well, they wear light body garments, as with these apostles here. They wear light body garments with that letter, what we call the letter L, etched onto their garment. And here is, in my opinion, what that L ultimately represents. And this is very profound symbolism in my view. What it represents is the Shroud of Turin. And what the Shroud of Turin is the burial shroud of Christ. There is so much science that now has verified and validated that this linen shroud is, in fact, the burial shroud of Christ. We have the proper dating now, not the fake carbon dating that misled so many people into believing it was a forgery from the 13th or 14th or 15th century, or at some point that it's some kind of object of art. It's not an object of art. It is a relic. It is actually, as Pope Francis adroitly called it, an icon of love. An icon in Christian speak is a two-way mirror. It's a communications channel. It's an image that can put you into contact with a higher divine being, in this case, Christ. So what's the connection between the Shroud of Turin and the L that we see on the garments of the angels and the original apostles? The connection is that there's there are 4 holes in the Shroud of Turin that are referred to as poker holes. The shroud suffered a minor destruction, or not a destruction, but it was damaged during a fire. And some scholars say that these 3 poker holes were caused when they tried to rescue the shroud from that fire. But I'm of the opinion that that is not the source of these holes, that this is perhaps an intentional thing where we see these L-shaped poker holes in this peculiar L shape. I believe it's a signal to the viewer. For what purpose? The ultimate purpose is to reveal that the first apostles knew the secrets of the Shroud of Turin. They knew the secret of the transmutation into a being of light that Christ effected during his resurrection. And they knew that the Shroud of Turin was an icon or a relic of that event. And as an icon, they knew that the shroud could transmit to them the frequencies or the vibration of the resurrected Christ. I have been face to face in front of the Shroud of Turin on 2 occasions. In both cases, my wife Claire was with me. And in both instances, we both had profound energetic experiences. A transference occurred as we were meditating in front of the Shroud of Turin in the Cathedral of John the Baptist in Turin, Italy. We know that power. The Knights Templar knew that power. The Knights Templar wore linen strands around their waist that had been charged on an image that is, in fact, the Shroud of Turin, because they knew that the shroud could emit or transmit to them the vibration of the resurrected Christ. The rank and file Templars were told to wear this linen strand as a force of protection in their earthly life, but also as a guarantee for safe passage into the afterlife. What I'm saying to you is that as an icon, the shroud is capable of transmitting that vibration to us. And that is what that L represents on the garments of the angels of light, and also on the garments of the angels. Now, this L symbolism also appears in an extraordinary way in this vital icon created by Leonardo da Vinci of Salvator Mundi, the savior of the world, in which Christ is offering us a blessing and in which he holds in his hand an orb of light. Now, when I look at this orb of light, when I first looked at it, and my wife Claire and I discussed this in our Gaia program, Arcanum, and we're on record in this conversation about this remarkable painting with all these Leonardo da Vinci aficionados and experts. They argued that this can't be an original Leonardo painting because he never would have made the mistake of showing the obscured image of the hand through the orb of light, the crystalline ball in his hand. That this is an example of an amateur's painting of an orb of light. And Leonardo, being an expert in optics, would not have made this mistake. When I looked at that, what I saw was not three dots that represent a mistake by Leonardo, but rather an intention. Those 3 dots symbolize the Chintamani stone of the Tibetan Buddhist tradition, the wish-fulfilling gem that can manifest the rainbow light body. And that is what I believe those triple dots represent. But furthermore, can you also see the L shape in these triple dots? Not only do we have the 3 dots, but Leonardo has also portrayed them in an L shape. That is by intention, in my view. He is aligning this image of Salvator Mundi with all the other L images. Look at this image here. This is an icon, in fact, the earliest icon of Christ. It was found at St. Catherine's Monastery in the Sinai in 1962. It was painted or created, manifested in the 4th century or early 5th century AD. The face perfectly matches that of the Shroud of Turin, which automatically tells us that the Shroud of Turin couldn't have been a 13th century forgery. How could this painter, this icon painter, have created the precise face on the Shroud of Turin unless he had seen the Shroud of Turin or had a vision of the being represented in the shroud, which is Christ, and in the 4th or early 5th century? So validation that the shroud is real. But look at the book in Jesus's hand. He has the triple dot symbol in his hand, the same triple dot symbol found on Salvator Mundi that represents the Holy Spirit in Christianity, but also the Chintamani or Chintamani stone in Tibetan Buddhism. But what else do you see on that book? Do you see the L shapes? I hope so, because those are also placed there intentionally. They're aligning us with this imagery. And here is the side-by-side comparison of Salvator Mundi holding the orb of light with the Buddhist Bodhisattva holding the Chintamani. In Tibetan Buddhism, the Chintamani stone is called the wish-fulfilling gem, and it produces or manifests the rainbow light body, the resurrection body. And this is why Christ is portrayed holding that orb. And in this icon, What is actually happening is that Christ is offering that power to you. He is saying, as an icon of the Creator, created by artistic parents, you have this ability within you to activate these latent Christ-like abilities. And if you don't like talking about Christ or Christianity or Christ-like abilities, then perhaps you'll follow the path of the Bodhisattvas and recognize that within us is a pure being, referred to as a Bodhisattva by the Tibetan Buddhists, who have come to earth, stayed on the earth plane to assist all other souls in their own ascension. And in the Bodhisattva vow, they will stay on earth until all souls have ascended, and then they will complete their own ascension. But for our purposes, the point I'm making is that the orb of light in the hand of Salvator Mundi is exactly the same as the orb of light in the hand of the Bodhisattva that we see here. It represents this high spiritual ability that we all have to manifest our light body. Now, I scour ancient images for ancient artwork for images of ascended beings that can guide our ascension. To me, perhaps one of the top 3 images of all human history, artistic history, of these ascended beings is this image here of the Amitabha Buddha of infinite light. What the Buddhists teach about this image is that the Amitabha Buddha is shown descending on a cloud from the Pure Land. He is descending to meet and greet a pure soul and to take that pure soul back to the Pure Land with him to assist the pure soul in completing its ascension. The key is the Buddhists teach that all one has to do is hang this painting near the bedside of a being in the moment of transition, tie a silken thread to it, and that the transitioning soul, when it leaves its body, can grab a hold of that silken thread and ascend or cross over to the Pure Land through this painting. Now, if that doesn't blow your mind, I'm out of bullets. I can't think of anything more mind-blowing or hopeful than the idea that the Amitabha Buddha of infinite light, as an ascended being, as an avatar, an ascended master, if you will, can
5 more minutes, William.
Can transmit the vibration of our ascended body through a painting, and that a soul can journey with him to the Pure Land through the painting. I explain this through quantum entanglement. And in fact, the symbol of quantum entanglement is shown on this drum that we see here. But look in the lower right of our painting. Can you see the Bodhisattva there in the lower right? She or he has a resurrection stick in his hand, and dangling from that resurrection stick is what? Our L shape. That's profound because it shows that this symbolism of the L shape is known to the Tibetan Buddhism. If we look into the Book of Kells, which was, some people believe, created in Ireland by or under the influence of Buddhist monks, we see profound symbolism. We
William?
see wheels within wheels.
William, just want you to know, we're going to, you have about 4 more minutes.
Thank you. Yeah, I appreciate that. I'll be wrapping up here in less than 4 minutes. We see the wheels within wheels, and we also see the L shape once again. The L shape is the compass, or excuse me, it is the square, and the circles that we see are represented by the compass. Since these similar motifs and symbols seem to show up in disparate cultures and places, the only way that some groups could have had them is by revelation from a common source. And that is the ultimate message here. And I'm going to leave you with the one final message that's also found in this remarkable image from the Book of Kells. If you look at the wheels within wheels, you see that they are not the yin-yang symbol. On the right-hand side, you see that they are actually what's referred to by the Tibetans as the wheel of joy, with the 3 rays instead of the 2 of the yin-yang symbol. What this means is that the Book of Kells, whoever created the Book of Kells, must have known about the wheel of joy and its connection to the rainbow light body. My ultimate message here for you is that our world is a world of duality, light and dark, male and female. But the only way to transcend that duality is to find that third and higher way. We have got to use everything that we know of this symbolism, the compass and the square, to look for that third way. And I hope that my presentation has provided some insight, maybe some inspiration for you to help us all at this moment to escape the force of darkness on this planet, not just by resisting it, but by transmuting it with a higher and finer vibration. And it's up to us to find a way to draw that higher, finer vibration into our world and to once and for all enable all souls in souling on this planet to be able to escape the fate of darkness that is awaiting if we choose to do nothing. The choice is ours. The moment is now. And I support you in any way possible to be able to find a way to transcend this duality, to bring in this higher, finer light. So thank you all very much for joining me today. Thank you to Portal of Ascension for offering this opportunity. And I look forward to interacting with you on down the road in a time of greater light and love than any of us can conceive. So thank you very, very much.
So well said, William. How do people find you?
My website is williamhenry.net, and all my contact information is available on my website. Again, williamhenry.net.
I hope you read the chat. I hope you're able to see what people were chatting in, William, because everybody is so wowed by what you shared with the beautiful and profound imagery that gave us all transmissions today. And I just want to thank you for your passion and your dedication.
Thank you.
To get this information out. You're a true hero.
Thank you. That's so kind of you. And we're all heroes. We're all in this together.
We are.
And we're linking hearts and minds and know what we have to do. And now it's time to do it.
Thank you for giving us these tools.
My pleasure.
Yeah. Oh,
fantastic. All right.
Thank you
Take
so
it away, Michelle. Thank you so much, William. You were fantastic.
Hi, William. Give Claire a hug from me, please.
I sure will. God bless all. Thank you.
God bless you. Wow. I have goosebumps from head to toe, and I am just so grateful to William and to Neil and to all of our hosts here. This is just so inspiring and uplifting, and we're getting ready to transition into a beautiful sound healing by Ben Carroll. Ben Carroll is a gifted and intuitive sound worker, and he was a former full-time touring musician and universal recording artist with album sales reaching the hundreds of thousands. Ben has quite a unique background as a perpetual student of metaphysics, consciousness, and the effect of sound and vibration on the body and mind. And the transition from rock star to sound healer wasn't a far leap, as most of us might imagine. For several years now, Ben's focus has been on using sound coupled with group energy. That's a big one right there, because that's another common theme, is to use our group energy to strengthen intuition, facilitate healing, access higher dimensions of self, and facilitate the recalibration and expansion of the mind-body-soul connection. His sound healing journey work events have had a profound effect on many that have had the opportunity to experience them. And we get to experience them together in this unified field of group energy after that amazing presentation by William Henry. So stick with us and enjoy this sound healing by Ben Carroll.
Awesome. Thank you. Thank you. So today, We are going to get right into it and just do a nice long session with sound. And I want to set an intention first, because I feel like setting an intention is always important when you're working with sound and energy. And today I just want to set a simple intention of just decompressing, releasing tension, releasing stress, and just getting absorbed into the sound and becoming so big in the sound that all of this denser energy that's been accumulating in us can just drain away. So we'll start with a very short guided portion, and then we'll get into pure sound for the duration. Start by connecting with your breath, with some nice, big, deep, full breaths, breathing all the way down to the bottom of your lungs, feeling your belly rising as your lungs fill, a big, full exhale, releasing all of that air. Breath is so important on so many levels, but it's also directly connected to our state of consciousness. Continuing those deep breaths and starting to focus in on the sound, hearing the droning of the singing bowl, letting yourself get lulled into a state of relaxation. Feeling your body relaxing. Feeling tension draining away. Stresses starting to recede. And just fully opening up and allowing this sound to travel down into your body. Feeling this sound, these vibrations, creating space in your body. Feeling yourself, your energy body, your physical body, your consciousness expanding out into these sounds. Further and further, and becoming so massive, so full of light, that there is nothing for these tensions and these stresses to hold on to. And feeling all of these denser energies starting to dissolve away, draining away, filling you with a sense of belonging, connection,
Wow. I'm floating. How are you doing, Shreya?
Wonderful. Thank you.
Oh, wasn't that amazing? I talk about anchoring in those transmissions. That was Ben Carroll, and we did have to cut it a little bit short. That was a recorded sound healing. So if you want to see the full length sound healing, please go to the Portal to Ascension YouTube page and you can find it there. I'm definitely going to go back and do that this week. Take it away,
White-haired wizard.
Yeah. Woo. I'm floating.
Beautiful. Well, we're really excited. Now we're going to have some special people on, Patricia and Daniel Cardona, who were mentored by Hunbat's men and our Mayan teachers. And so let's just see. I think you guys there in the house, Patricia and Daniel. Let's see if Neil's got them in the room yet here. There you are. Beautiful. If you like, you guys can start your camera. There we are. Wonderful. Thank you so much for coming. I'm so looking forward to working with you next weekend as well on the Mayan Civilization Conference. And I just want to, I'm actually going to read your bio because it's really wonderful for everybody to be able to know the depth of experience that you guys have and all that has been going on there over the years with what you've been bringing and your legacy that you're carrying here. So Patricia and Daniel Cardona are co-founders of a charitable foundation called the Cosmic Mysteries School. And they've been teaching ancient shamanic wisdom teachings for spiritual, mental, and physical transformation and healing since 1996, when the school was started. And actually, many of you may have heard of Hunbat's men. He actually requested and was a director, a solar Mayan elder, Hunbat's men of their organization. And Patricia was gifted with Nagaku, which is Hunbat's men's ancient Tibetan crystal skull, and his Sastun after his death. I don't know if I said that right, but you guys can correct me later. After his death in 2016. Nagaku, the crystal skull, carries Hunbat's men's energy and frequency legacy forward to this day. Besides being a board certified child, adolescent, and adult psychiatrist, Daniel J. Cardona, MD, has been a student and practitioner of the martial and energy arts for more than 25 years. And Patricia Morris Cardona, MS, APRN, is a board certified advanced nurse practitioner and has performed energy healings in person and remotely for more than 36 years. Daniel and Patricia help others learn to use energy movement, energy medicine, ceremony, meditation, and sexual alchemy for healing and rejuvenating the body and accelerating the frequency of the mind and spirit into cosmic consciousness. Patricia and Daniel have received the lineage as Mayan fire priestess and fire priest. They've been trained by Mayan elder Hunbat's men, Miguel Vergara Angel, Mayan fire priestess Anne-Marie Vergara, and Peruvian Incan elder Williru Hiuata, and other elders. So you can tell we are in for a treat here with these lovely beings today.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I'd like to start by a way that we learned many things from our teacher. And one of the things we learned was how to start when we were presenting or we were doing ceremony. We always started by thanking the great central sun and putting on our headband. So call upon the great central sun. You move into your grace and your space. You bring your cosmic knowledge and wisdom into us now. We make this offering to you on all levels. We make this offering of love to you on all levels. One of the things that Hunbat's did was he was always teaching, and we were continuously learning from him. We always said if he ever opened his mouth, we needed to have a recorder on or a video on, because it was always something that was going to be tremendous that we would want to always remember. So we've made quite a lot of video of him, and some books and things we made to try to help him with his teachings and bringing them forward. And we're going to share some of those next weekend. So we're looking forward to that.
And one of the other reasons for the headband is that, and I'm sure many people know, is that when you connect to ritual, especially when you've been taught by a teacher who comes from a long lineage, when you perform the ritual, whether it's what you wear, the headband, the sounds, the music, you're really connecting to that whole lineage that can sometimes go back thousands of years. Martial artists know that. The practitioners in Asia know that, and that's why they do things just like they were taught by the teachers. If you change them, you can create a new lineage, and then the people 1,000 years into the future can benefit from that lineage. But we're connecting,
Right.
with the teachers and their lineages that we've been taught through.
And you say that there's sometimes there's a gap in knowledge, like people are repeating the ritual without knowing exactly what it means, and other times
Yes.
the meaning is kept intact.
Yes. And one of the things that we'll be talking about next week is that even if some of that has been lost or cannot be understood by the intellectual mind, once you connect with it, once you connect with the chant and the music, and especially the sacred sites, they're very powerfully energetic, then you can go into that altered state and then bring back that knowledge.
That makes sense. Yeah, totally. Retransmit it and reintegrate it directly.
Exactly.
We were given a lot of opportunities after doing ceremony at sacred sites with Humbatsmen and other elders, for so many years, and taking groups to those sacred sites so that they could be immersed in the energy of those sites too, because each site carries with it the energy and frequency that's a little bit different of some master that's that left their lineage and energy in that particular place. And also, we're always making offerings and bringing in the higher knowledge, because the whole idea of the Cosmic Mystery School is to return to cosmic consciousness. Humbatsman always said we were getting our memory back.
And would you equate returning to cosmic consciousness with ascension? Like, are those two the same thing? Are they related? How do you all see that?
Well, we're receiving the knowledge and wisdom from the ascended masters. So we're working to make our vibrational frequency by working with them into their vibrational frequency so that we can move our energy up into those frequencies. And we found over the years that that is happening, that our frequency has changed, what we're able to manifest, what we're able to experience and create when we're doing ceremony has become more and more profound over the years. So it really is happening.
And our feedback with that is the kinds of things that we attract to our lives. So, we can look back, we've been on the planet for quite a few decades now, and we can look back and see some of the events and challenges and lessons that we attracted in the past and how they're much different. And then if we get a new challenge, we can always say, okay, what is going on here? What is happening to my energy? So the challenges that we face, the people who give us those challenges, they're helping us, and it's a good way of feedback. So I would say that we're moving along, but a lot of people around the world are moving around. People are getting more connected with the earth, and all kinds of religious connection is one way to say that, but spiritual connection. And I think the whole planet is benefiting. We still have some challenges that we're facing, but we're growing. All of us are growing.
Do you feel that in the Mayan teachings, is there an equivalent to what a lot of us are calling the new Earth right now, or the golden age, or the next phase of evolution that was foretold by Hunbats and the lineage?
Well, the Mayans, one of the things, Humbatsman was a daykeeper, they called it a Mayan daykeeper. And so he worked with all the calendars, and the Mayans had at least 17 different calendars. So he had knowledge and understanding of them. We learned a fair amount about various calendars. And so they were so cosmically aware and aware of time and aware of events changing and occurring and all that, that when people said things were going to end in 2012, Humbatsman never said that. He said that was what some people were saying, but it wasn't his understanding, because there was, if one calendar ends, another calendar begins. So it's always an ending and a beginning, an ending and a beginning. That's why there were so many calendars that were taking you into different realities. And he was totally involved in the other realities. I can promise you that. One time I asked him a question, we were having a conference, and I was trying to understand a concept about, and asked about the planets aligning and the great central sun and our sun being in the womb of the universe. Anyways, I asked him that, and I walked up there and he took my hand and he drew a symbol on my hand, and he said, just like these lines are crossing on your hand, so is the relationship that's happening right there. And when he did that, he immediately took me into an altered state, into that other dimensional frequency. So it was that powerful in that moment of being there. And those kind of things have happened a lot. We have had so many miraculous experiences that there's no question that there are many realities and many opportunities to move into these higher realities.
And Hunbach really stressed cycles of time, and there were at least 17 calendars, at least. And you know, the temples were often calendars in themselves, so they helped keep track of time. And so a lot of our changes that we're seeing now are nothing more than how things cycle through. One of the cycles I thought was really interesting is that we grew up in Michigan, born and raised in Michigan, and in Michigan you learn about the glaciers, because the glaciers cut out the Great Lakes and so forth. And now we live in northern Kentucky, and we're seeing how far the glaciers came down. So everything north of the Ohio River is flat, including Michigan. And then below the Ohio River is hilly and so forth, most of Kentucky. I don't think there's any flat areas in Kentucky. But it lets us know that for the past 11,600 years, the glaciers have been receding. And they'll probably come back at some other point too. So this is nothing new. We were in Michigan probably 20, 25 years ago when we happened to be visiting Patricia's parents. And at that time, the water in the Great Lakes was beginning to recede. And we were all worried. We didn't know where the water was going. Was a drought occurring? And, you know, we're all worried about it. Not every day, but, you know, we certainly commented on it. And then one day, Patricia's father, who was probably in his 80s at the time, he goes, it was like that when I was a kid. In fact, it was further out. We were actually pasturing, if I remember correctly, cattle where the water is now. And sure enough, a few years later, the water's back, and now the Great Lakes are full again. So we can see these cycles, but our time on the planet is so short that the cycles aren't obvious at all. The Maya had a much bigger cosmovision. You know, some of their calendars were hundreds of thousands of years, and some of them were shorter. You know, one of the shorter calendars is the Pleiadian calendar, which was 52 years. So you get a much bigger view of what's happening in the universe.
And so are you saying that the glaciers were down there in Kentucky or wherever, and then they started pulling back north and flattened the land as they went?
Yes. Yeah, that's the current understanding by geologists, and I didn't know that as a child. Of course, I knew about the glaciers, but we would travel down, and everything was flat. And then until you crossed the Ohio River on I-75 bridge, and then suddenly Kentucky is hilly and beautifully, hilly with hills and valleys and so forth. So yeah, the glaciers are receding, and they'll likely come back. Probably not in our lifetimes, but cycles of time.
Indeed. Yes, somebody says you can see glacial grooves in southern Ohio.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
Yeah, and so this skull, this Nagaku, wow, what an amazing thing to be able to carry and share with us. That's really special. So I've heard that, you know, with a lot of the different sacred skulls, what they used to do is download their wisdom and knowledge into the skull. And it sounds like maybe Hunbats had done that for us and for you all as well.
He did. It was amazing. The whole story of the skull is a long story, but it is very amazing. And it's one of 13 that were brought to the United States by a Chinese gentleman named Frank Liu. And we had all 13 in our house at one time. And anyways, he ended up giving Hunbatsman this particular skull. And you can see they're not human. It's a little smaller head than my own, and its features are not quite human. It's some extraterrestrial type of being, but each of the skulls was different. I have photos of each of them, and each one was different. They did not look all the same. But when we were we had Hunbatsman here in 2009, and we took him to Serpent Mound, which he loved, and which is in Ohio. It's only an hour and a half from us. And another lady from Africa who had purchased 2 of the skulls, brought her skulls there. And the most interesting thing was that I noticed that this skull, Nagaku, looked quite a lot different in color and frequency than the 2 skulls of the lady. And I asked him about it later. I said, I noticed that Nagaku looks so different. He's clearer and he has developed a 3rd eye. And Humbat's men just smiled. He loved to laugh and smile. And he said, I've been working with him. So, and when I received Nagaku, you know, after Humbat's passed, when I received Nagaku, it was so amazing because here you have this piece of crystal, but when I received him, it was like it was a child. It was it was, in a sense, it was like cuddly, which you wouldn't expect to be. But yes, and he absolutely, Humbat's always says, who has more knowledge? Who has more knowledge? And he'd point at our heads and he'd point at the skulls. And he said, the skulls. Oh, the skulls. So.
They've been literally containing it. And then similar to what you were saying before about receiving a transmission about the meaning of an older ritual or something, you could ask for some knowledge from the skull.
Sure, absolutely. It's going to amplify the energy. And we always, I'm going to show something in the conference next week, a part of a video clip where we actually, we were present when Humbat's was helping download knowledge and information into the skull. So I have a video clip of that I'm going to show next week.
Gosh, that's really something.
Yeah, it's very beautiful. And this energy is always sweet. This one, you know, it's always a sweet energy, powerful but sweet. So it's very, very lovely.
You think that's why Frank Lou, that's why he gave the hymn?
I think it's sweet. Like, I don't know what it was like originally, the energy of this particular one, but I think it's sweet now because I think it contains a lot of Humbatsman's essence.
It's sweetness.
Yeah, it's sweetness. He loved to laugh and play and just have a wonderful time. One of his funniest jokes, they used to say with Dan all the time, they used to play this game. When Dan would knock at the door, we'd have taken him somewhere to some conference or something like that. And then we'd be picking him up to go for his time to speak or go to dinner or whatever. So go ahead.
Humbat's, like Patricia said, loved to laugh and joke and very childlike in a sense. Now, when he was doing ceremony, he was very serious. And, you know, he was very serious about lining people up just right, geometric, so forth. But he just loved to joke. And we would go get him for dinner when we were at a conference, and I would knock on the door and he'd say, who is it? And I was always either, this is the FBI or this is the CIA, you know, and he'd be cracking up inside, and of course, and he'd say something funny. But yeah, he loved to joke about things. And one of and he saw the humor in many things. So back to the skull, of course, Nagaku is ancient. You can see that the quartz has a patina on it. So who knows how old it is? It's very, very ancient, at least when it was cut. But Humbat's would laugh when people would say, yes, but they would look at another skull and there would be an argument, so to speak, or a debate about, well, was that cut a long time ago, or is that a modern cut? And of course, some skulls, Nagaku and others, were cut very ancient. But he'd always say, that's funny because the quartz is very ancient. It's really what the quartz matters, and that's what holds the memory. Patricia bought for me a little skull, it's much more compact than Nagaku that I can just put in my pocket. And she bought it for me in Glastonbury when we were looking at some of the sacred sites in England that time. 2003. Patricia's very good with the dates. I'm not. But so I always take that with me to sacred sites and ceremony. It's been in so many different places, France and Peru. It's been just everywhere. And it is so different now than it was. It's hard to describe. It's like there's a light inside. So the point of this is when you have your crystals, you know, have them as part of ceremony, when you visit a sacred site or someplace, any place special, your favorite mountain, take them with you because they grow with the ceremony. We do, and the crystals do, and you form that relationship. One of Patricia's sayings that I love to hear her say. And she's talking about so many things, not just people, but with elements, the weather, the plants, the animals, the crystals. It's all about relationships.
Wow. Yeah. And it makes me feel like, because I've traveled all around the country, and then I brought some crystals back to Sedona and then let them go again there. And it's almost like they went and they gained what they needed to know from all the travels, and then they brought them back to the land.
Yes.
So they're doing their little work and their job.
Yeah, that's absolutely true. They're always doing their work too. And we don't know their purpose or how they came in here or what they came in to do. So it's always very interesting to be able to share space and time and energy and watch how things evolve. And one of the things that is so Mayan is that you have to develop into the inner knowledge, into the energy of the inner knowledge before you can access a lot of well, Humbats would always call them the 7 powers. He would talk about that. But to be able to access those, you have to be working and changing your frequency, because you cannot access them until you do. So that's part of the whole relationship. The idea is accessing and moving with it. It's like with Copal. So I'm a fire priestess. So one of the things we work with is Copal. And Copal is a sacred resin from a tree in Mexico. And we use it to smudge, to cleanse people, to smudge space, to keep things clear. We use it to make offerings, to bring in the higher forces, and to cleanse and clear ourselves. We use it for many things. But because of the whole idea of relationship and developing a relationship, it's like Carlos Castaneda said, in his work, in his books, he talked about making an alignment and a relationship with, it could be a plant being or whatever. Well, it's the same thing for me with the Copal, because I've worked with it so long that I have a relationship with it now. I've developed that relationship. And so because of that, I can actually bring it in and send it into a room, even if, or a person that I'm healing, when I'm doing a healing on someone, even if I can't light it. Okay. So, but yeah, because it has relationship with me, so it's happy to come through and do its work, even if I'm not allowed in this particular space or time to actually light it and have the smoke be in the room. It'll actually come through. So that's a very clear example of what happens over time as you continue to work with an essence, an energy, a plant being, a plant resin, whatever, because your intentions are correct and you're only trying to help, you're only trying to heal, you're only trying to raise your own consciousness, you're only trying to return into that higher consciousness.
That's beautiful. I have a similar relationship with selenite.
Mm-hmm.
We work with it, etherically. It does all kinds of fun things. So it's interesting. I hadn't thought of it in that way about the relationship, but maybe I've had a relationship with selenite for other lifetimes or something too, where that was just like, oh, there that is.
Right.
Oh, yeah.
I bet you're right. I bet that's exactly what it is. That's very interesting. Yeah, that's a wonderful example that you know personally. So that's beautiful.
Yeah. And also like essential oils, Copal, I'm not sure if they make an oil out of it, but it's a resin, but it's like you can ask them to do what you want them to do. And we can we can communicate with these elements and elementals and these rocks and crystals and
absolutely
like that.
Yeah, there's so many things that come alive. We all know when we talk to our pets, if you treat an animal just like an animal, then they're okay. But if you talk to them and you have the sense that they're listening, they respond to you so differently. And people who have pets will swear, whether it's cats, dogs, or whatever, that they understand what you're saying. We don't know how they do, but it's the relationship. And in the Maya, and we're going to talk more about this next week, did this in many different ways. And one of the ways was ceremony. Another way, the calendars. And when you understand a little, you don't have to understand everything there is to understand about the calendars. None of us do. But when you just appreciate the fact that these calendars are describing some cycle, I'll never forget the first time after studying with Hunbats for a few years, In the winter, the Pleiades, we can see the Pleiades. Beginning mid-late October, where we are now, it starts to rise. I mean, it's always out there, but in terms of being at night where you can actually see it. And I will never forget the first time I saw the Pleiades. I mean, I choked up and had tears in my eyes. It was in the middle of the winter, and it was cold, and I could see it, and I had my little binoculars. And then you can appreciate how we're so connected to everything. When you walk in the woods and you can identify a few trees, and suddenly the woods, wherever you are, become alive, and you're starting to form that relationship. And we're going to go into more of this next week about the other ways that our brain changes when we go outside. Our brain changes when we listen to certain kinds of music, especially in the drumming way. Now, there's a lot of beautiful music out there, and it's nice to listen to. But the indigenous populations around the world, they had specific rhythms. And it's so interesting how the scientists are helping us appreciate the reason they had that rhythm is because our brain responds to it. Now, and that's nice to know, but it's not going to help you. And one of the teachers that we love so much, who is teaching us this healing modality, she frequently says, as she's teaching us a new level, your mind can't help you here. Mm-hmm. And so once you're in the rhythm, once you're outside, once you're in the ceremony, once you let go of the thinking mind, beautiful things happen.
Yeah. It makes me think of how many people have been nature deprived over maybe the last couple of years in particular.
Yes.
So I guess most of the ceremony and everything, I mean, they lived more outside, much more connected to nature, generally speaking, even the way the houses were built and designed and their daily lives. Yeah.
Yes.
Absolutely.
And so I think, we can do a lot of healing just by making an effort to go out in nature. Is what
going out in nature. Yes. And go ahead.
Having a relationship, it's like part of the whole Mayan tradition and everything too, is having this really deep relationship with the sun. That as our sun, the sun in the central galaxy, all that. But when you develop a relationship with nature and the elements deeply, you can see that relationship firsthand. So if it's it can be sunny out, and whenever I walk out of the house and I see the sun for the first time, I'm always like so happy, and my heart is just full, and I look at the sun and I'm just I'm so grateful, and I say a prayer of gratefulness and ask for a cleansing, of my body, mind, and spirit, and I'm just so grateful. And the sun brightens. It absolutely, absolutely does. And it responds to you. And the leaves on the trees may move. When we do different things, when we do ceremony, all kinds of mysterious things happen because the elements are responding to us, because they know that we know, and we are in a relationship with, we're in a living, breathing, it's not a thought, it's a feeling, it's an action, it's a resonance. And so you will see and feel them respond. It's very amazing.
Like they're like, ooh, the humans took
yes
off for a sec. We can talk to them now.
Yeah.
One of our teachers will often say, when you're in this mode, and whether you're interacting with your icons or whatever, it's sort of like, don't just look at them, but watch them looking at you, watching them. And you can do that with the trees and the plants and the sun. And there's a really fun story. We were in Ireland at the time, and we had a guide. I'm not sure what site that was.
It was his family's land. It was an ancient site that happened to be on his family's land. So I'd made contact with him, and we were going to viewing the site.
That's right. Yeah, and he knew a lot about the land.
Right.
He had a lot of information, a lot of intellectual information, and he really enjoyed showing us and telling us the stories about these the certain kinds of
cairns.
Mounds. Yeah,
cairns. They had the cairns there. Yeah.
Right. You could go inside, and they were different places, and he had a lot of information. We enjoyed what he was telling us, and so forth. And sort of organizing the story in my mind. And there was a sense that he was sort of placating us in some way.
Right.
Here these Americans are coming over to Ireland. We're going to show the Americans the cairn and so forth. And yeah, this is really interesting stuff. And he was very polite. But then Patricia started a ceremony. And it was cloudy and, frequently out in, UK and Ireland and those places, windy and rainy and so forth. And then Patricia started the ceremony. We all joined in. We're doing some chanting, some lighting some incense and so forth. And suddenly for a brief moment or two, maybe several minutes, the clouds open and the sun comes out. And this guy who had all this information, which was wonderful, suddenly he's looking up at the sky and it changed his whole perspective on the whole thing. It was beautiful. It was fun for us. It was fun to see his response. It was beautiful.
We weren't trying to do that to him. We were just being in relationship. We were just doing what we came there to do, to be in relationship with that land, to be in relationship with the ancestors of that land. And anyways, and then that's what occurred. So it was a lovely example.
There's some wise Americans out there after all.
After all, right?
What are they doing? After all, right? It was so much. We first experienced this watching Hunbats do ceremony. And one of the things that I remember, he always wore white. He had white pants, white shoes, white socks, and we would be traipsing around the pyramids and sometimes it was dusty, sometimes a little muddy and so forth, and we would get we'd get our clothes dirty, but his always stayed white. None of things change and birds and bees and everything else and fish jumping out of the pond and everything else. But his clothes never changed. It was so interesting. But he had a relationship,
Yeah. And so when he was born into a family that had the daykeeper tradition already in that family? Is that
he was recognized as, when he was age 6, he was recognized that he was going to be a Mayan teacher. And so in his village, his uncle, Don Beto, told his family that he was, and to make sure that he wasn't sent to any regular schools or anything like that. He needed to stay in the Mayan tradition and only be taught the Mayan. He learned to speak English, and he spoke Spanish and English and all these other languages, but all his first information and language and everything was totally Mayan. And so, yes, he was chosen at a very young age and raised into it.
Whew. Can you imagine our planet when that type of cultural wisdom returns to where we recognize the children, what they're meant to be, and start giving them that input right at that time?
Yes, absolutely.
Oh my gosh, it changed everything. I'm like, I wish I had people, it's like, what if each of us had people really recognizing us at that age for what we were here to do? And now it's up to us to do that for ourselves. And that's what we're doing, isn't it? We're remembering, and you guys, people like yourselves, are helping people find that reconnection and that remembrance through all that you do and all that you've learned and all that you're carrying forward from all these wonderful traditions and teachers.
And we try to do that through experience. It's there are many people out there who have an encyclopedic mind, can give lots of facts and figures, and that's all interesting, and it's I like listening to that. I have books and books and books. But then what we like to do with the people who travel with us to different megalithic sites, they will have an experience, and they will take back with them some profound learning experience or emotional connection, some profound memory. Sometimes it's really difficult to put it into words, but very interesting things happen. And it's not us, it's just everybody as a group, forming this relationship with the sacred site or the mountain or, wherever we happen to. And it's so much more powerful when we do it as a group.
Maybe
solitary meditation is powerful, but as a group, it's mind-blowing.
Really beautiful, yeah. And there's a relationship perhaps with that person, with that place, or their ancestors, even either them in another life, or maybe their ancestral DNA and their lineage there. And then things get activated just by intentionally going to that place.
It's so hard to understand this, but for some reason, Humbats we knew him for so many years and helped him for so many years that for some reason I could communicate. I couldn't speak Spanish. I certainly couldn't speak mine, but he spoke English quite well. But for some reason, sometimes somebody would be asking him a question or something would be going on, and he wouldn't understand what they were saying. And he would turn and look at me, and I would repeat to him exactly what they said. But for some reason, when I said it, he understood it. Then he'd answer the question, whatever it was. So yeah, somehow we knew each other from so many times, because we were so devoted to him, and who could explain why that was? And the very first time we met him, after we met him and did ceremony with him that very first time, he asked us then to start the school. It took us a couple years to really start the school, but he asked us then to do it. So some kind of deep, ancient relationship. Yes.
Really something. Are you still in touch with any of his people from?
Yes. Yes. With his son, Cesar. And we would have tried to, we're going to see what we can do, but Cesar does not speak English. Well, so that's one of the problems with it. But anyways, we've tried many things with communication and all that, and we email, and he has another man he works with that helps him with the emails and all our communication. So it's all good, and he's wonderful. We spent so many years watching him cart his dad. Back in the old days, the cameras were so huge, and here we'd be in the boiling sun, and there would be Cesar carting this camera around for his dad, videoing his dad, so.
And Cesar was very devoted to his dad, but Cesar helped his dad in many ways, but wasn't really involved in the Mayan teaching, even though he was always there in the hot weather and 100 degrees, and he's carrying the camera and taking a lot of video. But I think, and we're going to help him with this.
Right.
We think he's going to become more interested. He has a lot of video and access to this, and we're going to help him
go forward with that.
Go forward with that.
Yeah, because at Low Bay, that's a sacred site in Mexico that the mystery schools helped Tumbatsmen to create, and we'll see some. There's a picture of
him. There he is.
There he is.
Yeah, isn't he a beauty? And
yes,
all there. I just thought everybody might like to see his face as we're
seeing. Yeah, that's perfect.
Very nice. And he has the Mayan glyphs on his shirt.
Yeah.
So you can see those glyphs on his shirt, which would have particular symbols in him.
Yes. And we'll be showing many pictures and videos next week.
Right. You'll really enjoy it.
Yeah, thanks for showing that.
Beautiful. I see Michelle's popped in. Did you want to ask a question?
I don't know if you can see this flyer that they did.
Yes. I see Mexico. Yeah.
Yeah, and your picture's on it. I see you. Can you? I don't know if the lighting is right.
We can see it. Oh yeah, absolutely.
Yep. So I just had to jump on because I met Cesar in 2019 in Blythe. He came to a Star Knowledge Summit that I was at, and we became friends even with the language barrier. And he's a very gentle and kind soul. It just emanates from him. His father was so playful, and I don't know if you can see this picture, but Hunbots gave me a private tour in Chichen.
Yes.
And that's at the observatory. So I was introduced to him by a woman who had some skulls that she was communicating back and forth with him. And then she introduced me to him. I happened to be in the Yucatan Peninsula, and he did a private tour for me. And it blew me away. But everything that you're saying is just so resonant, and it's really bringing his essence back, feeling how joyful and kind. And
he loved to teach. He loved to teach. He loved to share what he knew so much. And one time when we were at a sacred site, there were a school with a bunch of children there. We were just getting ready to do our ceremony. We're just going to begin. And then the school showed up with all this ton of kids. And we didn't know what was going to happen. And before you knew it, he had gone and Tumbat's men went over and talked to the teacher and got all the children involved in the ceremony. So he was always like that. He loved children.
He was like the Pied Piper of fun. I just wanted to follow him and play with him. He was very childlike. And when we were at Chichen Itza and I asked him if we can do ceremony, he had gotten, I think, the guards weren't too happy about the big one, So I said, aren't you going to be with us? He's pointed to a bench and he sat over there. So he let me know we couldn't be publicly doing the ceremony. And then he showed me where to go. And it was a telepathic experience that we had when we did this. I just my heart was so full of love and we wanted to transmit that to the area. And there was a very strong, he had telepathy for sure. Just being able to dial in and hear those messages. So I just had to pop in and say that. I didn't want to
thank you.
Thank you.
Interrupt, but I thank you so much for bringing his essence back around. It really inspired me today. And thank you for the work that you're doing and continuing the work.
Yeah.
Indeed. Neil, do you want to hop on now and we'll talk with these guys and chat about the conference coming up next week? It's Neil's brainchild, I think, or Souls, or one of your guys' idea to do the Mayan Civilization Conference next weekend.
Yeah. Hey, Patricia, Daniel, nice to see you guys in person.
Yes. Nice to meet you.
Your volume's a little hot there, Neil, just to let you know.
Oh, my microphone's loud, or what is it?
Scratchy and hot.
Yeah, I know what it is. Hold up. Should be better now.
That's a little too low. Find the sweet spot.
I've always had an issue with balance. So here we go. I think that's better, right?
Yeah, perfect.
All right, cool. So yes, I am really excited to connect with you guys. And when Sharia recommended you be a part of it and showed me so much information that you guys go into so many different things that I'm just really happy to just continue this relationship and see where it goes. And this is the first, everybody. This is the first time that I'm gonna be working with Patricia and Daniel for this event, and it is coming up this weekend on 10/10, so Sunday, a week from today actually, and it's our first that Sharia and I are cultivating and creating an ancient civilization series. And I've mentioned this a couple times during the weekend. We are going to be doing a different ancient civilization pretty much every single month for a whole 12 months. The Maya Empire, the Sumerians, the Egyptians, the Indus Valley, the Tartarians. We're just going to go on and on. And after years of doing conferences and presentations, now I'm having the opportunity to go into certain things very deep. Like we did around 6 true world history conferences, right? And we spoke about maybe 10 different civilizations on each one of them. But now we're actually just taking one civilization and going as deep as possible. And this is it here. It's going to be all day. You do get unlimited replay access. And how about I hand it over to you guys? Do you want to talk about maybe what you want to share at this event?
Well, yes, we're so happy to be able to do this because we have so many things that we could share. And one of the things that I'm very excited about sharing is we're going to be showing we have a Mayan codex, a copy of a Mayan codex that was Humbat's men's. And there's a long story about how he got it, which is a very interesting story. But we have a copy of it, and I'm going to be showing some clips of him presenting the codex and showing the meaning of it. And that was one of the most profound things, was his ability, because his mind, he was in the higher knowledge. He was he was connected to all the levels of consciousness. And so he could look at that codex and go through it and understand it. And he encouraged the rest of us to do that too, to go through it and be with it and gain the knowledge of it. But so we're going to show video clips of him, and I'm excited for you to be able to see it, because you'll be able to see him, feel and see his essence, and hear him telling the interpretation of what he understood about that codex. So that's one of the things I'm excited about.
And then I'm also going to show a picture of a stucco carving from Chichen Itza. It happens to be in the ball court, and we refer to it as the headless warrior. But what I'm going to show is that although I'm sure they meant well, but the archaeologists and the anthropologists suggested that this depicted human sacrifice. But what I'm going to show during the period of time that I'm talking is this really shows one of the greatest secrets hidden within the Mayan religion. We're going to talk about what it means, and I'm also going to share some exercises so that people can actually use what that carving is teaching. So rather than just kind of explain what it means, et cetera, we're going to do some things so that people can walk away with some specific exercises so that they can actually go, as Hunbat's men often said, go inside the knowledge.
Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah.
Our goal is really to have everybody participating to have the experience of being immersed into this different vibrational frequency and energy. So we have different things that we're going to do that should help you to do that. Oh, and there's Alan Seinfeld.
Hey, I wanted to show you a little picture of me and Humbats from, you were there, I think.
Yeah, we were there. Yeah, we were there with him. Yes.
At the 10-10-10 Crystal Skull event in New York, there were 30 crystal skulls and 500 people, and Humbats created this big kind of circle in the whole place where everyone holding a skull was on the inside and everyone else walked around this big auditorium. Wasn't that amazing?
Yes. It was amazing. Yes, it was totally amazing. It was incredible.
He directed the whole thing, and there were these other Mayans there as well.
We had Don Alejandro, and we had Pedro Pachuk.
Right. It was just, anyway, I have videos of that if you want to see that sometime.
Oh, beautiful.
Yes.
Yeah, you put the Hunbats in a room and people, and you're going to have a ceremony. Sure.
It's going to happen.
That's right.
Well, good to see you guys again.
Alan will actually be moderating the panel, because we're going to have a panel at the end of the day. So, Alan, you're going to be joining us for this conference to help moderate the panel.
Okay. I'd love, definitely. Yes. yes. Thank you.
No, he knew, but we have so many conversations that everything is lost in the ethers,
Like a family reunion here, Michelle.
That's right.
Who would have known this? I had no idea that, but we all are connected on some level, I guess. And since we're all doing this work and so dedicated to it, it makes sense that we've probably crossed paths before,
Yes.
We are going to do some ceremony next weekend with you guys too. Is that right? On the Zoom?
Yes, we're gonna be leading you into ceremony.
Beautiful.
Oh, beautiful.
It's really so awesome. I'm so lit up right now. I love the weavings. We're just weaving, and I love the legacy that is living on through each one of us. It's just blowing my heart wide open.
Yeah, we all have a piece of the puzzle.
Seriously, yeah. So again, everybody, that's the Maya conference. It's going to be this weekend on Sunday, and there's going to be multiple speakers there. We're going all day. You get unlimited replay access. And I'm actually, because the Yucatan Peninsula is my most favorite place in the world, and I'm going to be there for 25 days on November 5th. So I was going to do this event in December, and then I was like, wait a second. Why don't I just do it 3 weeks before I go, learn so much more about what I already have an awareness on, and then go there. And we do a weekly Portal to Ascension show. So the weekly Portal to Ascension show, and this is for everyone on YouTube, is going to be broadcast live from an ancient site every single week. So if you're on YouTube right now, you're not subscribed, sign up, and you'll definitely get to see that. But I feel, this just the Maya civilization, I don't know, I just have like this deep, like when I go there, I literally want to kiss the ground. Like I feel just at home. And we even made friends and connected with a local Maya family that lives in Santa Elena. And he was working, his granddad was a shaman that was doing the temescales back in the day. And then the hotel took over his land and hired him to be, doing the sweat lodges. However, they pay him like 50 cents a day for like 20 different sweat lodges. So he passed it down to my friend Jaime, and Jaime said to me, hey, I wish I could just create my own temescal just away from all the hotels. The hotels are taking it all over. So I asked him how much it was. He told me a number in pesos, and I converted it to the US dollar, and it came out to exactly $555, which is, my wife's like favorite number. So we're like, all right, this is a sign. So we paid for it, and he just opened it up a year ago. So we actually have a Portal to Ascension temescal in Santa Elena. And so I'm going there now for 25 days to hopefully eventually move there within a year. and start helping him build the land and help the
Wow.
local people start like moving away from hotels and being able to self-sustain.
What day is a Mayan event?
Next Sunday.
10-10.
10-10. You know, it was 10-10-10 when Humbats led this big crystal skull. So it's 11 years to the day that he
I love that.
celebrated these crystal skulls. Yeah.
Synchronicity. Yeah.
Yes. 10-10-10. Yes.
No accidents, no accidents.
No.
And then there were UFOs that appeared like over that place a few days later. You remember that, Patricia?
Absolutely, absolutely. We had all kinds of stuff with that going on because Humbats men, the Maya had a name for the star beings, and they called them the Mushul. In Mayan, they're called Mushul, the space brothers, the Mushul. So
You know, I also saw him in Chichen Itza on December 21st, 2012. He was there directing a procession around the pyramid of Chichen Itza there, the Great Pyramid. So he's still, that legacy lives
still
on.
alive in all of us, that's for sure.
That's right.
He's still living.
Yeah. Great.
Well, thank you so much for being on today. We can't wait to be
Yeah.
again
Thank you.
on next
Yes.
Sunday.
Thanks so much for inviting us.
Nice
Thank
to
you.
meet you all.
Nice to
Absolutely.
meet
You too. See you in a week.
Okay.
Their link
Bye.
is their website's in the chat along with all the rest of the upcoming things. CosmicMysterySchool.com. Definitely check them out, and we'll see you guys next week. Awesome. So I think Michelle's going to bring on Celestine.
Michelle, can I just say hello to Celestine, my favorite star person?
I hope you will, because I'm super excited.
I love you.
She has an incredible knowledge and a presence and is doing the work to make connections all the time. Great to see you.
Good to
Miss
see
Star.
you too, Alan. I love you very much.
Thank you. Great to see you. And it's always good to hear from Michelle. Go ahead.
Yes, I'm excited.
I know. And I asked Sheree if she would stay on with us too. I really feel that was awesome to have Alan. I feel this weaving of feminine and masculine presence coming through each one of us. And I feel like I'm just jumping right in, but since I was with you on Awakening Code Radio on Tuesday night, and you shared so much there, and I know that today you want to talk about encoded transmissions.
Yes.
And I just feel so lit up by everything, all these synchronicities that are happening through this conference. And, you know, when I met both of you, Sheree and Celestine, I had that recognition, that spark that happens where I just know we know each other. We know each other from wherever it is, whether it was a priestess mystery school, you know, oracle, whatever, without putting
a long
labels.
time.
Yeah.
We've been on the road a long time. Yes. You know, yeah. Go ahead.
So what I'd like to do is read your bio so people have an understanding. I usually am not a bio reader on our show, but I like the way that we're, you know, weaving in our past and our present going into our future, you know? So one of the things I loved about, I read about you, that you've been called a Renaissance woman for our evolutionary times. And I really feel that. I feel your embodiment of that. And you are the director of Galactic Earth Council, and you are an ultra-terrestrial and heavenly emissary for over 40 years. I thought you were 35. Offering galactic wisdom and knowledge worldwide to private groups and individuals. She's been guided by the Heavenly High Spiritual Council as an ambassador to assist in the reintegration of Earth's humanity with our benevolent ultra-terrestrial ancestors, our starkin. Dr. Star is the author of the Galactic Earth Council book, offering a safe and well-lit, I love this, well-lit roadmap for those being called to awaken to their galactic origins. Hundreds of people have experienced her guided sacred skywatch circles, galactic star origin and celestial ascension sessions, and your galactic ascension workshops. And I do know you, Dr. Celestine Star, as a sacred sister, a sacred galactic wisdom keeper, grandmother, author, speaker, healer, holistic therapeutic practitioner, and spiritual leader. And I love that you write this. Your life purpose is to assist in the evolution of our earth and to keep the way sacred for all. Thank you for being dedicated to facilitating the evolution of human consciousness. And I feel like that's what this is all about, you know, with all of us being here, taking part in this great leap of faith that we have deep within us, that we know that it's time for us to go on this evolutionary spiral. So do you want to start the conversation and
first of all, I just want to breathe in Humbats, you know.
Yes.
I think he came to me through Zed Wallis, and you know, I had a personal connection there. But I opened myself to the Guatemalan nation and spent some time down there learning from Don Apolinario, who was the head of the Confederation. They had been going through wars and things. But I just want to breathe in all the tradition of the Guatemalan, the Mayan, and I've studied it even beyond the Mayan to the ones that gave them the knowledge of the calendars and things. So I've gone pretty deep in there with it, and I just want to breathe it in and say, let's bring it into what we're doing now, because each of these ancient peoples, they all connect to the stars, and they are the gateways. You know, if you really, like Neil saying, I feel at home, these are the gateways back to the celestial beings and the galactic self. So let's just open it there. You know, this is the, you know, you are a gateway. And Karaya, how do you say your name?
Karaya, like papaya.
Papaya Karaya, I love you.
You say Shara, we call you Sharaya. Is it
Karaya?
At like an SH, but it's CH, right? Sharaya.
It has the SH, and it actually matches my nakshatra perfectly. I just plucked it out of air, the spelling, but it ends up being correct for my name according to Vedic astrology.
Beautiful. Yeah. You know, we're all gateways for people to come in contact with us. And as our consciousness is evolving, and then they can feel safe, like a container to evolve themselves, you know what I mean? So I'm excited about that.
I want to ask you something. It's interesting that Michelle asked me spontaneously to come on, and I'm like, oh my gosh, I really need, my crown is tingling. I need to ask you this. So I heard several months ago that we had done so well on our ascension right now that they actually opened up a gateway so that billions of souls can actually send out, instead of the more limited one that we were going for first. It's like we got to a level, and then we opened it up, and now some of the chaos that's going on is because a billion more souls or so have joined us in this up leveling, and we're integrating so that we can all move forward together. Do you have any sense of anything like that, or could you comment on that thought, or does anything look like that to you from your perspective?
I've been told directly by the High Spiritual Council that the end of the era of illusion is here. And as the era of illusion comes to an end, the era that is the great awakening, the great opening will begin. So we're just around the corner from that time when they can step out. Right now we're dealing with two timelines. One, the consciousness is going over the cliff. You know, we're still dealing with, you know, different things with health and, you know, the big world shift of how much can I control. And all of this control going over the cliff is coming to an end. So all the stuff is coming up. But I have, you know, and then the other timeline is the one in which there is complete awakening. People are registering that the right brain and left brain is now functioning together. Intuition is opening up. We have Portal to Ascension for people, thousands and thousands of people to access. So yes, we did a meditation. There was a meditation done by Unify on May 2020. 5 million people registered. So that'll give you a proportion as compared to, and going back to, Jose Aguelos and Humboldt's, harmonic conversion in, 1987, where there was just on the whole planet, maybe a few thousand, 20,000 at the most. But yes, so they say, so we have these two timelines that are happening where there's an evolution because we're receiving more cosmic rays and more solar. We're going through that period. We're not at the bottom of the Milky Way, we're at the top. So we're taking on more light and we're becoming integrated, and it takes us to that level. But yes, I have been paying attention, and I feel my destiny is so strong now. And there are people at the top of the world that are standing down, those who have reverse consciousness. So just that alone allows us to reset Earth to natural law. And I'm so grateful for these people who are at the top of the world, helping to stand down the danger, the violence, the threats, even into my own life, So I think that's what I would answer right now. I don't want to, it's each one of us creating the next step. So, there's more people not afraid, but encouraged to imagine what our Earth would look like. So with that, I'd say, yes, we're on that path, very, very solid.
That's what's in my prayers. Like each and every man, woman, and child, could we all find a way to connect to the heart of the Creator?
That's, I'm so glad that you came on and agreed to stay on, because my intuition was so strong that you were supposed to stay. And I was just like thinking, we are on this path of the evolution of consciousness, and through this portal to ascension, I don't know, it's like this is something that we're all embodying, and the way that we're weaving it, I can feel it's each one of us is coming in with different pieces, and there's absolutely no competition. Everybody's sharing little bits of knowledge. In the past, I've seen more, how do I put this? Years ago, when conferences first started coming online and we were seeing, we were all meeting at these places, I saw a lot more presentations that were very egoic. And it feels like we really are doing this embodiment practice through this kind of a conference. I don't even, when I call it a conference, it doesn't feel right, because we have the sound healing and we have meditations, and it's not just about this. We're blending here. So I appreciate both of you for everything that you're doing and bringing through. And Celestine, when I think was it you talking about the purpose, knowing your purpose? Just a few minutes ago, you were talking about knowing your purpose or something, and I was thinking, how many times did my friends would say to me, I don't know my purpose, I don't know my purpose. And it feels like each one of us here is stepping more fully into our purpose by just having these collaborative conversations. So I'm curious where you think, how, as far as the compression of time and how time looks, that's kind of where I keep praying, like you, Sharia, that this happens in the blink of an eye, so that we can get to this other organic timeline quicker.
Well, I just want to say we're already there. And so it's really, how you have glasses that you could see far away and close up. But if we look into the crowd and we say, how many people are living on the timeline of evolution? See, it's already there. And it's just merged together. And as one loses its power and people begin to envision more, then this other timeline will drift away. We're finding our center will in which we understand that we create the now.
Yes.
Through the heart, it's the projector screen. And for me, my desire was to be here with Neil and all of you, Michelle, and I see Joan of Angels, she's there. We are here. So my heart brought me here, and everyone who is with us today, their heart brought them here.
Absolutely.
They're going to take something with us. So wherever I'm going, I'm always looking into the world, and I could see those that are kind of going over the cliff and those that are going up into the heavenly vibrational fields. The earth is becoming galactic no matter what, but it's here already, and we just need to sort through how can we recognize it when we go shopping in a shopping center. How can we recognize we now have organic food there? I mean, we, those of us who knocked down those doors, 40 years ago, now it's almost like competition for these places to have organic food. That's where we can see heaven on earth, different ways of farming, different ways. But the most important thing, as we were talking about, is that a person to know their function and their quality. And so each one can go start with your name, your vibration. Your name expresses something that the source, all of us, and this is given to me through Meso, keeper of the books of the Seventh Council. We're human sea consciousness. We are an expression of the source, or the radiant one, right? So when we're birthed into creation, we are indestructible. Nothing can stop that unfoldment of our expression. And that's one of the keys of who you are. And you look at your expression and who you are through your function and your quality. So Michelle, I always get love from you. You radiate qualities of divineness, of love, of caring, and you recognize each person individually, and you just so honor everything that is around you. You have a quality of mothering and nurturing, and then the mystical goddess sister that I love, and we know each other, right? And so, but you also have a function, and I've watched you through the years, and you join people together in a way that makes us love each other. Like I remember at Giant Rock, you brought all those people, we were all standing, there was a lot of us, and suddenly you had us in a circle, and it was so beautiful how you did it, and it was just a natural move. Okay, we're gonna hold hands now. And but you have this function, if I may say, of joining together for the greater good of all, and you can carry that in all parts of your life. So if you, for me, my function is always to keep the way sacred. I could ask it 1,000 million times, and it comes down to me. Keep the way sacred. Work with the evolution of consciousness, And so this is, what I know. So this unfoldment is happening because of an expression, but yet you have a will within yourself. So Meso says, you're a human sea consciousness. You're learning to become a source, because there's more than one. Yes? There's more than one source in all of creation. So as we learn to use our will, as we learn at this point in human time and space to envision the new earth and empower, it's going to be very quick. It's going to be very quick. But as we learn to integrate the will of our purpose and our function and why we are created in, and integrate that with our own will, thy will be done, we become the Holy Trinity. You have source, you have divinity, and you have humanness. Human likes drama. I love buying clothes. Too bad. It all goes together. I'm all for you, right? So we have the Holy Trinity, which is the Philosopher's Stone. That's the alchemical, because all things can be done. So as each one of us awakens to our will and how we want to integrate. Part of the work that we have with the Galactic Earth Council, given by the High Spiritual Council, was as an encoded transmission, is to take people back to the first time you came to Earth. Think about that. Who are you? Why did you come here? Some people came, as offshoots of asteroid. They become meteorites that hit the Earth. Some people were, light beings. They were in sound. They were in light. And then as they came, they took form. And then as they came onto the Earth, they took form. But they have a reason for being here. And as I work with people, and we have thousands now, and by the way, Skywatch is thousands of people. I've been doing it for so long. We got thousands now. But as we work with them and they awaken to their self, we take them back to where they came from. And so you start with just Earth, and then you go back, and you arrive at their divinity. So I'm just bowing in just honor to each and every one, because each one has a story that you would not believe. I mean, you can't make this stuff up. And so
thank you so much for saying what you said. I met you a lot of years ago, and I remember, and I still feel this way, that the little girl inside of me just wants to have everybody get along and play in the sandbox together. And it can be very hard on my heart when I see the division that happens. And I just feel like bringing us all together in this way. And Shariah, you're really great at this, and the way that you do it as well. And you, Celestine, I just really feel like this is the way through, when we come together and we put our story and our stress and all of that aside, and we step into this place of harmony. It's harmonic resonance, and we're all drawn to each other. And everybody who's in the chat, man, are you watching? I don't know if you have seen some of the profound wisdom in the chat. It's hard to sit here and read each comment and things like that, but I want our audience to know that we feel you. And this is the circle. We're in the circle. It's
like the pressure cooker of the challenges is creating diamonds, helping us become the diamond.
Yeah. So Joan, did you want to say something?
Well, I just wanted to thank you so much for your wisdom, for your insight, for all the beautiful things you said about Michelle and myself, but for gracing us with your presence here with these words.
Thank you. I love you. I'm glad you're here too.
And I didn't want to stay there in the background and not come out and say hi.
That's right, because it was last year you hosted me and we had a blast. It was fantastic. And so feel free to jump in. This feels like a little bit of a breathing, open circle. So, I'm totally in the flow. But I would like to take a moment because my beautiful team is really wanting to bring something forth about transmissions. Would that be all right? Just
I would love that.
Speak for a moment. Okay. All right, so let me just come into center and Shenemo karasera barakanashe. Tamo recipe namo karasnabe push naista. Grana mesha tura me karastata. Glory in the radiant one. Glory in the light of the radiant one. Glory in the light of the radiant one. And so we want to bring to you the information about encoded transmissions. And we have with Michelle and Kraya and Joan of Angels and those who are with us, the ability to hear, to be in tune with, and you've heard Michelle talk about the telepathy between her and Hunbats, in tune with higher intelligence that is happening on the planet. So for me, this attunement began as a young girl. I was birthed into metaphysical awakenings. My family was absolutely metaphysical through Kemetic, Nubian, the ancient languages, the arcane magic of Europe. We could go on like that, and Hermetic energies. So I was taught to interface with nature, with spirits on the other side, with fire, water, earth, air, all the elements have an intelligence, everything, you know, and even in my Native American, I'm a Croatan, Iroquois nation, and I have some Peruvian, believe it or not, it's amazing. But I just, you know, so what they're saying is they began the actual transmission to humanity as a part of the reintegration process in the 1960s. And you have the love children, you know, with the Pleiades and stuff. And so a lot of the musicians were affected, and they put it into their songs and they spoke it into the world. They sang it through the music. In the 80s, it became more clear. You have way back, I think we could even say the Seth material. She was, you know, kind of the first coming out with the Seth material and doing a, she was a trance medium. So she's going out of her body to give the teachings and letting this other entity come in named Seth to speak through her. So in the 80s, and I think Seth came in earlier, but in the 80s was my time. My mother passed in 1985, and I was walking along a pathway in Larkspur, California. Next thing I knew, I was out of my body, and Meso, keeper of the books of the Seventh Council, came through. I spent many years channeling a trance medium. That means you're out of your body, and you're allowing someone to transmit through you, transmitting Chiron and Metatron, and we got to a God energy. I call it God energy because this being, when it came in, could lift up boulders and move them and do things. And it was a little bit too forward for me. My body reacted, and I couldn't feel the middle of my body, so we said, okay, we're going to get it down to one. I was advised through the Berkeley Institute, you know, Psychic Institute. All right, so we have this transmediumship. And transmediumship can be, you know, I was a sensitive to grandmothers or people's ancestries when I was doing psychic readings for many years. You know, you become a clairvoyant, clairaudient, you know, so these kind of transmissions, you had to be very careful and discriminative about what you were listening to, because they could tell you things and do things, and you would think they're of the highest good. So I had to learn, and all of us have to learn at some point, that when we're transmitting, we're listening to these transmissions or these, what should we call, mediumship type transmissions, that only in the highest good, always, can you trust that the beings are of the highest light. They will never tell you to do something that is not good for the all, right? And then we have the channelers and the automatic writing, and so it goes, it's like a little spectrum of information. And they're asking us to speak to you about, the High Spiritual Council is asking me to speak to you concerning this, because there's so much news. There's so much information. How do you discern what is real, what is not real? How do I follow the Western doctor down the road over the cliff, or in certain matters, or do I follow the alternative? You know, how do I discern? And they're saying always through the heart, and the heart will never tell you wrong. It will always tell you the right. So what we have now, and it's been really, you know, since these times of like the 80s, the ancient ones, the teachers, the guides like Humbots come forward, and they hear, you know, they receive from the star people transmissions. You have the codex. You mentioned the codex. This one, Patricia was going to bring it. Within that, if you hear these transmissions that come from the star people, or such as the High Spiritual Council, the Master Guides, you can hear a particular sentence, but woven within the sentence is an encodex. It's something that reverberates against your DNA, unlocks different information, and you may hear the sentence today and suddenly you get the realization 2 or 3 days later. So this is the encoder transmissions, and it's really important to recognize, if you are a listener and you can hear transmissions, to shift your consciousness into a state of divinity. Because you can have the human listening, you can have the 5-year-old listening, you can have your 26-year-old listening, and you're going to hear it in a different way. So I know that there's a lot of transmissions out there, and somebody sent me one, and it just wasn't one that resonated well with me. But if I do, they're saying to you, take a moment and bring in your divinity, so that when you're hearing it, you're going to get the full impact of the transmission. So I just want to open the floor here and get a little bit of, sharing.
I like that you're bringing that up, and the word that comes through that I've been thinking about a lot is discernment, in terms of exactly what you're talking about. There's a lot of different information coming from different people. And if we can tune into our divinity and feel the vibration, there's a signature to that vibration. And when we use the compass, our internal compass, which is our discernment meter or truth compass, we can feel where things might be coming in that don't feel aligned with our divinity. And I think that it's really important that we learn to exercise that muscle, especially during these times. I think that is part of this evolutionary process we're going through. I once heard evolve or become extinct, and a lot of our presenters are talking about this is humanity's choice to evolve or become extinct, and it's here, it's in front of us.
Yeah. They told me in Commander Rael came with his ship, and they often fly with me as I'm driving, and he did say that humanity is going across a chasm, and if we don't make it, we don't make it, but they're there to support us, and it's all about our consciousness. And one of the things that's important is to remember we're here for eternity. So it's okay. And they say, don't try to save those that are going over the cliff. It's okay. They're going to wake up. We have eternity, But it's really important to recognize that the intelligence of the star people and the celestials and the immortals are working hard to come close to us. He did this demonstration. He brought his ship close as I was driving with one of my people in the Galactic Earth Council, and then he moved away. And he said, do you feel the energy of when I'm close to you? And I'm like, yes, that's amazing. And he says, so I'm going to show you something that's different. So we're so often calling in the angels, calling in Archangel Michael, calling the celestial, the star people. We can get near you, but until we match our consciousness with yours. And what he did was he started sending waves of energy of his consciousness to me, and I could take it or leave it. I could just cut it or not, but I could feel the difference. And he says, so if I'm close to you and we are together, we will start resonating together. And all of us in this circle, as you say, Michelle, I love that. We're all resonating together right now. Our hearts are syncing up. Our love is syncing up. Everything's coming together. But if we receive the consciousness of a higher being through the grace of their offering, then we can then utilize that for elevation of consciousness. So he said he's giving us, pardon?
An entrainment process. So it's like,
Yes. So he said that's the level that they're working with those who are awake. So they're saying, okay, so you're getting a transmission, but maybe sit quiet and say, okay, let me feel your consciousness. It's not about the transmission as it is someone's there. And are they merging, are they giving you the opportunity to raise your consciousness to where they are? Because it opens the DNA, it opens the information, and then we just float. And I thought, that is so cool. I love it.
So something that Michelle said earlier, so when we need to get it, when we're getting into our discernment, sometimes our mind won't know, but we'll have that feeling. And sometimes for me, like, I know that feeling comes is, I just don't like that. You know, it might come across my personality in a way of just like, oh, I don't know. I don't really feel like doing that. Whereas it's actually guidance, but that's just how our personality is translating it. So in other words, we can trust our feelings, and even on that personality level, trust if we're shying away from someone or something, it may be our guidance trying to talk to us.
I love that. I so love being with you. And I know it looks like Neil's asking us to wrap up here. And I just feel like I could stay in this frequency. I just want to stay in this frequency, the sacred sisterhood, and the brothers are coming in and we're all supporting each other. And this is the world that I came here to live in and co-create. And
it's here.
Yes, I thank you for bringing it. I thank you for bringing your grounded, calming presence. And Shariah, I thank you so much for jumping in and joining with us, because I do feel like it's the circle that we're anchoring in. And there's our brother Neil back with us.
Hi, I wasn't going to come on actually, but then I thought I might as well, because I wanted to definitely say that, you know, I've heard a lot of your presentation, Celestine, but if it's probably something about where I'm at right now and also what you're expressing, that this really resonated even more. And the beginning of this conversation resonated the most when you started talking about it's here now, right? And a lot of people may think like, well, what does that mean? Look at this world. It's not, how is it not here now? Look what's happening to us. Look what they're trying to do. But the reality is that the only way to create an ascended world is paradoxically try to find the beauty in the moment. And what's happening right now is the more challenging, the more difficult this world looks. And it's like some people think I'm like wearing a white robe walking around all day, but that's not the case. I'm going through a lot of things, right? So even though you see that it's becoming so challenging to really see the beauty sometimes for some people, right? So really doing the inner work, even more hardcore, like just peeling back the layers and the layers so that we can see how beautiful this experience is no matter what's going on, and it doesn't affect us in that way. And I feel that's what kind of the lesson is, or the test, if you will, that we're imposing on ourselves.
Very good. I totally agree. And it's interesting to look into the world and actually begin to see the two timelines. And, you know, what should I say? I begin to speak to people and you could tell right away if they're in urgency, they don't believe, you know, like this is happening, they got to express something negative, they're in total fear, they're going through the trauma, and my heart goes out and I start just offering compassion. And I realize that's the world they live in. And it's not for me to rescue. I so often used to try to rescue them, try to talk them down or talk them, you know, no, this is going to be okay. But then another person you might talk to says, I'm having the best time. How are you doing? You know, they're in a different vibrational field. You know, I'm at the grocery store and the guy's going, yeah, it goes, you're having a great day, aren't you? I could see it in your light, or he could feel it for himself. He says, yeah, I'm having a great day. You know, what's going on? And then, so that's kind of gives you a little bit of understanding of how to tune into that. But thank you, Neil. That's absolutely the truth. It's already here. We've turned the corner. We're just waiting for the illusion the final illusions to stop. And a lot of the big boys are losing their toys. Believe me, it's happening. The little Animite programmers are being taken offline. I don't want to go there, but
I'd like to just say another comment really quick that, you know, when I first started doing Portal to Ascension, and this hasn't happened for a few years, but I used to get a lot of people upset that I'm using the word ascension because they just didn't resonate with it. In the beginning, I kind of started judging myself, like, should I shift it? But then I really owned the fact that it came in a dream, that I should just like go with it. And the reason why I started realizing that people had this like aversion to the word ascension is because they thought that a lot of people talking about ascension were talking about an escape, an ascension, like how do we escape from this world? How do we go to, like, what are we waiting for in the future? So it was kind of against what they thought that spirituality was, which was being present in the moment. So my answer has become that, you know, ascension is paradoxical in nature, because the only way we can achieve an ascended world where we have, like, you know, I don't know, we might have unicorns in our near future. That could be a reality. The only way we can get to that world where unicorns are flying is by finding the beauty in this moment. So that world will happen, but the more we want it, the more the universe is non-judgmental. It's the largest Xerox machine in creation. It literally just reflects back whatever you put out there. So if you're putting out there that, you know, this world is away from us and we need to go there, you will probably continue to have those experiences that validate that it's somewhere in front of you, right?
Very good. Yes. We are the creators of our own life. As they say, there's over 7 billion Earths. There's not just one Earth. You are creating your Earth.
There's a lot of Earths.
And there's a lot of Earths, and we're overlapping. And just think about that. You have your own world. And just look at your living room. If you look at your living room, you'll see what you're creating. And then think about, you know, how can I create my world better? And so we go into this. And as you learn why you came to Earth, then you look at yourself and say, wow, this is an overlap of what I'm here to do. I know the path I'm on. I know my destiny. And so one by one, we are awakening divinity. There's thousands of us now, thousands of people who are awakened, and they are taking the vision and they're envisioning the new Earth. So we will have our star people land and come in and walk and talk among us. It's happening. I'm so excited.
It feels so good.
And I want to say this, the Galactic the Galactic Earth Council is in our 11th year of having one-on-one relationships and contact with the star people. So we're already galactic. It's, I don't know how to say it, but anyway, thank you, Neil.
Thank you, Celestine.
Just to toss my 2 cents in there.
You
know, when you know, we've learned from theosophy and from root races and also from astrology that at the turn of every race or at the turn of an age, the old one is always destroyed to make room for the new to be built. So what we're going through here is that destruction of the old paradigm, and we're creating and we're observing this new reality that we want for ourselves and our children and grandchildren into place for tomorrow. So yeah, it's going to be difficult right now, but you know, the lessons that we take away from this for tomorrow are far more valuable that we can pass on to our grandchildren. So, you know, it's a good time to be alive to learn all of these lessons. And I'm actually glad that, you know, what's happened has happened, because it's really helped people to wake up and double think themselves and say, okay, well, you know, do I really want to live this life in this, you know, big city with 30 million people, or do I want to go out into the country and root with the earth and live there and go back to the grassroots of our ancestors? So, you know, I think it's wonderful, and we should look at that in a positive light instead of, you know, crying over it or, you know, being angry about it. Just take it as is, and because it's consciousness that's at work here, really, and we just have to accept what it is.
Loving that perspective, Omar.
And you know, Celestine, you are actually living in the 5th dimension. You are actually embodying the future, which is where we're all going to, because your interactions and your just freedom to converse with the others and call them in is where we're heading to.
Yeah, it'll be a natural. It's very natural. They're like your cousin, and they have fun. They come in their little scout ships and they zoom along with you, or they're galactic ships. It's extraordinary. And our grouping, our Galactic Earth Council, we have had so many adventures, landings. I can't even tell you. And then they go home. We all go home, and then we have our own personal experience. So each of us, in going back to the ancient sites, this is really important. What you're doing, Neil, is extraordinarily important in bringing the past up to the present. Keep the stories going. Keep putting feet on the ground. I'm heading to South America next year, so they keep telling me to go there. Then I plant crystals. Boop, boop, boop. Activation crystals. So, but here we go. We just keep it going.
Thank you so much, Celestine.
Love you, Neil.
Love you.
I just wanted to say one thing to if people are having a hard time and your nervous system is getting hit by this hard stuff and you are angry and you are upset, that bring the unconditional love to that and transmute it and let it be okay that you're having that experience too, and know that there's another side to it and that it's all gonna pulse and shatter out of the nervous system, and that's part of the process of up-leveling.
Thank you. Can I share where they can find me?
Yes, please.
Yeah.
I put it in the chat as well.
Okay, so we have the galacticearthcouncil.com. That's where you begin. You can sign up for a Go session, which is your galactic origins. You can get a celestial activation. If you're really know your stuff and maybe you need a little tune-up, there's teachings and transmissions and all kind of things there, videos, and you can keep up with Portal to Ascension. We have you right there, Neil, on our site. And also the book. We have the book, the Galactic Earth Council, the reintegration of Starkin, Earthkin, and Starkin, so that you can get into not only our lives of myself and the advanced Galactic Earth Council, but also the High Spiritual Council did an encoded Chapter 11, which people are enjoying. So we have that. We started doing images of starships, so you can purchase the images of the starships and help support us. So thank you.
Thank you, Celestine.
Yay!
Speak soon.
All right. Thank you.
I'll see you tonight at the panel. You'll be here back in an hour.
Yep.
Okay. See you in a bit.
Bye.
Okay.
All right. So we do need to transition really quickly because we are behind schedule, but I just want to jump in and make a couple announcements. Firstly, Alan, did you notice that Celestine said we're bringing the past into the now, into the present?
Yeah.
That was the theme yesterday,
Oh.
and I think that is that was the ancient history theme. What does the past mean about the now? So I feel like that's part of this as well, is integrating our ancient wisdom into this now moment,
Well, that's the theme. That should be, that's sort of the portal. That is the portal to ascension.
True.
The wisdom of the past is written in stone. We just have to decipher it because it's the key to our future.
Exactly. And then one last thing here, and then I'm going to let you guys take it away. But Shoraya, did you want to say something real quick? You jumped back on.
I just love that you said that and that's why we're so fascinated by ancient history. And a lot of us have been pulsed to deeply research different aspects of ancient history and just kind of scratching our head going, wow, things are not exactly as we've been taught in school, so to speak.
Exactly.
So we want to share the fruits of our own labors, but mostly bring forward these experts who've been deeply studying these different cultures for the different ancient civilizations that we're bringing forward, and including, of course, next weekend with Patricia and Daniel and others for the Mayan conference to start with that.
Yeah, and I'll send a link to everyone in the replay email with the conferences and workshops with these other speakers that we're working with, if you guys want to check into that. Okay, so here's my announcement, everyone. The Experience panel, this is for everyone on YouTube only, not on Zoom. So all the YouTubers, you guys right here, all 148 of you, we're going to be moving over to this video right here for the broadcast. I've posted it. It's pinned. You can see it's pinned right here at the top. You can take a look. Go ahead and click on that link, open it up in a new window. I'll post it around 3 more times in the next hour, but that's where we're going to move over to for the experiencer panel. It's going to be in a completely separate stream.
Wait, should I post that on my YouTube also?
If you're watching on Alan Steinfeld's YouTube, it's already in his on his page. So you can just go to New Reality's YouTube page and it'll be right there, the first link, experiencer panel.
I'll put it in the link also.
Yeah, so you can grab that link. All right, so
okay, thanks.
Really quick, Michelle, you still on? Did you want to say something really quick before we hand it over to the guys?
I just feel very honored to be a part of this. And I thank you for the way that you're bringing us into the present with, remembering the past, not forgetting the past, but not staying stuck in it either, and bringing us into the present with an eye on the future. I hear the term a lot, may peace prevail on earth. And I've started saying peace prevails on earth, and just really holding that in my heart. And I hope we can all just continue doing that. So thank you. And let's get back in. We have a lot to get done for the rest of the night.
We do.
Thank you.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, everyone. That was a wonderful session last time around. I really appreciate the wise knowledge that our sisters shared with us, and I really appreciate it for that. So now to bring on our next guest, if you're not umbilically attached to the Matrix, then you will know this lady, Mary Rodwell. Like, who doesn't know Mary Rodwell? I've had great opportunity to hear her a number of times, and enjoyed everything that she had to say, and I'm sure you guys have as well. So here, let me just quickly read her biography, and then we'll get a download from Mary. Hi, Mary. Nice to see you.
Unmute, Mary. Unmute. Unless you want to stay muted. No.
All right. So Mary is recognized internationally as one of Australia's leading researchers in the UFO and contact phenomenon. She is the author of Awakening: How Extraterrestrial Contact Can Transform Your Life, and producer of EBE award-winning documentaries, Expressions of ET Contact, A Visual Blueprint, and Expression of ET Contact, A Communication and Healing Blueprint. Research from over 3,000 cases suggests this is a global phenomenon. The star children exhibit a maturity and wisdom beyond their years, and awareness and connection to spiritual realms. Indigos, or crystal children, as they are often labeled, have telepathic abilities, are spiritually awakened, describing many species of non-human visitors with a feeling that they are as real to them as their real family, because they feel supported by them. This research also explores evidence from a scientific, biological, psychological, anthropological, spiritual, and historical perspective to support what Mary believes is a genetic engineering program for upgrading Homo sapiens, leading to a paradigm shift in human consciousness. Data suggests children are being altered and transformed on many levels through extraterrestrial encounters. Thank you very much, Mary, for giving us your time, for coming on to our conference here this weekend. Really appreciate it. We love each and every one of us. Love you. So please give us.
I just want to say she is my favorite alien lady, and she is a great mind and a great researcher, and so important in our community. So
absolutely,
yeah.
Alan. Absolutely. Thank you.
Thanks, Mary.
Thank you, Alan. You appreciate my weird sense of humor, and that's
I do.
Okay, look, I've got a short presentation that I'd like to share with everyone, and I've put this together because Neil asked me to put out something that was very empowering, and also something that will help us through our challenging times right now. And it's all about hope. It's all about knowing we're all here because we chose to be here. So I'm going to share the screen and start this off. And let's do the slideshow. Let's see. Okay, let's do the slide, play from start. There we go. So what's going on? And many of you watching this already know that we're in an amazing time, a time that I believe every soul has chosen to be here for this amazing time, a time where we're really creating a new reality more than anything else. And in that, we are also appreciating the reality that has been on this planet for many thousands of years. So what is activation and what is ascension? And how is it actually happening to many across the planet? Well, it will happen depending on what your soul has chosen, whether it's through a near-death experience or an out-of-body experience. You may have had a shamanic experience or a particular energy work where that's activated you. You may have an awareness of your hybrid origins, or awareness of a soul swap or a walk-in status, a sighting of an unidentified aerial phenomena, UFO, or encounters. It may be through learning such protocols as remote viewing. You may have then an activation of your clairvoyance, clairaudience, clairsentience. And these are all our multidimensional abilities that we had since birth, even if we've not recognized them for what they are. And that has been particularly part of the Western society that hasn't in fact realized that what they're experiencing is not a craziness. They're not weird and wonderful. They're just allowing themselves to operate multidimensionally. And I'll go into that a little bit more in a minute. Activation may happen through being in a crop circle or on a sacred site, where you may suddenly find yourself being aware of more than you've ever been aware of before. You may have an activation through codes, scripts, star languages, or downloads, or particular music that has come through those that have downloaded it from these non-human intelligences, the ancestors. An activation from the activated is another one. So what does it do? It challenges all belief systems, and it means we have to embrace a new paradigm. So for those of us that were really programmed, we have to really look at everything we've ever believed and start again. And that can be quite confronting for those that have had strong beliefs through education, through religion, through science, a whole range of different ways we've come to believe in a certain reality. And then we find out that all of that, in fact, doesn't fit our new awareness. And I always loved this cartoon. I'll hope you'll forgive me for putting it up, as you've got a little ET standing there at the pearly gates saying, look, I'd like to let you in, but you were very adamant about not believing in aliens. And the truth is that it's more than looking at our multidimensional reality and those spiritual images that we have of angels, elementals, spirit guides, and what have you, actually also involves our non-human intelligences, light beings, mantis beings. All these different other beings are part of our creation, part of our multidimensional reality. So how do you know, apart from feeling very different, that this is happening to you? How do you know? Well, you start questioning the narrative that's out there that most people consent to, even if they don't fully believe. You may notice that your diet changes, that you, in fact, can't eat certain things anymore because your body is changing, your DNA is being activated. You become very uninterested in material possessions, and suddenly they no longer matter to you, that all that really matters is eating well, living a lifestyle that is coming from heart, and also wanting to connect to nature again, to connect to everything around you in a different way, because you become aware that everything has a sentience, connecting to the planet and its energies, and feeling that and knowing that there's something else beyond what you're taught. Awareness of more than the physical realities, and that may be you start to see energy fields, you start to see orbs of light, you may start to see different beings or different frequencies or hear different frequencies. All of this can be very confronting if you only become aware of it in recent times, because there's always that question, am I okay? Or is there something wrong with me? Am I going crazy? This real sense of not fitting in anymore. You start to have communication. You start to get downloads of information. And communication not only with these beings or entities, angelic beings, some will call the ascended masters, all these other high spiritual frequencies. But you can also find, as many do, that they can communicate with animals. They can communicate with plants and even crystals and minerals. Find you have healing abilities, that you can work with energy, that you have a knowing that you can actually help and heal. Sense of being connected to other planets and other star systems, either in this universe or another, or even interdimensionally. And a great feeling that you're not from here. And there's so many times people have said to me, this doesn't feel like home to me. I feel, that I don't feel I belong, that it feels very dense. You feel that you have a mission or a purpose, that you've got an agenda, a soul agenda. Awakening to the understanding of greater abilities to the norm, the body feels dense, having difficulties in being in crowds of people because you can't take all their different energies because you're tuning into that. Feeling other people's emotions, many are empaths. Feel very different from family members, almost like you've been adopted. Aware of past lives as a non-human. Knowledge in your head that you have never been taught, but you just have a knowing. Electrical equipment may behave erratically around you, for example. These are a small amount of the kinds of things that may be relevant to you and are on my questionnaire on my website for anyone who's interested. So this is how it starts with many people, but it isn't always with just the older models like myself. We have the children, and the children come in and are, if you like, further activated in awareness. But what was very significant for me very early on was when I talked to a wonderful gentleman who's in his 60s now, and I've never forgotten what he said and told me as he wrote the book, Does It Rain in Other Dimensions? And he told his mother at 4 years old, something of great importance is going to happen on this earth. It will affect all units of consciousness, whether they are mineral, vegetable, animal, or man. It's to do with global consciousness, a vast change in consciousness. The energy is headed this way, and the essence of this energy is light, and the energy will repair our DNA. It will make us complete and who we really are. This was what he was trying to tell his mother in the 1950s. So this has been happening a long time. And also one of the other very important parts to this awareness is that many of the new generations have come in with this knowing, as Tracy Taylor explains in her own knowing, past life connections to the ancestors, the star beings that we are interacting with now, even if it's not fully recognized to be the case. She says, my contact with non-human cosmic race occurred before I was born. They were my family before I came to be on the earth domain. And a close relationship with them was continued after my birth. And many, many starseeds are aware of this. And this is why this planet doesn't necessarily feel like home to many of them. We know the indigenous of all over the planet are aware of the star beings and where they come from. And this is a lovely drawing, painting, should I say, that was given to a wonderful gentleman. And what I love about it is their understanding of the star beings. And we have this in all countries around the globe that have this connection to the star beings in every country. The planets, she said, are half a day's journey. The beings are friendly and watch the Aborigine way of life. They have no guns, weapons, or spears. The air on their planet is food. Their green uniforms protect from Earth diseases. The space people speak all languages. The elders say the space people showed them how to grow food and find water and showed them amethyst stones for healing. And what was fascinating, because this is Australia, that this wonderful drawing on the left from Tracy Taylor that she saw in a dream was the one Gina holding the crystal. So here we have it. This is right across the board, that it doesn't matter what culture, ultimately the understanding comes to you. It really just depends on how you choose to interpret it. So what are these upgrades that we're seeing now more and more, particularly in our children and teenagers, and I write about in The New Human? They have superior mental and analytical capabilities, direct connection to higher awareness, extreme sensitivity to thought and emotion, enhanced DNA, photographic memories, fast motor neuron responses, manipulation of time and space, non-verbal communication, telepathy. So what we're hearing is the new generations of human, including the teenagers and many even older than that, are experiencing this, have experienced this, but many of them have not spoken about it until recently because of the sense that there has to be the right time for this. It's all about timing, I believe, from my research, that we get activated at the right time in our life. And for some, they've come in fully activated, as these new children, I believe, are. Are they recognized globally? Certainly, but they are interpreted differently depending on the country and the culture. Extra high functioning psychic children, they're called in China. The children are recognized globally. These children in China, for example, can open a flower bud with the power of thought, move beans from a sealed bottle with thought, teleportation abilities, objects and people, the ability to remotely cause changes in the human body of another, such as raised blood pressure hundreds of miles from the person targeted, changing DNA in a petri dish. So these are what are found in China's super psychics, for example, but they are being found right across the globe. This is an interesting little adjunct to that. A little boy, a Chinese boy who can see in the dark. Evidence we're changing? I believe so. 2 weeks after this boy was born, his eyes were seen to be different. He had blue eyes which emitted a blue-green light, just like cat's eyes glow, and helped him see in the dark. He was able to complete a written questionnaire in pitch black room. For such a thing to occur, according to the scientists, humans would require multiple mutations for it to happen at once. So what is going on? For those of you who have seen my presentations, I'm going to remind you of some of the things that Dr. William Brown, a molecular biologist, told me many years ago. I think it was in about 2010. And this is what he's saying about the new generations of human. I believe that genetic modification is occurring in utero, producing a new human. The exponential increase in autistic ADD indigo children, the new genetic architecture allows them to see the world in a multidimensional fashion. And he believes research will show these dormant genetic regions are being integrated into the biological system. It's occurring in all of us to produce expanded awareness. Their brains work faster, they have access to more information. Their learning is much faster. They already know, he said, what is being taught. The intrinsic understanding of certain knowledge and information goes down to biomolecular level, where sentient activity of the brain actually takes place in the atomic structure of the DNA molecules. It's transgenerational information encoded within the atomic structure of the DNA molecule and can be accessed with greater efficiency to produce savant-like characteristics. The modification of the DNA is more like the remodeling of the genome to make dormant regions accessible again. And this is what so many in having experiences now feel in their activation, that they become more and more multidimensionally aware and more of their connection to their star family, their ancestors, through this activation. And the hybrids, he says, are also altogether a new species of human, where they seem to have even more of their star visitor DNA. What was important to me, because of my background, was I wanted to know from both sides of my awareness, my 3D self that was logical and analytical, but also my multidimensional self. And one of the most wonderful friends and colleagues is Dr. Lina Olsson, a molecular biologist in Sweden. And this upgraded nervous system. She said, I have more nerve ends for pressure in my skin. I can see more colors and the differences between the shades of color, acute sense of smell and taste and acute hearing, a bit outside normal range. Remember, these are our children too that are experiencing this. Sensitive to frequencies of all kinds that mean radioactive radiation, energy fields, energy beaming out of angry people or animals, as well as love and happiness. So think about, as an adult, what you are conveying to your children through your, not only through your thoughts, but your actions. And she said, if we can learn to focus
All right, everybody. Hopefully Mary comes back. I think she's just having some connection issues. Mary, can you hear me?
control our own energy field,
Mary, can you hear me? Uh-oh, I think we lost her. There she is. Okay, unmute yourself.
We lost you, Mary, for a few seconds there.
Yeah, you cut out twice for maybe 30 seconds. So I think your internet's dropping or it's not that stable.
Yeah.
Anybody? Okay, cool.
Yeah.
So you can begin again.
Okay. Do you want me to go back into screen share?
Yes, please.
Okay.
Are you having any internet issues? Do you know?
Yeah, there's been a happening over the last few days for some reason.
Okay, so stop. Don't share your video. Let's just do audio because it'll use less bandwidth.
Okay, so what do you want me to do?
So screen share. I'll stop your video. You just go ahead and start presenting.
Okay.
Yeah, you're good.
Right, let's see. Okay, is that start my video?
Yeah, that works. No, keep your video off so that it doesn't use as much bandwidth.
Okay, I'm with you. I'm with you now. Okay, can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Yes, perfect.
Okay. Okay, so I'll start with the differences that Dr. Lina Olsson, a molecular biologist, noticed in herself about the changes of ADHD, what they create in an individual, Asperger's, dyslexia, what we call in metaphysical terms, the indigos, the crystal children, the children of light. All of them have a different activation in their DNA, and their physical abilities mean that they will behave differently. The way to stabilize, particularly ADHD, as she was herself diagnosed with the ADHD autism spectrum, she found this: the calculated levels of acetylcholine and dopamine in the brain is higher in letter people. If we understand the biology, we can assist the biology. Acetylcholine is formed from choline in the vitamin B family, and letter people need more of it, but also other vitamin B family members, because they use more of it because of their higher frequency. So that's the simplicity behind the cure for letter people. More vitamin B's, MSM, to help the enzymatic reactions in the brain and the formulation of acetylcholine from choline. The effect comes a few days after the intake, and then you stop taking the supplements at the first sign of imbalance. This can be noticed in a few days. So in other words, we can fix this. We can help them without necessarily, without looking at drugging them, which is what happens at the moment. And Dr. Lina Olsson, because she had this herself, was able to look at the many ways that she could stabilize it. And this has worked really, really effectively. So what is ADHD when you understand it from a multidimensional perspective? And I've always loved Neil Gold's understanding of his own ADHD and the fact that he always saw the world in a multidimensional fashion and didn't realize that that was his diagnosis till he was in his 50s. And what he said about his awareness, because he was able to conceive and see the world in that fashion, he retranslated it into always dialed into higher dimensions. And that in itself, I think, is absolutely crucial to how we can start looking at these new generations of activated humans. But I believe for those that have had, for example, any experiences with non-human intelligences and have gone, you know, we call them experiencers of this reality. Contactees is another name. I believe that's a kind of modern day wake-up call, almost a modern day shamanic wake-up call. Whereas in shamanism, you have to transcend your human fears so that you can operate in a multidimensional reality. Well, that's exactly what this is. It's transcending human fears to operate healthily in a multi-dimensional fashion. And this is what Tracy Taylor said to me many years ago. She said, basically at the start, I misunderstood the Greys. The knowing ET part of me initially made a decision to assist them, and the understanding of this can be overshadowed by fear, which stems from our limited human perceptions and reactions to these experiences. And there we've got the phobia that some people have of clowns or Santa Claus because of the screen that they will present skeletons. It can be owls with big eyes. And this is a one that demonstrates that the owl changed into a zeta gray. So the more we open up and we get past our human fears, the more we can see the greater reality. And that's the challenge, even more so at this moment on in our history, with what's going on globally right now in terms of the fear that is being created. So we've got a new human hybrid, and Paul at 8 years old was recalling his awareness of himself being on a spacecraft with some of his school friends. And sometimes he said, sometimes I see them as human, sometimes they're alien cells. It's like that other part of them shows itself and is scary. Now, I hope that this is going to come out all right. I'm going to just play a little bit of what this young man is saying about his experiences.
Since I've been little, I've been drawing what I've been seeing. So that's what's...
So these drawings are what you're actually been seeing?
Yes.
Okay.
And sometimes they're things that just pop into my head.
Okay. So where did you see these things, these images?
Sometimes on planets, sometimes on the ships, sometimes when I've been down here and people have just been walking around, but they haven't seen them, but I've seen them. They've been talking to me through my head when they're not there.
When you say that they're not there, you're saying that you can't sense them around you, but you can get information coming into your head.
Yes.
And what kinds of things would they talk to you about?
About my purpose, about what I should do, about if things around me are good or bad. Sometimes if they
Maybe that's using up too much bandwidth, I'm thinking, Neil.
Yeah, I think so too. Let's wait for her to come back. As we're waiting for her, why don't you guys comment in the chat rooms in YouTube what you're thinking of his presentation? There's a lot of great feedback right now, actually. And a lot of individuals saying Mary's describing them. in regards to, you know, the different. There you are, Mary. Can you hear me?
When you say, you have said to me before that you really.
Mary, you there? Let's wait a few minutes, I guess, guys, and see when she comes back on.
Yeah, what do you think, Neil? Mary's talking about some pretty powerful stuff, and while she was talking about the ADHD, you know, I was my thoughts were lingering more so towards people that have schizophrenia and things like that, and then doctors are treating them as though that it's a disease or something of that, something related to that, not fully understanding the biological transition of the human being, because they're more connected to the ether in different dimensional space than you know what the doctors are really trained for, I guess, and not really understanding the issue.
Yeah, it's just one dimensional.
Can you see me, guys?
Yeah, Mary, can you hear us?
I can hear you. Yes.
Okay, so I think we think that the video might have taken the bandwidth over the top for your connection. So let's try it again.
Right. So can you see the screen or not?
No, go ahead and start your screen share.
Oh, okay. I can't see you at the moment. Hold on a minute.
Yeah, I'm off camera right now.
I'm not seeing anything at all. I'm going.
Go to the Zoom room. It's probably look at the bottom of your browser or your window and click on the Zoom icon and open it up.
There's nothing coming up at all, actually. I can't see anything.
Let's see.
I can't see where to go.
What do you see right now?
Just the actual screen share, the PowerPoint.
Oh, okay. Can you minimize that and look for the Zoom window?
I'm looking for minimizing it. What I might do is exit and go back.
Oh yeah, exit. If the PowerPoint's full screen, then you definitely need to exit.
I've exited now.
Okay.
I can see. Yeah. So if I cut out the video and go back to screen share.
Yeah, that should work.
There we are. Okay. So I'll go back to screen share and where I was. And
let's skip the video. If you're playing any videos, let's skip that.
Okay, I'll do that. Let's have a look. Yeah. So that's that. And slideshow. Slide. Right. Okay. So I'm going to. I think you heard enough of that. I'll explain. Really, what Paul was explaining was that his mission primarily is to help people understand and take care of animals and their consciousness, because he communicates with animals, and that's his mission. He's also connected to the mantis beings and has said that when he dies, he's going back to being a mantis. Here another part of his talking about the soul transfer when he actually is on board craft. He explained to me, I think I levitated last night. I was in a bubble when I traveled. My ancestors say I go back to my planet when I die. The great ancestor is a manta. My brother Manta is someone I see on the spaceship. I see him as a human and other times as a manta. Ancient Egyptians were not human, and cat beings and lion beings built the Sphinx. It was to tell humans there are other life forms. I can't show the video of this, but Lee Capitelli here is explaining when she goes out of body, she goes back to her Izoni form, which is what you're seeing on the left, because that's one of her favorite forms. So it's interesting how you can choose what form you are going to be when you're out of body. And of course, on our latest research with the Dr. Agdamitcha Free Foundation, we discovered out of 4,200 people that 75% of encounters are out of body and only 25% are physical, which of course changes the way that we need to look at our research into encounters and experiences, and more from a consciousness perspective, which is actually where that organization is going now with the CCRI. Interestingly for me is lots of little anecdotes that I get from the children. And I was told by a 4-year-old that the being that he felt that the skin felt like dolphin skin to him. And what was interesting for me as a 7-year-old I was speaking to when I was over in the US a few years ago, said to me, "Mary, I can speak dolphin. Do you want to hear it?" And proceeded to make all the clicks that we connect to the dolphins. So this to me makes it really tangible. And I think that's really important as we do operate in a third dimensional reality. And just to confirm that was something written by Michael Wolff, who was a whistleblower, if you like. He was very highly credentialed and wrote the book, The Catchers of Heaven. And one of the things he did mention was meeting some of these beings. And he said the Greys have personalities and a sense of humor. Their smooth, soft skin felt like dolphin skin to touch. They share the same evolutionary path as dolphins. And the other interesting thing he said was, I've not met a Grey I didn't like. And that was interesting because he communicated with this particular Grey called Coulter, who he communicated with during his life. The other important thing that helps us, I believe, feel very positive, despite what's going on the planet right now, is the children and the adults that have spoken to me, right up to myself as one of the older models, having classes on board craft, not just as a child, but even as teenagers, etc. And this was from an adult who said to me, he'd never heard of or read about anyone having these classes as a child, but remembers being given physics classes at the age of 3 or 4. And this is what was fascinating to me, is how they know so much, not just because of the downloads, but also because of what they're being taught. And I've never forgotten what an 8-year-old who was telling me about the classes on board craft, where there were his school friends and himself, other human children, and children that were not human. And what he said to me was this. He said that he was learning how to use his mind to manipulate energy, etc., and learning complex things. And I said to him, well, could you tell me some of the complex things that you're being taught? And he said, no, because it's too complex for you. And when you look at some of the, what I call the cosmic syllabus, I can well understand it, such as quantum physics, non-linear nature of time and space, the awareness and connection to all life, sentient life, levitation abilities and skills off-world, understanding of spatial geometry of thought, how to operate in a multidimensional reality, how to communicate and interact with interdimensional and other non-human intelligences, out-of-body training, telekinesis, telepathy and mind melds, multidimensional ecology, manifestation, directed thought and emotion, healing skills and working with energy, the true history of man's origins, etc., time travel and teleportation, the true nature of source and universal spirituality, remote influencing. And this is just a small part of what these children, these young adults, and many of the starseeds, the older starseeds, have within them, even if they haven't accessed it yet through various means, whether it's through downloads, which they're getting regularly, or through these complex files of information that are coming in through symbols, through artwork, through star languages that we haven't yet unpacked. And I believe the reason that we haven't unpacked them yet is because we need to be at a certain level of consciousness before we can use them. In other words, more of our DNA needs to be switched on before we can access them. In other words, that's the software for the new multidimensional aware human. I can't show you this. Unfortunately, it's a video, talking about being on the craft with school friends and non-humans because of the, unfortunately, the internet. But here's an interesting one from a teacher that explained to me, she was a starseed herself, and she said from verbal language to mind melds. And she said this is how she understood these new children that are coming in and have been coming in. She found she could just go into their mind and absorb the concepts directly, and there was thought transplanting going on. Her bank of information was merged with theirs, and they re-schematized their own knowledge of systems accordingly. Ancient symbols hold the conceptual keys that trigger within the observing mind without the teacher being present. So this is what we need to understand about our new generations of human, that they are learning is completely different to the older models. And with that, we have to understand that everything that we're thinking about, if we're of that particular frequency, they can pick up.
Hi, Mary.
Yeah, are you
Mary,
there?
just giving you about 5 minutes heads up.
Right, I'm getting through.
Okay, thank you.
5 more minutes to go. Yeah. So starseeds are seeing this. This little boy was seeing, his mother said, "What are you looking at?" He said, "I'm seeing my energy body. I can see where I'm sick. Within a few days, I'll be well again." So here we have, and I'm going to have to rush through this a little bit, is a lot of the children are speaking the ET languages. And this young lady explains that one of her languages heals water and purifies water. And as Dr. Lena Olson says, that she's got no problem with believing that, because the spiral formation she's working on are loading energy back into water, which helps healing, recharging, strengthening the energy field, and could be bliss for humanity. We already know that Dr. Masaru Emoto in Messages in Water said that with water, it is programmable, that what we send to water, whether it's love, beautiful music, prayer, intention, can change and alter the nature of water. Well, we're 70% water, guys. That's the important thing here. What do we need to receive to be optimal ourselves? We also know now the science is telling us that DNA can be programmed by human language if modulated on the correct frequencies. So this is what Dr. Olson is saying. She thinks that the resonance frequency from space and Earth is pushing the DNA into a three-dimensional configuration, so the dormant genes, the so-called junk DNA, like a time-activated evolutionary step controlled through the DNA. The DNA crystalline formation with an encoded message aimed to speed up evolution. The biocontainer is one of three parts influenced by the two parts, mind and soul. The soul's the energy container, which moves from body to body between lives and dimensions and worlds with frequencies that have a huge impact on DNA. The soul provides the life force and the data bank of this main control sends frequency signals, program photons, electrons, gamma rays to help you carry your mission and evolve. Not everyone will choose the upgrade. So there'll be high frequency people and low frequency people. Your lifestyle will either enhance or lower it. I'll keep this short. This was an interesting one with Tracy Taylor having an awareness of being one of the orbs that was creating one of the crop circles. She realized she was in the form of a ball, energy consciousness with other orbs, and she was able to create this wonderful crop circle. I'm having to rush through it, so at least it's there for you to read if you want to read what she's saying. Here's the crop circle. The drawing is from a young man who has met these beings and says that entering a crop circle affects the DNA in the same way as Masaru Emoto explains in Messages of Water. Here is more of the symbols that are activating humanity through crop circles. The left one is Mike Oram in the gentleman that I mentioned. That was some of his light language that when he was in hypnosis. So communication with, what is the new evolutionary gateway? Communication with our galactic neighbors, multidimensional information, compressed data in the forms of information, healing codes, frequencies that assist with human upgrades, the gradual intergenerational upgrades with humans with expanded awareness, Homo Noeticus to teach the older generations how to remove programs and expand consciousness and understand the true nature of who and what we are. Downloads, this is all about the downloads. They can be like a rush of energy that you feel in picture form, words or senses, awareness of our connection to other species, their energies in form of DNA throughout our own genome, the awareness that we're linked to them. We're being held back by those who are in the power trip. We know that, and this is what we're here to challenge. And what we're here for is simply what we were designed for in the beginning, by those who wish to align this universe to the light. This is a unique experiment, a research project, if you like. We're all here at this time aware of the bigger picture and have chosen to participate in this game. Solar cycle 24 has begun, said Mitch Batros. The activity now is 50% stronger than cycle 23. It affects not only the planet, but the human body's magnetic emotions. And this is what is being ushered in by our ancient ancestors, the transition to a new state of being. Bob Dean, this wonderful gentleman, for those connected to the ufological perspective, a wonderful gentleman who admitted before he died, he had been shown our future on board craft. And he said, we have power we haven't dreamed of. Homo sapiens have a unique genome of 12 different species. Higher cultures have intervened. They're assisting us to be transcended and transformed into a new species. We're being helped to join our cosmic family, travel to the stars as they did. I've been shown the future and it's glorious. So I'm really wanting to make a statement here about no matter how you feel right now, you're here because you have chosen to be here to help with this transition. And you wouldn't have bothered to do that unless you knew you could do it. Buddhism is saying that, again, the Dalai Lama is saying, sentient beings, we have to respect them. There is much emphasis on strangeness, but it creates more anxiety. And I'm going to have to rush through this now. But if you want to know what some of the, those that have shifted from an old dogma into a more expanded one, there's a lovely one by Michael Carter here, who's actually saying we're in different stages of evolution because of our previous lives, and we bring our gifts, our baggage, our lessons from lifetime to lifetime. He said, my contacts have taught me compassion and empathy, at least as much as more than I had before. As best as I can understand it, says a Christian minister, he said, it's their task to prepare souls for their next round of incarnations. And he believes, he doesn't know how many countless times they've done this or how many times ahead at some stage. It will change, and his mission may be even more in another dimensional galaxy or universe. So the reprogram has set the stage, as it were, to prepare you for your mission. And he said he'd only encountered them that one time, and that was profound for him. So all I can say is a final, this is what a 9-year-old said. Something will happen in the next 5 years. Everyone here is sleeping, but are waking up. 50% of people on the planet are starseeds. Children are programmed, but teachers just press the keys. But they will not all lose their light. I'm going to leave this. I'm afraid I'm going to have to go through the last ones. So let's end with this. How do we transition into this new awareness of our cosmic self, transcending fear? Trust the inner resonance to our truth. Trust that our soul knows where it's going. So come to the edge. We are afraid. Come to the edge. They came, she pushed them, and they flew. So here I will end with this. A lovely woman who I knew very well a few years ago told me this: I can only come to the conclusion we're becoming conscious co-participants in our own evolution. And with that in mind, they had better give us a brochure, which is, I guess, what they are doing. So there we go, guys.
Yes. Thank you, Mary. Sorry,
I had to rush the last bit, but there you go.
Well, you don't go anywhere because you're going to be on the panel, and you could maybe add some more of the things you had to rush through on the panel, okay? Are you with us, Mary?
Absolutely.
And Mary, you can probably start your video now that you're not screen sharing.
Oh, you sure you want to see me? Hold on a minute.
Yes, we want to see you.
All right.
Just a quick question, Mary. I know we're constrained for time, and there's just so much notes and so much information that you gave us, and I've got like tons of questions here. But when I go through them all, there's just one that really comes to mind. And there's a lot of people that are aware that there's been some sort of genetic tinkering that's happened in our remote past by, the Anunnaki. I was wondering if you know that this genetic change that's happening within the indigo children, if that is undoing the damage and that the Anunnaki had caused, or is that an extension to what the Anunnaki had begun, like so many thousands of years ago?
Look, I really don't know, to be blunt. I've heard some that have really dark thoughts on what the Anunnaki did and what have you. I've met some that say they were Anunnaki in another lifetime and it's been misunderstood. So you take you decide which one resonates with you. I mean, the problem with all of this in terms of what we're told about our history from various individuals that have had experiences and what have you, is there's no way to qualify it. And all we have, just like what's on the planet right now, is all this information's out there on this and that and the other, and you become totally confused. And I think what it's forcing us to do is to trust our own resonance to the frequency of truth. It's saying, come on, you are the one that's in charge of your experience and reality and perspective. So make your choice. And that is all I can do for me, is what resonates for me. Mm-hmm. And all I can say to those around me is that's all you can do. If it resonates, it's your truth. If it doesn't, there you go.
Thank you very much, Mary. I appreciate the answer. And just going to do a shameless plug here. You were talking about Leah Capitelli in one of your slides, the opportunity to work with Leah a number of times. So if anybody that's interested and you want to learn more about Leah, head on over to Watcher's Talk after this conference is done and look up Leah Capitelli. I've got 3 or 4 videos with her, and she just has a fantastic experience that she's shared a number of times. So that's it. That's my plug right there.
Right.
That's beautiful. Right. So I'm going to jump in here because we're going to stop the stream and we're going to start another stream. So everybody on YouTube right now, there's about 151 of you. I've just posted the link for the Experiencer broadcast. I'm posting it one more time. There you go. This is not for anybody in Zoom. So if you're in Zoom, you're perfectly fine. But there's a link for everybody who wants to share it. But do go over there. So we're saying goodbye to this stream for today, and we're going to go over to the Experiencer panel. So love you all. Hope to see you in the next stream in just a few moments. Stopping the stream on YouTube now.